Frosty.
I will say the Atlantic Ocean does the Titanic no favors, but Foxy Grandpa plenty of them.
All right, but the same can be said for Turbo Online.
That was awesome. God, Tom, you're the man.
This is the Kombat Tomb Podcast, the official podcast of TestYourMight.com. And now, here are your hosts, K7, 16-Bit, and Slibs.
Alright, what's up guys? Welcome to a special edition of the Kombat Tomb Podcast. This is going to be a follow-up to our NFG ranking segment. So we've got everybody back from that segment. We got Rio, Pig of the Hut, Tom Brady, and Sim, who represents the NFG ranking site. So to get started, why don't... I don't know. Why don't you explain how the NFG ranking system works currently?
Well, it started out as 500 ratings for each tournament, and I kind of branched it out from there. That was just the base that we started from. And afterwards we added in, the competition thing, the payouts for the prize pools and whatnot, and just different scaling to give each tournament, its own rating, because we didn't want each tournament to be rated exactly the same and giving them all the same value. So we were trying to give each tournament like a proper value so that somebody who's just winning small tournaments is not all the way at the top. But then someone who, wins one tournament but can't really travel too much can also make their way on there and get recognized.
Interesting. I got a couple of questions.
All right.
Let's see. Where do I want to start? What's your involvement? Like, explain to the community what your involvement is in the fighting game community, like your history, like what games do you play, what are you active in, how did you get involved?
I'm a pretty old school player. I got my start in the community playing Tekken Tag like the late 90s. From there, I went on to play Marvel and Soulcalibur 2 and a lot of Street Fighter games. Back even before all the Evos and all this stuff, I used to play like MK1 when it came out in the arcade, and I was like, probably 11 or 12 years old, and I'm not supposed to be playing this game with blood on it and stuff, so I've been playing for a long, long time.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Ah, someone's older than me. Yes.
Yeah, man, I'm an old guy, dude.
By 1 year.
Oh, you're 31? I'm 30.
I'm hella old. Yeah, 31.
Yeah, you're old.
You're not hella
I'm older than all
old.
of you.
You're 31.
That's hella old.
Stop talking. You're making me feel that.
I'm like that elder vampire in the underworld.
What? Underworld?
Remember that movie, Underworld?
Dude, there's like 7 sequels.
Well, only the first one was good, right?
Yeah. Wow, is that the oldest on here? 32?
Now you're 34, Tom? Bill?
I'll be 35 this Sunday.
Oh my God, we're gonna do something for your birthday.
So he's like Marcus, and I'm like Victor then.
Marcus.
So, how do you choose which games you rank? I mean, like for example, I know Soulcalibur 5 has been out for a little bit now, and it's not on there. How do you go about choosing which games you want to rank on your system?
I'm trying to incorporate like every game that's popular at the time. Soulcalibur 5, I've been keeping track of it, but the game doesn't have like the biggest community, so a lot of the players don't really travel around too much. So I'm trying to wait and see until there's a little more consistency in the results and people start traveling a little bit more.
Yeah.
And since they're running MLG tournaments and they're big money tournaments, I'm sure people will start traveling soon, and we'll see who's the best of the best there. But I try to add everything that's popular. The only game I'm really not focused on is KOF, kind of a small community. We saw at MLG 20 people showed up, which is a joke.
That was embarrassing. Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, just saying. The main games I'm following right now are the Street Fighter games, Street Fighter 4, and Cross Tekken, Marvel, and of course Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that's really interesting. One thing I noticed, I recently started playing Soulcalibur, and I did some looking around on the sites and even YouTube videos, and I had to take a second and just realize that we have a very lucky community currently, as far as consistency of participation ever since Power Up last year when it all kind of got started up until a year later. I mean, I look at what they have. And they're currently going. I mean, they have MLG. I mean, they're given MLG within the first 2 to 3 months of their game's release. And 40, 45, 50 people showed up. The numbers last year, if that would have happened for MLG MK9, it would have been far greater than those numbers. It really seems like that community is young in terms of tournaments and traveling, and there's just not a lot of activity. Even YouTube videos, they have a 10th viewing power of what any MK9 random video might have.
Dude, that community sucks. It straight up sucks.
Really?
I played Soulcalibur 4, and I loved Soulcalibur 4. I was in love with that game. I thought it was awesome. And I was playing it, and I went to a couple tournaments here and there, and it was cool. And then the community just started going apeshit over Algol. People just started going nuts. Just oh, he's so broken. The whole community ended up banning him. Without any real reason. Just other than the fact that he shoots bubbles and we don't like it.
He's a projectile.
Yeah, and then, Hildy was obviously 10 times worse, and it's just a terrible community. Eventually the game just died. Just because no one went to tournaments, no one did anything. No one could make a decision. There was no leaders of the community, and you just asked me earlier before we really started. Do I like Soulcalibur 5? Yeah, I like it a lot so far, but I stopped playing it ultimately because of what happened to me in Soulcalibur 4. Because I got into it, I was really hyped for it, and then I just learned all of it for pretty much no reason because it
died overnight.
Exactly, it was terrible. And I'm scared Soulcalibur 5 is going to do the same thing, so I'm not really putting my heart and soul into it.
Yeah. Well, kind of on that same note, I have to just jump in, and I think this will get us into some meaty discussion. Do you have any scenes that you currently represent with the NFG rankings that complain about the way that you do the NFG rankings, or do you have any one person who is a strong leader of that community, of, say, Street Fighter Marvel, that doesn't like the way you do the NFG and is outspoken about it?
For the other communities, not really. I know everybody pretty much checks it out, but I don't really hear too much as much as I do from the Mortal Kombat community.
Who do you hear from the Mortal Kombat community?
I think the reason why is because with Street Fighter, it's you get a lot of the top players traveling everywhere. Justin Wong will go to every tournament. Every player that has a shot at making the top 8 is willing to travel. And in Mortal Kombat, lately we're starting to see more travel, but in the early days you would only see certain players travel, Rio was going everywhere. But, someone like CD Jr. wasn't getting a lot of respect early on because he wasn't traveling out, and now he's getting that respect.
Yep. Tom, get into it. What are your problems with the NFG? Let's go.
I have no problem with the NFG.
Tom.
Come on, Tom.
I don't have any problem with the NFG. The ranking system is fine, as far as I'm concerned.
Man, this
Tom, I
conversation.
sent you the 1 year rankings on Test Your Might.
What could they do to make it more accurate? And are you open to changing the format to make it more accurate?
There's no way to make the format all that accurate because at the end of the day, no matter how you do it, one side or the other is going to be a problem. Either you're going to have people on there that the community says should not be on there, or you're going to have somebody that can go to one event and be ranked above someone that does it consistently. There's no way to do it, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that the way brackets are seated.
Wait, who has gone to one event and been ranked in the thing?
Big D went to final round, and all of a sudden he was like ranked almost in the top 10.
Kerbalicious.
I'm not here to argue a person's skill or not. I'm just here to say that the ranking system is meant not to judge, not to judge overall skill, so to speak, but to judge what you've accomplished in the tournament.
People need to earn their keep.
I mean, look, if we were to go by overall skill, Michael Vick is the greatest quarterback to ever live. But in reality, it's Joe Montana, who athletically probably couldn't carry Michael Vick's jockstrap. Yet, it's not really.
I think the problem that people have with the rankings is more toward the bottom part. Like, there'll be more agreement with the top 5, top 6 or so, because these guys are placing like top 3 in tournaments. They're proving themselves. Right. But yeah, these guys who are placing maybe 5th, 7th, that's where it's kind of a little harder to judge people's skill, because you're comparing maybe one guy who got 3rd at one event with a guy who got like 5th and 7th at a couple of others, you know what I mean? So that makes it harder. But
the problem is that the tournaments are not seeded by the rankings. So in reality, you could have a tournament bracket where numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all on one side, and then, like 9, 11, 16, 12, whatever on the other side, and 9 gets all the way in the top 8, and like number 5 doesn't, and then it's like, oh man, number 9 has to move up. And it's like, you look at the bracket and you say, in no sport would a bracket be seeded that way, and that potentially could happen. And I think, in my opinion, as long as tournaments don't seed according to the NFG, you're going to have results that make the NFG not accurate. But the system itself, I think, is as good as you can get it, which is why I have absolutely no problem with the rankings or the results of the system.
Hey, Tom. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A lot of the reason why I kind of decided to make the site is for seeding purposes. So hopefully, that does pick up. But, if people are traveling to a lot of events, a lot of tournaments, you can't blame the brackets every time. Sometimes you're going to get a favorable bracket. Sometimes you're going to get like a bracket of death. You just have to deal with it. If you're a top player, you're going to place in the top 2 or 3. If you're not, you're going to be struggling just to make top 8. That's just the way it is.
Yep. I agree with that.
I have a couple of criticisms about it. First off, I think the way that you earn points is too low. I think you're too strict. Like, the bonus, if there are top players there, I think it's something like if there are 5 of the top 10, you get a bonus of 500 points. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Don't you think it's kind of messed up that it's an all or nothing thing? Like, you could have 4 of the top 10, and you get no bonus at all. And then you add that one extra guy, and suddenly it's worth 500 more points.
The reason it's set up that way is because if you have fewer than 5 players, let's say it's just like 3 or 4 of the top players there, they're pretty much gonna slot into the top 4. Whereas if you have 5 or more, they're kind of battling each other for those top spots, and it'll create more separation because more points will be at stake. So if you have a tournament with maybe like, let's just say Rio and CD Junior, and then no one else that's even in the top 20, if we just gave additional points just for them being there, it just skews it too much. You know what I mean? There's no it's pretty much a given before the tournament starts, they're going to be the top 2, and they're just going to inflate their points.
Wait a minute. Why is that a given? Time and time again, if you had said a month ago that a Nightwolf player from Florida named Big D is going to send CD Junior to losers in pools, everyone would have said, what are you talking about? We see that if you told the average person a kid named Kerbolicious is going to beat Crazy Dominican 3-0, everyone would have said, what are you talking about? We see upsets constantly.
No, I hear you, but let's say for example, Big D had a very easy bracket, and Rio and CD Jr. were by themselves on the other side of the bracket, and he gets to the finals very easily, where they have to knock each other out, and then he beats CD Jr. in the winners finals, so he's automatically top 2 without having to beat Rio at all. There's not as much of a
what he's saying is when there's 5 players, it's almost impossible unless they're all on the same side that they're not going to have to go through each other to fight it out. No one's going to get automatic. So if there's 5 players, technically speaking, one of these guys might end up getting like 7th because of where they ran into each other, instead of 2 guys going to a tournament, getting points for winning the tournament, as well as getting an automatic inflated extra points because they were there and there was no one else around to compete with them. And it also prevents an unknown from getting inflated points simply because they got a favorable bracket and there were only 2 players there on that level that happened to be on the same side that took each other out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you have for example, like a player like Mr. Molina who he went to Devastation and got 2nd place. He did have to beat some good players, but I mean that tournament just had a bunch of people who entered for free, and it kind of inflated the points. And by giving extra points for like Rio being there and Tom being there and yourself, 16-bit, he would have got even more points and been even higher. And then now we see like Texas Showdown, like 30-man tournament, and he doesn't even place top 3. So we're trying to prevent that kind of thing. Sometimes people do slip in, they have a good performance, but eventually they'll fall out.
But isn't part of the problem why it's so skewed like that is because it's so hard to get points? I mean, the way it is now, look at the way that it is now, where CD Jr. Rio, those guys have like 1 million points, and then the lower part of it is dudes who have like 200 points because it's so hard to get points. Like, let's take Denzel or like Tyrant. Tyrant blows up the West Coast. Him and Denzel are the 2 top players in California. And yet, their tournaments, they don't get any points for those tournaments, so Tyrant can't even make the top 20.
Well, the last tournament that happened over here on the West Coast was NorCal Regionals, I think, a couple weeks ago.
Yes. Yep.
And it had that one was also like a 30-something person tournament. So Denzel won that one, he got 100 points. If you go to final round, somebody who got 7th place got like 140-something points. Okay? Now, do you think winning a 32-man tournament is equal to getting 7th place at final round, or should be worth more? But I think final round was like one of the toughest tournaments besides MLG that we've had in a while.
Yeah.
And every time I've seen a West Coast player travel to the East Coast, like I know I think Crazy Bone, he went to NEC, I think.
Yeah, NEC.
And, he gets top 3 at SoCal Regionals, which is a 50-person tournament. But how many people were at NEC?
80.
Like 80-something?
80.
But it was all like East Coast top players, and he's not placing. So, I mean... What
about Tyrant? Tyrant, who consistently wins on the West Coast, arguably their best player. He happened to go out to MLG.
Top 16.
Did he make it? Did he make top 16? I don't think he did.
He might not have. You know what? I think you're right. I think he made top 24.
Either way, but Tyrant, who is obviously a good player, and like I said, arguably the best player on the West Coast. You can make that argument. Came out to MLG. He came out to MLG, and Denzel wins NCR. And look at the rankings. If you look at the rankings, you would think that Denzel is the best player out there. Tyrant's not even on the list. You wouldn't even know Tyrant existed, which is, I mean, it's not like he doesn't win out there either. I mean,
I see a big difference between winning like local tournaments where you're playing against people that you maybe practice with all the time or get to play against frequently, as opposed to some of these bigger majors where you're going to have to play people you've never heard of, never played against, have completely new styles that you've never had to face, and you have to beat them. And like you see players that are doing well, they'll travel, and like Rio went out to Devastation and won. He's gone out to a lot of places and won. You know, Bill has always been pretty successful getting into top 8s.
Don't say that. You're gonna get blown up by saying that. So you might want to stricken that from the record, man.
Bill's
but
in
I mean, it's true. I mean,
I'm being honest here, man. Actually.
But
the only reason you get blown up for that is because you always assume that you're going to be top 8. Just because you got top 8 in the past.
Look, man.
But if you want to say anybody's a top player, I think, you know, it just comes down to winning bigger tournaments. I mean, you know, 30-man, 40-man tournaments, it's pretty small potatoes, you know what I mean, compared to these 100+ man tournaments.
I would say that's not the current reality. I think besides MLG and the occasional final round, 30-man tournaments that's what we have.
Yeah.
But, going back to my original question, like where would you put a 32-man tournament? So first place winner of a 30-man tournament, how does that compare to placing like 7th at final round?
Well, the problem is none of the tournaments, unless only the East Coast tournaments are the ones that net over 30, 40, 50 people consistently. So basically we have a situation here where if you go to a tournament on the West Coast or the Midwest, only the top 3 are going to get points. But a tournament on the East Coast, the top 8 players will all get points. A Flawless Victory is a great example of this. This weekend we have 2 major tournaments, Flawless Victory and Power Up. You see what I'm saying? Now, Power Up most likely will not have 64. So despite the people that are going there are going to be a lot of good players there. You know, I mean, a lot of good players there. The top 8 most likely will not get points, but there's a good chance that the top 8 will all get points, and there'll be bonus points handed out as well because of, you know, it's over on the East Coast. So the problem is we have 2 tournaments going on. One is only going to top 3. One is only, and both are going to have a fairly difficult playing field to go through. You know, I'm not here, like I said, I'm not here to argue or say this guy's good, this guy's bad, this guy's average, whatever. They're all going to be good players to the point that, you know, it's neither tournament is going to be free. Yet one is going to have top 8 points most likely, and one will not. So
that's just a matter of scheduling, though. I think really it comes down to as far as regions go. You know, if you have fewer players, if you have smaller tournaments, usually you have worse players. I mean, the more players you have in your community, in your area, the better the players that rise up out of that group.
Yeah.
And that's why we're seeing the East Coast has just a lot more players. I mean, if somebody is good and, like I said, they've traveled to the East Coast, if they're good, they're going to place in the top 8 or top 3 or whatever. I mean, you saw Detroit Ballin win a tournament. He's from Arizona. I mean, the region doesn't matter. If you have the skill, you know, you should be able to place top 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Go ahead.
But we can't just talk about top 8. Top 8, because this is a top 20 list. Let's take GGA Dizzy, who consistently places 9th. It's his curse. He gets 9th at these huge majors. He's not one of the top 20 in the United States because can't. He's always one game away from breaking that top 8.
Yeah, I've gone through that myself, playing in tournaments where you just miss out on the top 8. But you know, the further away from first place you are, the easier it is to get to that position because it all depends on the bracket. So whoever's the top player there is going to be number 1, and the second best player is going to be number 2. And probably the third best player will be number 3. But then after that, it gets more and more random because of the brackets. It depends on, you know, who you played, whether you had someone who may not be as good as you, but played a counter character, things like that. I mean, the further away you are from first place, you're probably just not good enough to get up there. If somebody is good enough and they travel to a lot of tournaments, they should get up there. I mean, eventually the brackets have to work in your favor.
But this example is a guy who consistently does this. Since last summer, he's always in that 9th position. Is that not good enough? You have. I mean, is the
To
top
be ranked
20
somewhere
just
in
gonna
the
be
top
made up of,
20,
like,
he's saying is that not
20?
good enough
Right.
to be ranked 20? I mean, well, basically saying he's
Right.
like, come on, I'm not saying top 10, but I mean, he's not ranked
Yeah.
20.
Well, everybody who's on that list has placed at least top 8. So getting 9th a bunch of
But-
times probably is not good enough.
All right, what is better, placing 7th at a tournament from August, or the guy that goes to MLG and gets 9th, the guy that goes to final round and gets 9th, the guy that blows up the Midwest, like either one of the best in his region and a consistent top 16 placer over the course of 8 months, or a guy that got 7th at one big major.
And has never done anything since.
He's right. That dude could be ranked 18th, and then the guy like Dizzy.
Okay,
is not
I see
even
what
on,
Steve is saying.
it's like he doesn't even exist.
What 16 bit is saying is basically like, let's say Dizzy gets 9th at every tournament, right? One guy gets 7th once, but then next tournament he's like 20th, but he's not penalized for consistently placing below Dizzy every tournament, but Dizzy is penalized for not getting 7th at one time, even though consistently he's above him at every single tournament but one.
It really depends on the player because some people just can't travel to as many tournaments, so maybe they travel to one and you don't see them again, but it doesn't mean they didn't that they entered and then they got like 20 something. But like for your example, like I mean there has to be a line somewhere that we draw, you know what I mean? I can't, you can't be. It would be fun to having everybody get points, but
Right.
who really cares about last place and all that? But there has to be a line somewhere, you know what I mean? And I think for the most part, top 8 is a pretty good spot. It's really the main thing for me is it's really easy to get those results because it's pretty much streamed all the time. I wanted to expand to a top 16 for some of the bigger tournaments, getting like about 1,500 points or so, something like MLG. But the only problem I have had doing that is that it's sometimes hard to get those results, especially.
It's hard to get the full results for the top 16, but top 8 is pretty common.
Yeah, but anyway, like for like the smaller tournaments, it really wouldn't make that much of a difference. I mean,
I agree. I'm saying like your MLG, your final round, your Evo, and I think I could tell you the top 16 for those events. I don't think it's that hard.
I'm telling you right now, I think top 8 is good because the MK community is adamant that anyone can place top 8. So I think the top 8 is just fine. The results are easier to get. I think.
Tom,
I think no matter which way, I think no matter which way you do it, there's always going to be someone that complains. It's like, okay, well, these tournaments, whatever, are going to get top 16, but then say you have another tournament, not one of those tournaments, that happens to get the same number of entrants with the same number of top players, only the top 16 at that tournament doesn't get points. And then it just goes into another discussion of, well, this guy was top 16 here, he got points. This guy was top 16 here at a tournament just as equal because it's not named XXX. He's not going to get, so either way, I mean, there's really, right now, I think it's about the best way to do it, which is why I agree, at least at this point. It is what it is, and I agree with it.
Yeah, if you've been in the fighting game community for a while, you'll realize people complain about everything. So, even if you make, even if I made that change, I'm sure, like Tom said, there's going to be somebody complaining, about getting top 16 and not getting credit for it or whatever. But I think really, like, top 8 is what, like, the community respects, you know what I mean? That's why it's streamed. That's the cutoff, you know what I mean? No one really cares who got 9th place most of the time. If you ask people who got 9th at EVO, biggest Mortal Kombat tournament, a lot of people won't know, like, who are the 4 people who got 9th.
I disagree with that. I think a lot of people remember that.
Well, can you name them all?
I think, Conqueror, Michelangelo, Alex Valle, and
did he really get 9th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
God.
Eris. I can tell you the whole top 16 from Evo. I can probably tell you the whole top 16 from Final Round, MLG, I strongly disagree. I think there is definitely top 8 is the elite, no question about it.
Okay, but 16-bit, like people like me and you can, and maybe some others who like really follow 100% the community. I don't think most could.
I bet a lot of people could remember the top 16 for MLG.
Well, it just happened.
You don't think?
Yeah, I think.
Maybe,
But isn't
maybe
that the point, though? Isn't that the point, that if some people can remember them, then maybe we should include them?
And maybe it's bad for the community to pretend that 9th doesn't count.
No, I agree. I think that some of those guys, like the tie for what is it? Top 16 is what, a tie for 13th or whatever it is, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think those guys that did that shouldn't receive any points whatsoever. I mean, it's just. I mean, at this point, it's. Like I said, no matter which way you do it, I've once made this argument consistent. Like, how can someone constantly be a top 10 placer at every tournament? Like let's say a guy who's never been in the top 8 ever. Hypothetically, this guy's gone to every MK tournament, never made top 8 once. Been in the top 10 every tournament, no matter where he goes, West Coast, East Coast, Midwest, no matter where it is. But he's not even in the top 20, not even number 20.
Who are you talking about?
No, just saying hypothetically speaking. Like how can somebody consistently be top 10, like 9th, every tournament he's ever been to, no matter what tournament he goes to.
Okay,
no matter what
all right. But hold on a second. I'm going to bring up that list that you posted that, you basically said that if everyone had their points for a year. Let me tell you why that doesn't work. This is why
I don't think it worked. I did it hypothetically for fun. I mean, I don't believe it should work. So I did it for fun.
Points, yeah. The 6-month thing, first of all, I have come to the conclusion the 6-month thing is perfect. I really have come to the conclusion because it keeps everything current. And the evidence was posted when you made that list of the top 25 players and the people who kept their points for a year. And I just look at it and it's like it doesn't make sense to me. But then I look at the other list that Sim has posted. I'm like, you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. And the thing is, dude, it's current. It represents what is to be expected currently at every single tournament for the past 6 months. And that's why I personally, I'll tell him right now, I love the work he's doing. I love the work he's been doing for a full year. I think every update has been accurate, and it represents the status quo. And I think the 6-month thing really keeps things in perspective. And, I completely agree with it.
Yeah, I think 1 year can actually work if the game is like a few years old. But with the game being just a year old,
that makes sense.
It evolves from month to month, especially with all the patches that were happening like early on. Like the game was evolving too quickly. When you had people who were really good at first, and then month to month to month started slipping, and it would be a joke to have some of those guys as high as they are, or some of the people that were only seen at Evo being way up there. I mean, I think for now 6 months is really good. If the game ended up lasting like 4 years, let's say, maybe 1 year would be okay to switch to. But I think 6 months right now is the perfect amount of time to keep it fresh.
Yeah, because you constantly have a lot of these new players coming out, and I don't know the statistics, but there have been a lot of new names in the past 6 months to enter this list and kind of be like the news new of today. It's not the people of last May or the people of last June. It's today's players. So,
to me, it would be kind of a shame for a guy like Kerbalicious to get 4th in MLG. I mean, he's a 16-year-old kid. I mean, I doubt he can travel like the whole country to every tournament. So, for him to have a chance and play against a lot of good players and show, hey, he's really good. And he narrowly lost to Rio. It allows a player like him to get up there. If we did the yearly rankings, I think he was like 20-something. He wasn't in the top 20. Yeah. And I think he's definitely a top 20 player.
Yeah, and that would be a shame because, I look at the list and I know that every tournament he goes to, he's going to place top 8. That kid is unbelievably good. And actually, I did convince his mom to take him to MLG. I'm glad she did. I know a lot of people are pissed that I convinced.
I think PL was not too happy about that.
I know. we call her Mamalicious.
Mamalicious.
Yeah.
Wait, hasn't it been 6 months already? Like for season beatings?
Yeah.
Seasons Beatings
that's
was
coming
in
up.
October, so I think Devastation was early October, so
They were
that
a week
will-
apart.
that will be coming off this after a Power Up and Flawless Victory, and then Seasons Beatings took place like the week after or 2 weeks after, so like by the end of this month those will come off too. So you'll see a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
lose like
a lot of
2,000
people falling
points.
off.
Damn.
Tom, you're in danger, man.
It doesn't matter. Guys like Rio will always make an excuse the next time I place top 8, so it doesn't really matter what tournament I go
What do
to.
you mean? Wait, what are you talking about?
Wow.
I don't have an excuse. You're the person who always says, yeah, Winter Brawl, I guarantee top 3. You don't make top 3, and then you complain when people blow you up. Well, maybe people wouldn't fucking blow you up if you didn't make a bunch of stupid statements.
That's not what I said. So
Just video of you saying that you were going to get guaranteed top
What
3
I-
rating at
no,
Winter
what I-
Brawl, but that's what you said.
what I just said right now is Rio, who's basically gone out and guaranteed the country that I will never again place top 8 in a tournament at a
When
major.
have I ever said that, though? When have I ever said that?
Should I go to tournament like Power Up or whatever and place in the top 8? There'll always be
The hell are you talking
either I
about?
won't get points for it or whatever. I mean, I don't really care about it.
You're making shit up in your email right now.
No, I mean it's just
Didn't you say that you were guaranteed to make top 8 at also MLG and you didn't? And what happened there? No one even blew you up for saying that.
I mean, I lost to 2 good players. I lost to Detroit. I lost to Crazy Dominican. They're both great players. Both of them ranked in the top part of the top 10. Whereas I believe one of the players that's on the list now lost in the first round to a person not even ranked in the top 20. And that's why I say some of the seeding is an issue. But I mean, there's always going to be.
Wait, who are you talking about? What are you talking
It's
about?
just.
Talking about Kerbo, Forever King beating Kerbo first match.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
either way, but see,
Tom,
Forever
Tom,
King, it doesn't even reflect really
we made it,
because for Forever King also is, in my opinion, guys like Forever King should be in the top. I mean, I don't know. The list is kind of messed up. It's the best you can do it. There's no good way to do it. I mean, there are guys out there that I think should be ranked
Let
in
it
the
all
top
out.
20 that I
Tell
think are
us
very
why.
good.
Tell us what you don't like about the
Yes,
list.
stop.
I mean,
giving out
there's-
hypotheticals, man.
There's no way. No, you will never get that from me anymore. What I'm saying is that there are guys that I think are really, really good. That maybe we should expand the list outside the top 20. Then,
But
mean,
if you
at
do,
the
if you
very
give
least-
top 20 to points, are you saying
no,
giving?
that's not what I mean. That's not what I
You
mean.
mean just making it like top 50 instead of top 20?
This is
Yeah,
not this is not your third grade beauty pageant where everyone goes home with a trophy. Okay,
No.
and I'll tell
No.
you straight. Like if there's one thing I hate is pageantry. You know, like when you go to these events and everyone, little Billy gets a participation trophy. You know, it's like, no,
Yay.
don't need that shit.
If it's one
I'm
thing
sure-
I hate, first of all, one thing I hate, it's players not getting the credit they rightfully deserve.
Dude.
Let's say a guy like Forever King.
People think he's a good player, though. What are you
Let
talking
me
about?
give you an example. What I mean to say is maybe I understand Sin's point, and I agree that the system is the best it is, but I think maybe if we expand the NFG list and if you were to start giving extra points to other players outside of the top 8, that maybe you could do an NFG instead of top 20, top 30 list. So this way, all the top players, and then it would be players that attend tournaments ranked in the top 30. This way, tournaments like Power Up would receive more points because then you can expand, like, okay, well, now players in the top 30, if you have X amount of players in the top 30 at a tournament, then you receive these points or so on and so forth. This way, it would fix the problem of more players being ranked, as you would see who's top overall in the country, and then it would also fix the problem like 16-bit of that says, hey, there's not enough points going on here. You know, you got a tournament like Power Up. It's going to have like M2Day, Live Forever King, Master D's not ranked on there. You know, you're going to have guys that are not ranked, Dizzy. You know, you're going to have guys that are not ranked on that list in this tournament that could potentially knock people out of the tournament. And
Kizzle.
And you will be penalized by being knocked out by these people as if you don't belong, and it's like these guys should still be ranked in some way, shape, or form. You know, it's like if you're going to take the heat for losing to someone like that, but not the reward for beating them and placing. You know,
All right, if you give points to all top 16, then what about the people who always come in 17th place? What about all of them?
No, what I'm saying is just expand the list of
I know,
whatever
but
to the
if you
top 30.
expand it, then it's not going to be fair to the other people.
I'm not even saying so much give points, I guess, to the
So you're just saying make it a top 30 instead of a top 20?
a top 30 NFG list. I mean, and if you can't rank 30 players, then there's definitely a flaw with the community, with the ranking system. If you tell me there are not physically 30 players that are ranked.
Hey, real
There's
quick.
actually about 40 players that are ranked.
Yeah, so-
but, a lot of the tournaments, it's basically a lot of the same people. The top players are just taking those top spots.
Yeah.
I thought about adding, like I said, the top 16 for some of the bigger tournaments because those points would actually make a difference.
Right.
And it's something I'll look into again because I know you guys have brought it up, but a lot of people email me and like, dude, why don't you guys do like top 16? And it's, my one problem is like if I can't get results for one tournament,
it's not fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's not fair because, somebody's gonna get points and maybe someone else that actually does deserve points but doesn't get them because I don't have full accurate results and I don't want to just bullshit it and just make them up, from hearsay, you know what I mean? I want to have the brackets or somebody running the tournament actually send them to me and that doesn't always happen.
Yep.
But I think it's a good idea.
I think the system right now works the best for the way you could possibly do it right now. I don't think there's a better system right now, and I agree with the system as a whole.
How do you choose which tournaments outside the Road to Evo events are actually rated?
I try to get everything that's considered like a major or at least some sort of regional tournament.
Or like a big tournament, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically going to have some travel. I don't like counting something that will be strictly a local tournament because, like I said, it's a lot of people playing each other that play each other all the time. That doesn't really prove anything being a local champ,
Yeah,
So I try to get some events that are going to get some travel and you get a mix of players and play styles, and then that's when we see who really is the cream of the crop.
Yeah, when I go to local tournaments, I just like trying new shit out. Like it's not like it's guys I train with every day. It doesn't really kind of count.
Yeah, we have nights out here, and people just sometimes they'll try out new teams or new characters and things like that.
Yeah,
so it's always taken seriously. But if you go to like MLG and you've got like $12,000 on the line, you're gonna fuck around.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with Jay that day.
Will you be counting flawless victory?
I'm planning to.
That has to count. There's like 80 people going.
Yeah, that's a good move to count that. I mean, they put in a lot of work.
Yeah, I've been.
I'm not saying it shouldn't, but wouldn't the devil's advocate then why don't those redemption regionals in California count? I mean, they get 50 people.
Because they run them regularly. It's just like a monthly or quarterly or something like that. I know they run them regularly, and I really like to cover just like yearly events or something that's like just like a one-time kind of thing. Because regular things don't really attract people from different regions.
Well, the Vegas guys go out there, NorCal, SoCal. That's pretty. Those EGP events.
They had one tournament that had like 50 or 55 people. That was really impressive turnout.
Yeah,
they have them like every week, right?
No.
Well, there was only one.
Every month, though. Every month, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're right.
All right. So wait, if you count that, then you have to count all the VSM tournaments where we have like 60 people show up.
Well, these tournaments. Well, hold on. Well, these tournaments here also. The Flawless Victory ones, this Flawless Victory was called something else the month before, Past Assault the month before, so it's still a monthly event. It just so happens that this month, people from the top of the East Coast and the bottom of the East Coast are coming up. Much like California, which occupies the entire West Coast, where you have top, bottom, middle, and Vegas, there would be absolutely no difference. Basically,
it's the same thing.
The East Coast version of, the West Coast version of the East Coast happened that one big tournament and nobody got any points from it. So Tyrant, who wins that tournament, gets no points, but Denzel, who wins the NorCal tournament, which was considerably not as difficult as Tyrant's road, and Tyrant, who took the harder road going to MLG, he's basically left out there, still off the list. And I mean, it's again, I think that tournament should have been received points also.
I mean, if we counted those local tournaments, if let's say they were all worth like 100 or 200 points, something like that, So if somebody won 4 of them, they could get conceivably 800 points, and would be like, around the top 5 or so, And
you can argue NCR though was the same thing, was no more than local. I mean, NCR was basically the exact same as the tournament that Tyrant won, one of those EGPs, only. It wasn't called NCR. It was called EGP. It was the exact same, only with more players.
No, I understand, but NorCal Regionals happens once a year, and it did get some travel because Chris G was over there, and I think some of the SoCal people and
but they weren't there.
Vegas
They were there
whatnot.
mainly for Capcom. They were there for Capcom, and they were just saying, okay, we're going to play Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat out in California basically piggybacks off Capcom way harder than it does in any other region. So
Okay. How is Flawless Victory different? As Tom said, isn't it part of a series of tournaments, and this is just called Flawless Victory? I mean, don't those same guys bi-monthly or monthly or whatever? Like, what was the last one they did? I'm
So
sorry,
you're
I can't remember.
you're saying Flawless Victory happens like every month? Like it's just
it's called a different name. It was called first it was called Rage in the Cage because it's a series. Because technically, if I were to go to this tournament, I would be ranked in the top 2 or 3.
Fourth. I talked to Blackula today.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'm not going anyway. But Rivalry wouldn't be playing, so that moves me up.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. But the point is, it's part of a series of tournaments. That's why they're carrying ranking. It's part of a series.
How do you know? What if this one's different? What if this one's like a real tournament that they have, and everything else is just like a series?
Because it's not. I mean,
what if this is? What if
they're
this
counting
is
the
only
points?
Flawless Victory and nothing more?
Then they shouldn't count the points. They shouldn't count the points from the previous tournaments.
How do you know?
Hey, I'm gonna be honest. I think Flawless Victory is twice as legitimate as NCR. So.
I mean, I would prefer that everybody. I prefer that everybody just go to Power Up.
That's not fair. Let me tell you, that's not fair.
I'm not
right now.
talking about the players. I'm not talking about the players. I'm talking about the event. I love the players that showed up and the people that played in top 4, top 8, whatever. All those guys are really good. I'm talking about the event. I'm talking about the planning. I'm talking about the lack of communication. I'm talking about trying to charge $500 to a Mortal Kombat user who I'm not going to name him, but you guys know who I'm talking about. They tried to charge him.
What?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I have no idea.
What are you talking about?
Okay,
what are you talking about?
all right. Fuck it. I'm going to tell it. H2O Farmer tried to stream the tournament for free to help the community, to help the tournament. He was talking with the organizer on the phone, and they went back and forth through emails and exchanges, and then he said, okay, I'm going to send you some information. The information he sent from NCR was, okay, thank you for streaming our tournament for free and driving all the way up here to do so and work for us. Now pay us $500 to do so. They asked him, they had the balls and audacity to try to charge him a sponsorship fee. Made him pay, after driving up there like 5 or 6 hours, pay $500 to work for him to spend his whole day and weekend streaming his fucking tournament for free. Well, no, not for free. He's paid $500 to stream.
I mean, but that's not. I mean, that's not. That's an ulterior motive to questioning the legitimacy of the tournament. The legitimacy of the tournament has nothing to do with that. That's just the organizers.
But what happened, dude, is all of SoCal heard about it, and that's why you had 32 people show up.
But I mean, it's no different. Last month's tournament. Look, Past Assault had 30-some people at it. Nobody there got any points. Last month's tournament, that Death one had.
That's Past Assault though. This is Flawless Victory.
It doesn't matter. It's no different than NCR.
But it is different though.
Why? How is it different?
Did they have like a big prize? Did they like hype up Past Assault for months, saying it was going to be a big like turnout? It was just like
it's part of it. No, but my point is based on the argument alone of I don't like giving points to something that happens regularly. I like to give points to the kind of once in the whatever tournaments.
But this is going to be once in a.
This is part of a tournament. It's like
a series, man.
But dude, are you saying that all these people are going to gather up and go there like next month?
That's like saying the Royal Rumble is not part of the road to WrestleMania. Get the fuck out of here! Right?
I don't watch wrestling, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't understand, dude. You're saying that CD Junior, us, a bunch of other, like Detroit, everyone would like go to the next tournament, like next month. Like
No,
this
that's
is
not what I said. That's not what I said. This
All
is
right,
why you
but
should never
then
want to
it's
be a lawyer.
completely different though. It's
That's
completely
not what I
different.
said.
And I'm not trying to be a lawyer. This is completely different though.
It's part. No, the argument itself is that it is part of the same tournament series. There is nothing you can say to dispute that. I don't care if Jesus Christ shows up there. Jesus
might.
Christ will be playing in the part of the same tournament series. And if Jesus shows up, NetherRealm's just going to patch the game and buff other characters even more so that he'll still try to lose, you know? So
I mean,
it doesn't
basically,
matter.
what Tom-
Basically, this tournament shouldn't count because even though there's a ton
No,
of competition,
my point is, by that logic, the EGP tournament should count as well.
EGP is
That-
like
I think, but
That's every month.
No, that one
Yes.
tournament. I'm saying that one tournament should count. I'm not saying all the EGP should count, but that one should count because of the players it had. It had so many players from Vegas, NorCal, SoCal. Much like this tournament, while not all of these tournaments have those kind of players, but because this one tournament here is going to have guys like yourself, Junior, Maxter, CD, all these guys are going to be there. It's basically the East Coast equivalent to that one EGP. So I'm saying not all the EGPs.
yeah, but that
should have
tournament was
received-
called EGP, right? Like it's the same as all, or was it called something else?
It was called
it's
EGP.
called Redemption.
This is called the same thing. Yeah, this is also
Yeah.
it was called EGP Redemption. Not all the EGPs are called Redemption. They all have different names. It was called, and this
Right,
is called
it's-
whatever. And this is
Well,
called.
if this
It's a
doesn't
lot
count,
like-
then it makes me want to go to Power Up. Then
It does
We'll
count.
come
It
to
just-
Power Up.
what do you mean it does count?
It does count. What I'm just saying is that.
But
the
if it
EGP
counts, then the other tournaments, how are they not going to
What I'm
count?
saying is that one EGP event should also have counted. Just that one, not all of them, but that one should have also counted. Much like this tournament should count.
What if?
Okay, well, I agree with you then. I agree with you.
What if Sin's just like, man, fuck this. I'm not helping you guys anymore. You guys are a bunch of bitches.
No, I know everybody wants their tournaments counted. I mean, I did have people like contact about EGP, like, hey man, we had 50 something people, we had people travel from all over the place. But it's like, how do I pick, like, all of a sudden, this EGP I'll count, but this next one I
Right,
won't,
that's the
next one I
problem.
won't. That's the thing.
That's-
I'm
like,
saying
flawless
that
victory.
EGP was really big.
Flawless victory,
My
the
criticism-
thing is, like, they're offering like a special prize, trip to Evo, they're not gonna offer a trip to Evo every month. You know what I mean? That's what's drawing people.
Well, how do you decide which prize is special enough and which group of players are good enough? What if,
Dude, it's
what if the
Evo.
prize was
No, the
I don't
Evo
want to look
there's
for
a-
something that's
there's
gonna
a-
draw
there's an
players,
E-
like-
there is an Evo qualifier that's going to receive drastically less points. Probably not even points for the entire top 8.
But that's not
That
That
is the
tournament-
community's
that's because
choice,
of the
though. I
people
mean,
going.
people are choosing which event to go to.
Exactly.
If everybody wanted to go to Power Up would have all the points, and Flawless Victory would have none. I mean, that's the community's choice, and people
So much
obviously
like
think
16-bit, who was penalized for choosing to go to a tournament that at that point he'd be here. Okay, here's the problem. Flawless
he was
Victory.
penalized. He got his
He was-
points for SDR.
He got 200 points, and the point is, people
better than
blew him
nothing.
up. People blew him up for going out to the West Coast and said, "Oh, you basically won a local, yada yada yada." And I'm not trying to knock the West Coast here, because I even though they think I bashed them all the time, I'm actually here defending them nonstop. But I want to say that he went out there, and this whole thing
Dude,
is
you do bash the West Coast too, man.
I don't bash the West Coast. The West Coast just makes a lot of excuses about me, so I just say I don't know why they would say that.
You not hate Denzel
Huh?
Terry? Do you
I
not
don't hate
his-
Denzel. I don't hate Denzel Terry at all. I just think it's unfair that everybody that I beat with Sub-Zero
Did you not
equals.
blow up Marvez at, what was it, Morty's house for beating him up 10-2 casual and then saying you lost to him because of input bugs?
Wait. All right. We're gonna get deep into this, Tom.
No,
just finish
no,
your
I'm not going there, but I'll cover that in a minute.
Dude, I'm just saying, like, I've seen and experienced a lot of West Coast hate around you.
It's not West Coast hate. Somebody
Right,
that I
just-
beat 5 out of 7 times. My point is, if you want me to give me your props for beating you, for you beat me, and I say good shit, don't expect me to give you your credit for, when you beat me and say good stuff. Those 2 times you beat me. If those 5 times that I beat you, it's always no, I would have done this, or
But
I would have
dude,
done it. It doesn't count.
You
I
got
wasn't
the
playing
same.
for
You
real.
got the same 3 chances as everyone else who lost.
No, that's not what I said. Again, it's not even what I said, and I'll get into that later. My point is that when 16-bit went out to that particular tournament onto the West Coast, and 16-bit And 16-bit, I don't know why everyone on this call right now is not acting like this did not happen. He was literally blown up as if he said, you know what? I'm not going to... There was a tournament beforehand that 16-bit did not, like NEC, he didn't go to that one. He went to SCR. And 16-bit was like, dude, originally, all these guys that went to NEC were saying they were going to go to SCR. So I said, oh, okay, I'm going to go to SCR. Then at the last second, they all go to NEC instead. I go to SCR and win, and they're like, oh, 16-bit. He should have come to NEC. And he's like, I would have gone to NEC, but you all told me you were going to SCR.
Yeah, I want to make this thing clear. I am tired.
Did you really get blown up for that?
Yes.
That's really what happened?
At Devastation,
Yeah, he got
went
blown
around. I asked all the top players, which tournament should I go to? And everyone said SCR. Detroit was supposed to go there. Tom was going to go there. Rio was going to go there. When I booked my flight to SCR, it was going to be a huge major. I spent $1,000 to travel to that tournament. I beat everybody there. I lost only one game, and I get blown up for it. It's not my fault everyone backed out. Fuck that talking point.
Yeah, you're right, man. I mean, you're right. That sucks.
Let it out.
It's got to be right.
Into the
Wait,
top 5
what
at
are we
least.
comparing that to again? I forgot.
We're just saying that.
NEC.
No, we're just saying that basically, it's when they were talking about like who decides what tournament to go out. I mean, it's the West Coast, like the West Coast, is traditionally seen, quote unquote, as the weaker side of the country, and simply because Bone came out here once, or Tyrant came out here once, they could have just. I mean, the East Coast traditionally has only been out there once, and only one person has been out there, which is Rio, and of course he won. Well, myself also, I was in the top 8, but I mean, traditionally, East Coast stays on the. No, okay, I'll put that out there. I got last. But since
Wait,
you
what?
Since you want to be funny about it,
Dude,
Well,
I'm just
what are you talking about?
Dude,
Tom.
Tom, you need to relax, man. I'm just.
Well, what I'm saying-
come
Damn.
on.
Just
what I'm
waiting.
saying is
Christ.
that what I'm saying is that they're seen as the weaker coast, but in reality,
Wait, I
it's
thought
like
the whole reason that the West Coast were saying that they're seen as a weaker coast is because they have like half of the majors that the East Coast has.
no. Well, my point is the West Coast is seen as the weaker coast, but in reality, the East Coast players got all their points from basically solely competing on the East Coast. But it's impossible for the West Coast players to get the same amount of points only competing on the West Coast, and that doesn't seem very fair. It's
Right.
Well, what
it-
about
it is-
the Midwest?
the Midwest?
the
What about
Midwest
down in
can't get
Texas,
shit.
like-
The Midwest can't get anything. I mean, they get points in the Midwest. Christ, man, they don't get shit on the Midwest.
I mean, look, let's go back to the example of power versus flawless victory. If you look at the pool of talent, flawless victory should be worth more points, definitely. I mean, VSM's going to be there and so forth. That's going to be there. And power up, we're going to have good players. Kizzle, me, Tom, Dizzy, Perfect Legend.
Master
It's
D
going to
and
be a
Dave.
good tournament. It looks like they're not going to be able to come, unfortunately.
Are you
Master
serious?
D and Dave, are you serious?
Dude, they live there.
I know, I really
They own 4 clubs.
All right.
They sell
I-
ecstasy. They have
I gotta blow them up just like I did someone else. I mean, come on. What the fuck, Ohio?
Dude, they live there.
You live there.
But they own 4 clubs, man. That can't be
All right.
easy.
Forever King's going to be there. The point is, Power Up is going to have good competition. Flawless Victory is practically a major. They should not be worth the same amount of points. But should the gap really be, one is going to be worth like a shitload, and one is going to have top 3.
200
and it's gonna
points.
be worth 200 points. That's
And
that's
top 8
kinda-
doesn't even get paid. It just
Right.
16-bit just named over 10, 12 players that are probably that are top players in this country, and top 8 doesn't get paid.
Yeah,
So
but
you're
you
gonna
can
get
name
But let's
like 40 really good players at Flawless Victory.
Right.
Yeah.
Flawless Victory should be worth points. But you're going to tell me
So
that
what is the argument, though?
I could beat Tommy Waffles, Dizzy, and Ikizzle and get 4th and not get shit. And the guy that gets 7th at Flawless Victory is going to get several hundred points. Get out of here.
Well, hold on. You do get Evo points. You do get
Yeah.
seeding points. So it's not like you go home.
Well, this is
completely
not about
empty-handed.
seeding points. This is about NFG. This
Okay, but I don't want to think. He doesn't get nothing. He doesn't walk.
I mean,
away with
either way, I just
Well, isn't
think
that because there's like 30 people going though? That's why they're doing top 3 gets points to the top 8.
I mean, dude, I think if it's an Evo major, I think if it's an Evo qualifier, top 8 should get points, bar none.
But what about Apex? Did
Evo
Apex
qualifier.
Yeah, but for Apex, wait, hold on. The same argument. 4th place at Apex didn't get any points for the NFG. It was only 1, 2, and 3. Was it not?
I think that may have been wrong. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing
Alright,
that.
so, but if you do that, then you have to go back to Apex and then give the other people their points.
No, but I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. What I'm just saying is it's an Evo qualifier, and we're listing these
Yeah, but
names
so was Apex. That was also an Evo qualifier.
That's true, and that's why I think you should. I really think that right now, you really have to take the entire NFG system close to back to formula. So right now for MK9 is kind of like, and I guess these fighters that are out right now are kind of like the trial and error mode of the NFG, and see how I really think that for the next fighters that come out, you're really going to have to take a lot more things into consideration.
Dude, I just really hate this tournament on the same weekend shit. I hate that.
Yeah, I hate it too.
The thing about turnout is that the turnout formula seems to have been created when we were having 168-man tournaments, and that's not the reality.
No.
The reality is a 30 to 40-man tournament. That's what we have to live with. That, except for MLG. Look, MLG only had 96, and we're proud of that. Look, guys, let's keep it real. 96 people in MLG.
Well, the cap was 120.
Hold on, let's also keep it real here. Exactly. 16-bit is right. He said realistically we're looking at 40-man majors, and to say if we don't have 64 top 8...
Yeah, but dude, we could have had 120 easy. Like, we had a ton of people that could have went...
Real. Let's keep it real. 128's not good. Let's be real. Let's compare it to
$12,000? No.
Wait, what are we comparing it to? What are we comparing it to? Evo?
The Capcom fighting game... A Capcom major has several hundred people.
Dude, that's Capcom.
Without MLG money.
They had,
we are not as big.
I know.
Not even close.
I'm not saying that. I know.
I think Mortal Kombat. I agree. 40. I think the top 8 rules should be dropped to maybe 40. 40 gets top 8. I think there are little tweaks you can do to the system right now. Yeah. Like small tweaks right now. But I pretty much. Like I said, fighting game players are going to find something. Rio made a good point where what about the guy that gets 17th? And just like, I was saying, well, also if you start saying, okay, well, we're going to say final round, Evo, and like 2 other tournaments are going to get top 16 points. Let's say a tournament like CEO has the exact same players with the exact same number of entrants, but because it's not named final round, top 16 doesn't get points. They have that guy's going to say, wait a minute, I'm in the top 16. This tournament's no different. Where's my points? So big changes like that are probably not going to be good. But I think expanding the top 8 to include at least 40-man majors,
I agree,
would be better.
The reason I don't do that is because you can win like 2 or 3 matches and you can make top 8 depending on the buy.
Yeah, I know, but realistically speaking, at some point for Mortal Kombat, you're either going to have to stop ranking it then, or
yes, correct.
It's going to come.
It is what it is.
Wait, but just not values would be weird though. Okay, let's say it's 200 points, right? That's how much the tournament's worth. It's top 8. If you come in like 8th place, what if you get like 3 points? Is that really worth it?
The point
that
value
really
should be increased.
But then that's not fair though.
Let me try and just like break down the reason the point values are the way they are. Initially we started with like 500, which was for like you guys said, like 60, 70, 80-man tournaments. And those obviously get top 8 points. Then for the smaller tournaments, we had to find like a way to kind of see where like winning a first place at like a smaller tournament, like a 20 to 30-man tournament, compares to finishing, like 5th or 7th at a 100-man tournament. So basically, I equate winning like a 20-man tournament with 100 points to getting 5th place at a 500-point tournament. Or if you win a 200-point tournament, it's like getting 5th place at a 1,000-point tournament. Yeah, maybe that player could have gotten higher if he went to that tougher tournament, but I mean, you can't really say until they actually do it. So that's the reason those tournaments don't get that many points. The brackets are very small, which depending on buys can let people get into the top 8 more easily. And also, you have to have a good way of comparing like a top 8 performance in a 30-man tournament compared to a bigger 100-man tournament.
Right. I mean, there definitely should be a difference, but we're at the point now where if you're not at a final round, you're not getting anything. That's why we have.
Anybody who.
That's why Ward is still up there. That's why those guys that place.
Anybody who has a chance of winning a big tournament is going to show up. I mean, that's just the truth of it. And
what you're basically saying is the Midwest can hold a major and have like a whole bunch of top players there that are actually really top. Like, look at these guys that he just named. 16-bit, we could probably name at least 15, 16 really good players that are capable of beating basically anyone in the entire country. And like he said, he can beat these players, get fourth, and get no points, get almost removed from the NFG altogether. You know, and he's just like, let me get this straight. I placed top 8, beat these players that can beat anyone in the top 10 on any given day on the NFG list. But because I didn't beat all of them, I should be removed from the NFG top 20 because my points are going to expire and I don't get any points. And that's
Tom,
because it's in the Midwest.
Every player that you're talking about attended MLG and had the same chance that everyone else did.
The MLG brackets were different. No, don't give me that shit, because if you look at the MLG brackets, rank 1, 2, and 3, we're all on the same side. So don't give me that.
Was there not 4 brackets, though?
No, there was pool. There was A and B.
There's no way. A and B. There's no way you and I were in the same pool, because we would have fought each other.
Yes, you were. No, you were pool A, and you guys were. You guys fought each other in the winners finals.
So you're saying CD Junior, Detroit, me, PL, and blah blah blah. You, CD, we were all in the same pool.
Yes.
Then how did we not like fight each other?
Because it wasn't just 4 pools; it was 2 big brackets.
Two big brackets, A and B, and then the top 2 from each went into top 4 winners. So basically, the seeding was. It's like you look in bracket A, it's got Rio, Crazy Dominican Jr., Crazy Dominican, Perfect Legend, Detroit. 8, myself, and B had Maxter, and besides Maxter, nobody else in the top 10.
Well, I had Death in there, KT Smith, Master D.
Nobody else in the top 10 with Master D is not ranked. KT Smith at that point was not ranked. I mean, and it had, so I mean, that's why. So when you say MLG, I'm just saying you have to take that into consideration also.
Well, look, back to what I was saying. The reason you have guys like Eric Warda still in that bottom part of the list is because no one can get any fucking points.
He's going to be removed in a week,
But he's been there for he's been retired for half a fucking year.
But that's not his fault, dude. That's the players who aren't placing, who aren't gathering enough points to surpass him.
We can't get points, dude. You can't get points unless you place top 8.
Dude, again,
there needs to be.
I agree with 16.
Dude,
I could put a
talking about
up.
Kerbo and KT Smith placed top 8 this time, and they already surpassed him.
Right.
Dude, put it this way.
Right. There's got to be a.
Because look at this.
There's
right?
got to be
again.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
There has to be a middle ground between the situation where no one gets anything and where, Kerbo can go in and shoot up. Surely you would agree there's got to be a middle ground, where a little tweaking where...
Yeah, a little tweaking.
We could have more current players at bottom. Right.
Well, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Well, the thing I could say is, what if Eric Warda still played the game, but he just kept getting last place every tournament? Like, you don't know if he ever quit.
No, well,
then how would that apply?
Okay, look. Put it this way.
It'd be the same situation.
Look, put it this way. I could go to Power Up, get 4th place, eliminate 16-bit, make it 5th. This man once stood up and said, "Roar, Tom Brady, I'm coming for you." Right?
Greatest moment ever.
Right, hold on. The man is obviously a top player, right? One of the top players in the country. I could go there,
I understand
beat him, stop, let me finish. Get 4th, beating 16-bit. And then what my reward would be, I would be completely removed off the NFG top 20 as if I was never a top 8 placer ever. And they would say, well, Tom, you're not doing anything. Why? Because the top 8 aren't going to get points. You're going to tell me that I'm going to go there, beat someone that good of that caliber, obviously having to beat several top players that good of that caliber, get 4th, and then
Next week, look at the NFG rankings and see I'm not a top 20 player in
But
the country.
dude, what about the people who went to Apex who traveled for that and then came in fourth and then they didn't get any points?
Well, maybe they should have. Neither of us have argued against that. I mean,
None of us had argued against that, man.
But why did no one ever why did no one ever argue for Apex? It's
Well,
like
let me
no
get
one
this.
ever cared about it.
Are you telling me right now
I'm
that
saying, I'm saying when there's a tournament like on the West Coast or Midwest or whatever that has like a low entry and people complain about it not having points for top 8, when there's a tournament like that happens on the East Coast, no one says anything. It's like
because it doesn't affect.
I know, but still, like if you're gonna do that, then you have to go back and then give them
We're
points.
not arguing with you. We're not arguing with you, Rio. We're saying we're saying well maybe that should be an option also. I put it this way again. Say I get hypothetically, say I get fourth, end up eliminating the guy that roared me. And then they put there's slow motion videos of it even. So there's so right. Get fourth at this major, right? And then someone get off the NFG list, and you're going to tell me that if I were to go to Power Up, beat someone like 16-bit, get fourth, that I should not be considered one of the top 20 players in the country based on the argument of, well, Tom Brady doesn't get top 8 anymore. Oh, yes, he does. He just didn't get points for it this time, so he's not considered top 20. And then the next major I go to, I end up blowing somebody else up, and it's like, well, you shouldn't get any points because you lost to somebody not in the top 20. I mean, it's just, dude.
Okay, well, look, if you were to make like a 40-man major, give top 8 to top 8, then if you have an 80-man tournament, then why not make that top 16 instead of top 8? Like you would
because
have
of
to
the
find a
results.
balance.
Because then it's not consistent that for every 80-man tournament you're going to be able to get the results for the top 16, which Sin makes the most valid point. He knows for a fact he's always going to get the top 8 results. Well, I understand that. And we're saying maybe there is some legitimacy to what you're saying also, Rio, that, hey, Apex, there was a pretty hard playing field there, too. It only had 35, 40 people, but it was a pretty stacked 35, 40-man playing field. Maybe these guys...
I want to comment. I want to comment on this low turnout thing. Don't we all agree we're not at the point where there's but there's very few pot monsters. These 30-man tournaments are not as easy as it sounds. Right.
No,
I mean,
not
you're getting to the point now where your first match could definitely be someone quite good.
Yeah, MK's opposite of the other community. Only the top players travel on MK. You have any pot monster kind of, so. I mean, I don't, like I said, there's got to be some kind of middle ground, which I agree with 16-bit, where between somebody can get top 8 and get absolutely nothing, fall off the list. And Kerbalicious that goes to one tournament, and not that he shouldn't get any points, but bam, he's one rank away from top 10. Wow. Really? There's no middle ground. It's like, wow, you get nothing.
Yeah, there's absolutely no middle ground. That's my problem.
Yeah, there's no middle ground whatsoever. We're not saying Kerber doesn't deserve his respect and deserve to be on the list in the top 20 because we believe he does. But we're saying, wait a minute, you get nothing. You welcome to the top 10. What? How does that? So it.
I mean, like I said, there has to be some sort of cutoff, dude. I can't count everybody.
Yeah.
And, basically if you're just placing just outside of that, I mean, you'd have to do it.
No, we don't mean outside. I'm saying the top 8. There's got to be some middle ground between your fourth place, go home. Like Texas Showdown only had 20? That was 25 people, and they even went devastation style, which they were like, how many losses do you have? Forget about it.
I mean, even those like a 4th or 5th place finish, I mean, you'd have to do it like 4 or 5 times to even get anything considerable to even get into the top 20. I mean, that's not really going to happen either. I mean, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. And as far as like Kerbo, like the reason the rankings are kind of structured the way they are too is when you have a case where somebody's really good and proves it, but doesn't really have the like means or time to travel to a lot of tournaments. I mean, if somebody goes to a tournament and like plays as well as Kerbo did, and I mean, he wrecked a lot of good people. I mean, he just deserves to be on there. I mean, it shouldn't be,
what place did Kerbo get an MLG? 4th, right?
He got 4th. Look at who he played. Look at who he beat. And I'm gonna shoot it to you real, Tom. He deserves to be higher on that list.
Dude, I agree, dude.
He did.
Wait a minute. No,
I'm not
know
saying because it's a tournament.
for
I'm not saying because that's a tournament.
Right.
But, like, in
skill
general.
factor, we know. Right. We know Kerbo is like a top 5 player. We know that from playing him online. We cannot just say, oh, well, we know he is. He's got to do it in tournament.
Oh, I know. No, I agree with that.
We can't be like, oh, well.
No. I'm just saying my personal list, like in my head, I know he's above that.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I agree. But you got to go.
But that's not true. Because what you're saying is he could get blown up potentially by someone that happens to outplay him that you think he's not better than, and you will still sit there and look me in the face, Brandon, and say, even though Kerbo lost to him, he's still a better player, and I will swiftly show you.
That's not true.
Well, if you were to lose a blow, then I'll say, okay, I was wrong.
Yeah, that's Tom. You're wrong there, man. Like if that happened to me, I wouldn't do that. If it happened to Kerbo, I wouldn't do that.
But you're basically saying he should be ranked higher.
You're putting words in our mouth.
Okay,
listen, Tom.
Yeah, but he didn't say because. Never mind.
Listen, man. I'm going to make myself very clear and easy to understand. I'm talking in my personal list, in my brain. He is higher in the list in my brain, and I predict he will get higher in the future on that list. Now, if he gets beat, listen, hold on, I'm not done. If he gets beat by an unranked player, then you know what I'm going to do? My first thing is I'm going to call him up and say, dude, you got outplayed.
Let me ask you a question.
You got beat.
In your head, who's better, Forever King or Kerbalicious?
Kerbalicious.
And why?
He plays higher than Forever King, dude.
That's not what I asked you.
Forever King beat him.
Okay, but dude, but that doesn't matter though.
I mean, I've seen Justin Wong lose in various tournaments and then go on and win. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
I understand it. What I'm saying is, in Pig's head, in his list in his head, someone that Kerbalicious is better than.
Hold on. Who did Forever King lose to? Didn't he lose to?
I think Ryu
48.
I thought he lost to KT
Yeah,
Smith.
Ryu and no, it was Ryu 48 is who took him out. Who put him in the losers?
It was KT Smith, right?
I think it was M2 Dave.
I don't think
M2 Dave.
I think.
Okay. Well, by your logic, M2 Dave sent him to losers. Well, Kerbalicious beat M2 Dave. So.
Yeah.
You could just say,
Kerbalicious did not beat M2 Dave. M2 Dave did not. No, M2 Dave lost to KT Smith and Crazy Dominican. You could argue that Kerbalicious. Yeah. You could argue that one of Kerbalicious's weaknesses would be a Freddy player. I mean, it's all,
why though? Going by what? Your matchup?
It's all relative, man.
Didn't you also say Cage loses to Sub-Zero and then you got blown up by Dizzy?
Who, me? I lost one game. And by the way, don't send your hero to me with fucking Johnny Cage because I will blow him up the way I blow all of the cages up.
Alright, so here you go. Look. Dude, so hold on. Is this going to be the same statement you made back at Winter Brawl where you're going to get top 3?
No. What I'm telling you is this. There are a lot of things you can yell at me at, but I will fuck you up if you put Johnny Cage on that fucking ring. The same way
I cannot wait for this weekend.
You want to know what? Dude, first of all, if you want to fuck me up, why don't you play me using my best character?
I have no problem with your best character. I have no problem with my best character. But don't throw shit out there like I'm not going to beat Johnny Cage when I beat your favorite Johnny Cage player all the time and all I get for it is...
Who's my favorite Johnny... Wait, why is Dizzy my favorite Johnny Cage player?
I didn't say Dizzy. I lost...
So who are you talking about? Who is my favorite Johnny Cage player? What are you talking about?
Maxter, your favorite Cage player.
You're saying you beat Maxter in tournament?
No, I never really played him in tournament. But I beat his Cage. In casual. I beat his Cage in tournament too. So shut the fuck up.
What tournament?
Winter Brawl. I beat his Cage. But my point, you're missing my point. My point is that first of all,
wait a minute.
Dude, what are you talking about? You didn't even play him. Wait, hold on. At Winter Brawl, you used all Raiden. What are you talking about?
I beat his Cage. You didn't play Maxter in tournament, dude.
I beat his Cage.
He did.
He did?
Then he went to Cyrax. Yeah, then he went to Cyrax. Yeah.
Wait, I don't want to hear you using all Raiden.
So what? I still beat his Cage.
How the fuck do you say you use all Raiden and then use Sub-Zero? Like, then that means you didn't use all Raiden and Winter Brawl.
Look, Rio, first of all, look, I'm going to tell you something right now, man. I have a lot of respect for you, but do not run your fucking mouth because I lost one game at 3 o'clock in the morning, okay? Do not. All right? You lost.
No, dude, I'm running my mouth because you say no. You make the most retarded statements. You get proved wrong, and then you complain when people blow you up for it. You said you would make guaranteed top 8 after you lost one to Brawl. Like,
that has nothing to do with your statement. And the next time I make top 8, you're lucky that I don't.
Next time you make top 8, I won't care, dude. I'll say congrats, good job, but overall I will not care.
Look, what I'm saying, you made a comment about Johnny Cage. I lost one game to Johnny Cage.
Alright, you know what? I'll put
All
side
right,
bet.
all right.
Fucking play Maxter at wherever the hell you guys are going next. Do a money match, first to 3, whatever. Play against his Cage. I'll put a side bet that he will fucking beat your Sub-Zero with Cage.
What happened the last first to 5? What was the score of the last?
Dude, you
first
guys
to
played a
5?
3. Are you kidding me?
What was the last first to 5? What was
We
the
played
score
him
of
at
the
BSM last week when he was like drunk off of like 20 beers. Really?
He was now he was drunk. See what I'm saying? But if I
Oh,
would
wait. No, because it's okay for you to say that you were drunk at time 3 a.m. in the hotel, but now it's not okay to say
I
Max.
didn't say I was drunk. I said I lost one game. I didn't lose 5-1. I lost one
I know
game.
you say you were drunk specifically here, but you did say it on the video I had.
No, Rio. I never said I wouldn't lose one game. But I don't know any tournament that's first to 1 unless it's Booyah's tournaments. All right, I don't know any tournament that's first to 1.
I never
So-
said you were first to 1. I'm saying Maxter would beat you.
What happened
You
the
said
last?
Maxter is my Cage hero, so I'm telling you right now.
What I'm asking you? What happened the last first to 5 we played?
At VSM, you're talking about the
Yeah.
other week, right?
What happened?
Did he not like beat you like 5-1 or something?
No, I won
Tiebreak?
5-1.
I don't remember him using Cage though.
I said Cage versus. Nothing but excuses, man, in this community. All right, next question. Keep going.
All right, dude, you beat him in casuals. Good job, man.
I don't care. Next.
You're
man.
better than Maxter in casuals.
Hey Tom,
I didn't say
Tom. This
Never
might
mind,
not be the best time. This might not be the best time, but I had a killer idea earlier. I was talking to someone and I was listening to Arnold Schwarzenegger soundboards and prank phone calls. Do I have your permission to make a Tom Brady soundboard? Because you've got some monster quotes.
No. You know what? I'm going to be dead honest with you. I am so fed up with this community.
All right, I'm joking. Relax, dude.
No.
Right.
Because I'm going to get this off my chest. Because and this is the last time I'm ever going to say this. Because not to change the subject very quickly, because I know it's on NFG, but I am tired of being labeled as someone that hates on people, an excuse maker, whatever. All I get is excuses day in and day out. You know.
If you stop hating and making excuses.
Stop.
Yo,
But
you make excuses and you hate on people.
Stop.
You make
Stop
excuses
right now.
and you hate on people
Stop
all the time.
right now. Stop right now. Let me finish what I'm saying. Do not interrupt me, young man. Let me finish what I'm saying.
That's going on the Tom Brady soundboard.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying. I'll bring up Marvez as the great example. You know, at Evo we went 1-1. You know, in money matches, Sub-Zero. Good shit. He beat me in money matches. He outplayed me. Then the next set I outplayed him. I won. Excellent job, Marvez. Congratulations. We went to Devastation. I played him in the tournament in winners, right? And I beat him. Then I played him in pool grand finals, and I beat him again. Then afterwards he asked for a money match, and I beat him again. And then he beat me in top 8. Good shit. You outplayed me. Congratulations. Well played. And when he beat me, I shook his hand and I said, well played. He then went to Morty's house, and I blew him up 10-1 in the Sub-Zero mirror. Now, my problem is this. I have no problem saying, my man, those 2 times you beat me, I have no problems bowing down and saying, you outplayed me, you were the better player in that set. But don't tell me for 1 second, everyone on this podcast knows, if I would have lost to Marvez in the pool grand finals and said, well, he blew me up 2 sets, but I didn't really care because, I knew my losses were coming out, I would get murdered. Excuses. Give the man his props.
No, you wouldn't.
Stop. Don't
No, you
lie to me.
wouldn't.
Right? Don't lie
I
to
would
me.
have gave you so much props. If you beat Marvez the first 2 sets, I would have been, yo, dude, good job.
Okay, I beat him in the winners finals. Where's my props? I beat him in grand finals. Where's my props?
Did I not give you props for making out of pools there?
Okay, then why don't you blow him up for making excuses saying it didn't count and he wasn't trying?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Tom,
Why would he say that?
Tom,
when he
this
beat you?
happened to
I mean, let's be serious here. Look, if I were to lose right now in casuals to Denzel Curry, 10-1, and I said I wasn't trying, it was casuals, how bad would I be blown up?
I don't think anyone will blow you up.
Shut the fuck
Dude,
up.
I don't blow you up for what you do in casuals. I blow you up for what you fucking say before you go to a major. You say, I will guarantee to get top 3 with rating. Then you don't. And then you bitch when I say, oh, well, what happened to getting top 3, like you said. That's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about. I don't care what you do in casuals.
No, see, you are the master of changing the subject, which is why I hope you stay a gamer and never actually go in the real world and get a career like a lawyer, because I will murder you. All right? I want.
Oh,
all
God.
right?
Wait.
Murder him.
You're gonna. Dude, do I care?
No. What I'm
Do I
saying
care?
is,
Do
no.
I want to be a lawyer?
I hope
No.
you don't, because this is the real world, Rio, and you cannot adjust to me here. So I'm going to tell you right now.
What?
No, the
That made no sense, dude.
Listen. The argument I'm saying is I'm so tired of this label here because there is
no label. This all
Stop.
is in your head.
Stop.
In
right
your head.
Stop. There's
Release
always
it.
some kind of excuse.
Release it. Stop posting with your alternate account on TYM. Just fucking release it.
I don't have any alternate account.
Dude,
What
you're
I'm saying
showering.
is,
Shut up. You're showering.
I'm not.
Yeah, you
I am
are.
not-
Tom, everybody
You're
knows that,
shouting,
dude. Everybody knows that,
Stop
man.
trying to play it.
Everyone knows
There really is not me.
Yeah.
There really is
That's
not me.
you. It's so
Dude.
obvious. I go in there like, oh, it's
It's
Tom.
obvious.
It really is not me.
Dude, it's you.
Dude,
Stop.
it's
Stop
you,
with all this
man.
fake shit.
Wow, man, you guys.
Hey,
You know-
hey, I think I don't want to. We shouldn't waste his time, man. Like,
No,
let's
go ahead,
talk,
man.
Let's talk.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
continue.
Do you want to have any more questions about the NFG?
I
Just
think
take
I've
the
aired
alpha.
all my complaints.
What was
I
that?
mean, I personally appreciate all the work that you're doing. I think that you're actually helping our scene by doing what you're doing, and you're giving it a lot of notice. And I think a lot of
Yeah,
people
it's
do. It's exciting. Okay, it's I compare it all the time.
Don't care about it. Don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I compare it to the NCAA college football rankings where it's not a perfect system, but hell, Sports Talk Radio makes a daily living talking about it constantly. And it's kind of
All the time.
what we're doing now, what we do on the boards, what we do with people at tournaments, and you've generated so much hype and conversation, offline, online about it. People talk about it, like I said, online. So, I personally appreciate everything that you've given to our community. So I just want to let you know, most of us really appreciate and support everything that you're doing.
Yeah, it is a cool
Absolutely.
system.
It's
Absolutely.
very
It is a
cool.
cool system. Oh, and by the way,
I like it.
Case. Yeah, I think it's a good system. I think it's a good idea. It's definitely something that's very similar to like the original Shoryuken ranking system, which was obviously totally flawed. And you guys basically you had people that were local heroes. Remember that was a big joke back in the old Marvel days, early Marvel 2, when you'd have guys winning a whole bunch of locals, and they'd be ranked number 1 in the world over Justin Wong on Shoryuken.com's ranking system. So I think,
that's pretty bad.
I think you guys definitely did a big improvement of that. So Sure.
Well, actually, I do have a question. And I was looking at the Marvel rankings and Street Fighter rankings. Did I see it correct that you only do the top 10 rankings for one of the games?
When the games are really new and we don't have enough data for a top 20, just stick to a top 10. And then when there's enough results, we'll just extend it. I mean, that's how Mortal Kombat started.
Okay.
We did a top 10. We did a top 10 when there was the early tournaments, and then when we had enough results, then it extended to a top 20.
Oh, okay. Well, I think AE had just top 10. I was surprised at that.
Yeah, the game's only had results since December, I think.
Okay.
There was a big lull. There wasn't a lot of tournaments at the beginning of the year, so there really hasn't been that many. But we'll probably extend it pretty soon. And I want to say thank you for for the compliments and all that. I really did want to start the site just for people to just bullshit and have arguments about it, because it's kind of fun to talk about sports in that way. So why not talk about games in that way? And no ranking system is really going to be perfect. Even in sports, they have all these ranking systems, but someone's going to disagree with it, no matter what. And it's going to be the same thing no matter how we do the NFG rankings. But we try to, at least try to have some credibility at least, and listen to everybody's opinions. It's always no one's gonna completely agree with it, but my main thing was just recognizing all the top players out there. There's a lot of people that are coming up, and I know once they get on there, they make their top 5 or top 7. They get on there, they're pretty excited about it. And
Absolutely.
it does inspire people to go out to more tournaments and try and get up there. And that's something else that I wanted to do too, because not everybody's doing it for the love. No one's really making big money unless you're Rio or CD Junior, so everybody's doing it for the love, and at least you get some recognition for what you do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to 6 tournaments starting with UFGT in May, and over the course of the summer. And I'm not doing any of those tournaments other than MLG. I'm not doing any of those tournaments for money. It's just because I love to do this. I love to compete it. I love this game. I love the ranking system. I love the community. I love, it's just like for the love of the game, really,
God.
So
I'm the same exact way, dude.
I absolutely can't stand the community whatsoever.
Well, Tom,
now
like it or not, people really, I don't know, man. You're kind of like you are the most bipolarizing figure in the community.
Tom,
like
people love you.
People really love you, man.
Okay, here's what I want to say.
I love you.
So first of all, stop. Here's what I want to say. I want to say that I come on shows like this where I make those predictions. I'm going to be top 3 or whatever. But people,
dude, that wasn't a prediction. You said you would guarantee top 3.
That's not a prediction.
Tom,
you
That's
did
different.
do that, dude. You really
It's
did.
different, man. It's like going to the tournament and being like, yeah, I think I'm going to make top 3. You're like, no, I'm guaranteed to make top 3. I'm playing Brady now, bitches. No more low-tier Sub-Zero. Top 3. Watch me. And then you go and you don't even get top 8. And then you complain when people blow you up.
Stop. Can I finish? Let me say a sentence.
Go.
On this show just now, just like every show, I get asked all the time to put on a good fucking show. All the time. And if I start off not wanting to put up a show, I get blown up by everyone right now on this call for being emo. Tom, come on, give us something, man.
It's true. Yeah.
I didn't call you emo for not making a show. I called you emo because you said something about, put me in last place.
Let me finish. I make these things for the views, to hype things up on the community, only because I want to get the views, okay? I could just as easily just be normal old Bill like I am in my everyday life and just be, super humble and whatever. Like I am people go to these tournaments and they say, holy shit, Tom Brady, you are nothing like what I hear on these podcasts, yada, yada.
Wait a minute. I don't know about that. I've met you many times, and
dude,
I was so
drunk.
I was done. You are
say it 16-bit.
You are Tom. You're like, all right, Batman. You know how Bruce Wayne, his actual persona is Batman. Bill Menudis is truly Tom Brady, dude. Get out of here.
That
man.
is you. You are Tom Brady,
man. All right, real talk. What I'm looking forward to the most at Power Up is hanging out with Tom. You are on point as far as being entertaining all the time, dude.
Well, let me tell you now. After this podcast is the last bit of entertainment that you're gonna get. It's gonna be the same way I was when I was at NEC.
Dude, you say that every time, but then you come back next time being.
When I was at NEC, Grant, Pig was trying to make a whole bunch of jokes at me, the normal shit talking, and I was just like, cool, man, okay. And he was like shit talking me as a joke, and he's like, hey, man, am I hurting your feelings? I mean, are you okay? And I'm like, yes, I'm fine, man. I'm like, why do I have to be Tom Brady, the entertainer, 24/7?
All right, but why do you have to be Shaolin Shokan too? I hate they're that persona. Like, just be yourself on the forum.
I'm not. And you know what's so funny? Everyone that blows me up on the forum is never me. It's everyone that supports me is like, yo, it's Tom's alternate. Yo, that's Tom's alternate. Because
we know you, dude.
You have millions. The Sub-Zero forums love you. You're in the forums being all emo, and you have all those Sub-Zero players saying, Tom, we love you, man.
The Sub-Zero players who don't even know how to escape Shoryuken's prison. Those fucking people that love me, man.
Going back on the Shoryuken prison, dude. Did you not state before you deleted your post on that thread that no one would ever get you to post back in the Sub-Zero forum or help the Sub-Zero community? And then what happened?
I know what you did.
What happened? What happened? But did you not say that you were never ever gonna help the Sub-Zero community ever again?
I'm never gonna help them.
No, dude, what are you talking about? Dude, I will make sure you get prison part 2 right now. And then in a week, you will be making videos on how to escape the status.
It's prison. I'm sitting there, you know what's so funny, Rio? That was the ultimate troll, because Rio, the first thing he says is, you can clearly not jump out of this. And I'm sitting there going, oh my gosh, this is my old trap from the beta. Of course you can jump out of it, because the clone disappears when the ground ice comes out. Because they changed it in the beta from that. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, you can't jump through it. And I'm like, the clone disappeared. What the Rio sold that shit so well, because he's like, you can't jump through it. And Detroit will demonstrate right now. Detroit jumped right into the clone. Right. I was like, holy shit, man. Well played, sir. Well played.
But dude, seriously, come on. Drop the Shaolin Shokan shit. Just go back to me and Tom, helping the Sub-Zero players.
It's really not me.
They love you, man.
Dude, it is you. I know it's you.
It's really not me. But, honest to God, though, like, the thing that I really don't like about the community, seriously, in all seriousness now, is the extreme double standard. I have no problem being blown up 24/7. That's the way it is, and I'm okay. And I consider it blessed to even be relevant enough to be
blown up under no matter what the circumstances are. Like, it's that relevant. I could be last place in every tournament, and yet people still want to see me play to blow me up. For whatever the reason.
People only blow you up when you make a statement and then don't fulfill it. Like,
Hold on. But
Yeah,
I know.
yeah,
some of
that's
these
true,
people-
Tom.
some
that's
of
the
these
only
statements-
time people blow you up. That's what you don't understand.
Absolutely.
Hold
That's
on,
the only
but that's
reason
not
why
true.
I ever had
Hold on.
anything.
Let me tell you something right now. Pig of the Hut. I was actually offended when I said, you know what, man, I actually wanted to back out of our money match at final round because I said, dude, the first thing this guy is going to say is discredit the legitimate. Like, if I lose, I'm going to be blown up, oink, oink, all over the place, like, no, like, yeah, like, dude.
Real quick. Wait. Real quick. I'm going to stop you, and I just have to stop you. Because after you beat me 5-3, I'm the dumbass. I'm the person who posted the video front page on Test Your Might. I sent Storms multiple messages to make sure he posted it.
No question about it.
What are you getting at, man?
You
Yeah,
did. You
I
did.
blew
Oh,
myself up because you
Was that
beat me,
also
man.
front page?
no, let me
Remember
finish.
the Cyber sub money match at NEC?
What
That was
I'm
also
saying
front
is-
page.
No,
but
but
the
those
fir-
two videos have a combined like 11,000 hits of you beating
What I'm
me
saying
and
is,
blowing up.
what I'm saying is, but you instantly, the second it was over, try to discredit the legitimacy of it. And I'm sitting there going, look, I don't like the fact, I don't like win-win situations. In other words, I don't like a situation where I am constantly in a lose-lose, regardless of what I do. But my opponent is constantly in a win-win. I don't
Okay,
think that's
all right.
very fair in the fighting game
Okay,
standard.
I said two things. I said Kinshi and Kung Lao is a bad matchup, just like Cyber Sub versus Sub is.
That's
okay.
not what I mean.
And the second thing I said was I'm 1-0 versus you in tournament play, but you are 2-0 against me in money match play. And that's all I said.
What you said is, I still beat you in the tournament last week. And I'm just like, okay. Or 2 weeks ago, I was like, okay. What does that have to do with right now? Well,
Tom, listen, I got news for you. You play a competitive fighting game. If you cannot take a little shit talking, as much shit talking as you give to people,
No, I
mean,
can.
come
but
on,
my-
man.
my
I mean,
point is-
you think I'm just going to
look,
sit there?
dude.
I mean, look, you
Look,
beat me 5-3. Just deal, man.
Brant, brother, look. For example, you beat me at NEC. And for me, if I were to go on a record and I'm like, yo, no lie, man, I got Pig, man, I got him. And they go, hey, man, didn't he just beat you at NEC though, man? I mean, how can you talk about it like it's so free when he just beat you the last tournament match you played him in? And if I were to say, nah, man, look, when I played Pig at NEC, man, I didn't really care. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. That's like me saying, yo, look, when I played Pig at NEC, man, I didn't really care. The only time I've ever cared is when I beat him. And when he lost him, when he's beaten me, I didn't care.
Whoa. Tom, if I put money on the line, I don't care if it's 5, 10, 20, or $100, I care. I'm not saying I don't care.
It must be. I'm not talking about you. I'm making an example. My point is,
what are you talking about?
I might speak like I'm going back to like the example with the community. I look at I want to start with the West Coast real quick because I'm so tired of getting slack. From me blowing them up. Like a guy like Marvaz, for example, who apparently thinks I do nothing but bash them day in and day out. What I'm saying is I don't have the luxury to say that if I were to have lost to someone in a tournament that I wasn't trying, I would be blown up, considered an excuse maker, not giving a player his credit, a hater, whatever goes along with this. But a guy that I will right now on public record state that he outplayed me in the top 8. He was the better player in that set, and the set that he beat me at EVO in one of our 2 money matches, that he outplayed me there. I will sit here and say that is the case. But when, I'm not considered a hater when I'm willing to give someone their credit, and yet when the rules get reversed, you have to hear, oh, well, look, when he beat me in tournament, if I would have picked Sub-Zero for all 3 games, I would have beat him, despite the fact that he did lose and then switched. Or if I cared about the winners for the grand finals in the pool, he wouldn't have beat me. I just didn't care, so I was just fucking around. Whatever, it was a tournament match.
You don't seem to understand. People don't blow you up just because they want to see you lose. Remember that time you stated and then you put on Twitter that Sub-Zero beat Sonya 8-2 and you were going to prove it in Ryo, and then you got pissed off because you got blown up after that? That's because you said that Sub-Zero beat Sonya 8-2, not because Ryo beat you. If Ryo just beat you, you're saying that no one would blow you up.
But hold on, I didn't go into devastation. Let me finish. You're going off my point. My point is that I don't have these kind of luxuries, that I'm considered a hater who talks down on these guys, all these places, dozen people.
Dude, did you not talk mad shit at Denzel at Evo Top 8 saying he didn't belong in Top 8 and shit, like in the crowd while he was playing?
That's not what I said, actually. What it was is that myself and Pig had a bet. That here's what happened.
Let's not talk about this. Come on.
No, go into it, because I want to hear what happened.
Tom. You've blown up the West Coast.
Hold on.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what you do that all the time.
Let me justify myself. Let me
All right, explain the Evo story then, because I want to hear what happened.
What happened was Denzel he beat ATL Red, and Pig looked at me and said, "Best Sub-Zero in the world," and I said, "I don't think that." I said, "I don't think that this one win."
You didn't say it like that.
Yeah, dude, come on, be honest, dude. Pig, what do you say for real, dude? Be honest.
I said he would not beat PL or Jop.
Hold on. I'm in the back seat, and he's in the front seat, and the question was asked, "Who are you most impressed with today?" And I said, dude, Denzel impressed the hell out of me. His pool, all of his matches. I said, he beat ATL Red pretty handily. And I said, I don't know, man. Denzel, best sub out there. And Tom turns around.
I said, you will not beat Jop.
Go wait, let Pig say it. Go.
He goes, you bullshit motherfucker. You don't know what you're talking about. It was awesome. He just started yelling at me out of nowhere. And I never... Tom, you yelled at me. You turned around and were just yelling, and you bitched. Tom, you bitched all the way while we were ordering at Taco Bell. You kept bitching while we were ordering. It was awesome, man.
Do we not agree here that the title of Best Sub-Zero was not handed to me? That I have earned that title. I have beaten many more people with Sub-Zero than any other Sub-Zero player, be it top Kenshis, top Cabals,
who was
top
saying
Freddy's.
He was the best Sub-Zero ever? I was just picking
Everyone on the West Coast. Everyone on the West Coast. The best Sub-Zero of all time. Now,
all I know is Evo. If you versus Denzel doesn't happen, it's a crime. It's got.
No, you have to have that money match on the side at least. You have to have that go down.
So 16-bit. Listen to what I'm saying here, though, man. Listen, I'm saying it's so not fair that I am not like when I want to give props to someone like Marvaz. When I want to say it's unfair to me because when somebody beats me, I have no problem saying they were the better player in that set. When I have a problem, saying that is when the guy that I would basically say he was the better player there consistently downplays their losses to me. In other words, the guy is unwilling to look at me and say, "You were the better player here."
Are you
again? That's not why people blow you up.
Are you still talking about me? Like in the money match?
No, I'm not talking about you. What I'm talking about, like me supposedly blowing up the West Coast because this is a big issue here, and I do want to address this on this thing because I'm tired of being known as that guy that blows up the West Coast. I think Marvaz.
Wait a minute, Tom. I have heard you blow up the West Coast.
Yeah, so have I.
You gotta stop.
You do it at tournaments in front of everyone, dude.
Because here's why. Because I say, why is it not fair that they are allowed to blow me up 24/7 and I am not allowed?
You can blow them up. It's fine.
That's
who
fine.
said you're not? Shit talking is part of the game. It's fine. No one said you can't.
No, dude. Why? I want to know why do you complain when they blow you up, but when you blow them up, it's okay?
Because I blow them up because they blow me up, and they come at me. The guys from the West Coast, they come at me and they say, "Look, Tom, I don't know why
you're saying the West Coast people started it, like they started all this drama."
Yes, I'm saying the West Coast people started all this drama. That's what I'm saying. And I have no problem.
Because you play Sub-Zero, that's it? Just because you play Sub-Zero, all of a sudden, they just came out of nowhere?
To be honest with you, man, I have no idea where it came from.
I think it came from Evo. I think it came from Evo and the Denzel. And the Shuriken and Marvaz.
And dude, you started as an Evo, that was because of you.
I mean, look, it's not...
What am
I supposed to do? Say, sure you can. I'm sorry I beat you in these two Sub-Zero.
No, dude, didn't you, scare the Taco Bell ladies there when you were, screaming at Pig because he said he thought Denzel had a good sub?
But Pig was trolling the shit out of me, and I'm like, dude, can you stop the trolling for one night, man? I'm starving.
Wait, Pig, you were trolling, or were you being serious?
No, I was being I was being serious about my comments about Denzel. I wasn't trying to get a reaction, huh?
No, I'm not saying you don't have to be serious about Denzel being impressive. What I'm saying is, first of all, he was why I was not impressed because overall, I was saying my argument was I said, Pig, look, man, the guy wastes 1 bar of meter to not even do the reset. Then he does forward and forward slide when they can block. I'm like, it's just too much risk.
But he just still won, though.
I didn't.
It worked. He got top.
Yeah, it worked. The stuff he was doing was working.
I did not
Who the
argue
fuck
that.
blocked overhead slow back then? Like, no one went from overhead
Hey,
slow.
Tom, have you ever gone back?
I would
and
have probably
watched-
got hit by that at Evo too.
It
Dude.
was so bad.
I got top 8 with the dumbest shit. I was doing
Dude, I got-
2 with the fake out,
I've-
blowing
I-
people up.
I've gone back and I've looked at it. My point is like those West Coast guys. I don't have a problem with those guys at all. I don't have a problem with Tyrant. I think Tyrant's a really good player. I think Denzel's a really good player. I think Marvin's
Dude.
are good players.
Dude.
You blow them. Blow them up, man.
But
All
I mean,
right,
come on,
here,
man.
real talk. All of us in the hotel room during that 5-on-5, we heard what you really think about the West Coast.
Because they blow me up day in and day out, and I will not give one bit of credit to people that do nothing but make excuses nonstop.
that's-
All people.
Hold on, though, wait.
You blow them.
Wait, you said that they started it, but did it not start after Evo when you made that comment about Denzel?
No, it actually started. It actually started before that. Actually, it started
When? At Power Up?
Where?
It started.
I mean, at CEO?
on the boards constantly. Guys on the West Coast were always blowing up what I do with this character. Yada yada yada. I'm not
But
that
why
good.
would they, I don't understand why they would randomly all attack you together. Like, that just doesn't
blow-
seem...
All right, wait. All right, who cares who started it? The bottom line is you have a rivalry. What? You can't just be the undisputed best Sub-Zero forever without discussion. I mean, it's their guy. They're West Coast guys. How can you blame them?
I have
for
no
supporting moves?
I have no question. I have no problem with them supporting Denzel. But my problem is like 16-bit between me and you know, if I were to play on a casual stream and Denzel 10-1'd me, that I would hear some shit for that. You know. Don't even lie.
From who? Stream Monsters? From Stream
Stop
Monsters?
right. Stream monsters. We all get blown up.
So,
I
first
can list all the ways.
No, I'm not saying
blown
I'm
up
not
by
saying
Stream
me being
Monsters.
blown up. But I'm saying if I were to then turn around and say I didn't care, a lot of guys in the community would blow me up as an excuse maker and say I wasn't.
No, the
getting
only
it.
reason any blowing up would happen is because of all the shit you've been talking about Denzel. Otherwise, if you guys were to play each other and there would be no feud and you were
What
to
if I
lose,
what if I
no
said
one
that's
would
not
care.
true? What if I said that's not true? Besides, I have proved at this point that I am the
Dude.
best Sub-Zero in the world, and the burden of proof is on him, not me.
Dude, right. As the best Sub-Zero player, you're going to get blown up. Look, when Mr. Molina beat me in a mirror, I got blown up and he got props because
Exactly.
people perceive me as being
Okay, look,
high. It is what it is, man.
Look, let me tell you my
That's the
problem with
burden
Denzel.
of being
Let me tell you my
guy.
problem with Denzel. If I were to list the best Sub-Zero players I know, I would definitely put Shoryuken in there, Marva's in there, not counting Denzel because we're going me and him, so we're not going to put me and him in the same field. So the best Sub-Zero players besides us two, I would put Shoryuken, Marvez, Captain Execution is good, Lionheart's good. Lionheart's beaten Death in a tournament with Sub-Zero. He's beaten a lot of other people. So I'm going on the list of these Sub-Zero players here. Death Sub-Zero is pretty good. I have beaten all of them. I have beaten Shoryuken. I've beaten
What about my
Marvez.
Sub-Zero?
Your Shuriken prison. Rio's mastered the prison.
Hold on. I have beaten Marvez Sub-Zero 5 out of the 7 times we've played each other. I have beaten Shoryuken Sub-Zero. I have beaten Lionheart Sub-Zero. I have beaten Death Sub-Zero. I've beaten Maxter Sub-Zero. I've beaten them all except for Denzel. Denzel has basically beaten none of them, but yet he gets called whatever, as if because Tom does it.
Tom.
Denzel-
Wait, doesn't he play against Shoryuken and Marvin's there like all the time though?
I named, how many more did I name? It's like I have to go through all of them, and he doesn't have to go through like 2 of them, and he gets the same accolades?
But dude, he got top 8 at Evo. That's a big accomplishment.
So did PL. He won Evo. Bow down.
I know.
But
And
you should
we
not
all gave him props though. We all gave him props.
give him props anymore.
That's because he just got blown up at MLG. Why the hell would I care about Evo anymore?
Well, that's a separate issue, Tom. I mean, he did it. I mean, we don't need to talk about that. You know.
Denzel blows up the West Coast, Tom. Look,
look
this
at
is reality. You haven't been doing well, and he has. So naturally, there's going to be speculation.
And I'm going to
No, I know.
my competition field is Crazy Dominicans
Right.
Katana
I know.
or local
I know.
West Coast Katana. Who
Dude,
is harder?
I know. Tom. I totally agree with you. I'm just saying, but we can't just say, well, Tom Brady's the best. There's no speculation. We have one guy who's not getting top 8, but is playing very difficult field of competition. You're right. Then we have another guy who's blowing up one region. Naturally, people are going to speculate, and you're going to have his supporters. We can't just build a statue of Bill and be like, he's the best Sub-Zero. Let's never discuss.
No, but I mean,
something that MLG
I don't get why you're upset because people think he possibly has a Sub-Zero that can rival you.
I don't have a problem with them thinking that. I have a problem with whatever I do with the character. It is seen as it is a given Denzel would beat the same people.
Hey, real quick, Sin just brought up a good point. There's MLG Anaheim coming up, and it's probably going to happen there before Evo.
Yeah, you guys
I don't have
do it right there.
I don't have a problem with that. My point is that the only problem I have with Denzel is I'm not here to argue that he's not a good player. I think he is a good player. My only problem is I don't like the logic of if Tom Brady does it, we're going to say Denzel has also done it or would do it and give him the same accolades, which is what happens. If I beat Master D's Cabal, it's seen as, well, Denzel would have done it too.
Well, hasn't Denzel beaten Online Tony's Cabal?
Okay, man. What year is it?
What
year?
Wait. So you're saying he's not a good Cabal player?
He plays Michelangelo style of Cabal. Don't make me pull that video up.
Oh, damn.
He's won 3 majors in a row, dude. What are you talking about?
Tom doesn't realize he's talking shit about the West Coast.
I know you don't.
No, I'm not talking. Well, I'm not talking. If I say,
wait, this makes no sense. Like you said, Online Tony's playing a Michelangelo style Cabal, but didn't Michelangelo win 3 majors in a row? Like the only person to do that.
And why isn't he ranked on the NFG list anymore? Because it's past, so he's not current anymore. Correct? Am I blowing him up, or am I stating the facts?
You're right. But then, but why are you talking about being the highest place in Sub-Zero? Wasn't Power Up like a million years ago?
I've done it. Even if you go back the last 6 months, Devastation, console
Marvis placed higher than you though at Devastation with Sub-Zero.
He played mostly other characters, not Sub-Zero.
Who cares though?
I use Sub-Zero the entire time.
Look,
my
people
look 16-bit. Look by 16-bit. It came into a conversation against the truth when he was saying that it is a given 100% that Denzel Terry will beat any Johnny Cage in the world with Sub-Zero.
But so you know why they're saying that though, right?
Hold on, because I do it. That's the problem.
It's because you guys were both at Evo and Denzel happened to place higher than you. So
he played Sub-Zero 1 match out of the entire time.
How do you know though? Did you see all his other matches? What if
here's my next thing. I had to hear from his brother and the rest of his crew that if he had his pad at Evo, he would have done better in the top 8. Bitch, I had to use the same fucking trash converter the entire tournament. I can say if I had my pad the entire fucking
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. You can't talk shit about him not using only Sub-Zero when you have gone to fucking tournaments using Kung Lao, Sub-Zero, Raiden.
No, but
you've done the same thing.
You know what I hate? I hate when I can't say what I want to say because every 2 seconds Rio changes the subject with like an interjection point, not letting me get to the point I'm trying to make.
Make your point.
My point is that, for example, the other day when we were on a stream and the truth said to me, "Oh, Denzel will beat any Cage." So I said, "Well, what about Maxter's Cage, man? Maxter might be the best Cage in the world." And he was just like, "No, Denzel will beat him." And I was like, "What about Rio's Cage?" He was like, "No, Denzel." And I was like, well, I was going on the list of cages. I was like, Dizzy's cage? He's like, no.
That's his opinion, though. That's his opinion.
Exactly. That's his opinion. But when I asked him, I said, well, what about me versus these cages? He's like, oh, you. I said, here's the biggest difference. When you're talking about Denzel versus these players, you're giving your opinion. You've never seen it. When you're talking about me versus these players playing Cage, you're stating a fact. You're giving me credit based on what I've already accomplished. You are giving Denzel the same credit based on what I've accomplished, saying I think Denzel will accomplish the same thing. And I'm saying make him accomplish it before you put the crown on his head. And I don't think that's unfair because I had to accomplish it before the crown was on my head, and I don't think I'm asking for anything less than what I've had to do.
Wait, but I don't remember you using sub against my Cage in tournament or Maxer's Cage. We're always using different characters. So you're going by casuals then, basically.
No, but I'm not saying tournament. I'm just saying he's just going by what he has seen in general. Me just playing these players, sub versus Cage. I'm saying he has physically seen me fight these players in this match.
Why are you so sensitive about people speculating? It happens to all of us, man.
No, I'm not.
Dude, hold on, wait. I have people telling me that this dude from Chile has a way better combo than me because he can do a combo video. That doesn't get to me. I don't go there and post and say, I don't care. It's just their opinion.
What the stream monsters do does not get to me. What gets to me are the players on the West Coast who will sit here and do.
The truth is from Canada, though.
Oh, my gosh, man.
You were talking about the truth, though. Were you not talking about the
silence is a man. I wish I could catch Rio in the courtroom just one day, man. I would argue circles around this fucking kid, man. Okay, look.
But dude,
My point is, I don't care about
okay,
I don't care about the trolls in the stream. What I'm saying is, here's the fucked up part about
But you
the
just
MK
told us you were arguing with the truth on the stream.
Okay, I'm gonna say this once. Do not interrupt me until I finish. Okay. Now, listen. I give you all the same courtesy. I just ask for the same thing. Please let me.
Okay,
finish
go
my
ahead.
statement, and then I will let you have the floor. The problem with the MK community is that the trolls influence the community way too much. We have trolls that cause top players to try to really discredit other top players just because they're tired of what the trolls are saying. And basically, top players want to hurt other top players that can actually do good for this community because they don't want to hear what a troll has to say. And that is one of the biggest problems with this community. The trolling does not affect me. The trolling affects me because the trolls affect everyone around me. And everyone around me that gets affected by the trolls come at me with it. And then that affects me. It'd be like no different than me and Slips. Imagine it never came out that I did not say anything about his Tekken career. The trolls would have affected Slips and how he looks at me and thinks about me and what he says about me. And if people say, Tom, don't let the trolls get to you, bro, I could say the trolls didn't get to me. The trolls got to Slips, and Slips, who I respect, got to me. You see what I'm saying? That is basically what happened. The trolls don't get to me at all.
That did happen.
Bro, hold on. First of all, what you're talking about, you're doing the same thing. You're going on the Shao and Shokan trolling me in the Sub-Zero forums.
That is not
However,
me.
it's not getting to me at all. So basically,
That is not me. That
is you, dude. That is you.
It is not me.
That is so you. Shao and Shokan. That's such a Tom Brady term. Get the fuck out of here. That is you. You are Shaolin Shokan. That isn't, dude. You're Shaolin. You're Shokan.
To be fair, okay. The first post I read of that guy, I thought, oh, that's Brady. The first time I saw that,
when I read that, I was like, oh. I had no idea Tom Brady made a
do you know how many people have?
No, wait. How are you gonna say you're done with the community, then like pull up a proxy and be like, Shaolin Shokan time?
Do you know how many times I've been accused of being Tom Lulz Brady? I had to message Tom Lulz Brady one time and say, dude, I'm getting PMs from staff saying that I have to get rid of my Tom Lulz Brady name. I was like, can you please?
I know Tom Lulz Brady is not you, though. I know Shaolin Shokan is you.
But for the longest time, he was accused of being me. I mean, I was accused. You know how many people I've been accused of being that ended up I was not being? Is it not possible?
I don't care, though. I'm saying this time, dude, that's you.
This time.
Do you realize how popular you are? You have a troll, dedicated his life to your name.
He's like your biggest fan.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, Shaolin Shokan is not me, and you have no proof that it is. So you're speculating, 100%. So
I'm saying I know it's you, dude.
I'm saying it's not. It's definitely not.
It's so you. Every post he's like, yeah, man, fucking Rio, leaving the Sub-Zeros to hang out and dry. That's what you say. You always say leaving people out to hang out and dry. I'm like, dude, why doesn't Tom just say it on his own account?
If it is not you, it's an amazing coincidence. Literally one post, and instantly I go, Tom.
No, really, honest to God, it is not me. It is actually not me. It really is not. I'll take a polygraph test, and it is not me.
Why don't you just send your laptop into the
It's not me at all. Yeah, so I'll send it in. I don't care. It's not me. I'll bet you $1,000 that it's not me.
Okay.
I'll bet you $1,000
because it's not. Delete your fucking history tonight.
I don't have to do shit because it's not me.
Hey, Tom,
yeah.
Can we get a top 3 prediction for Power Up?
No.
Wait. Can we all take turns having our top 3 predictions?
I'm not giving it.
I would love that.
Power Up. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's go. All right, go, Tom.
Go.
No comment. Next.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Dude, don't be a vagina. Come on.
I'm not doing it. I'm not giving a top 3. Next.
Why?
All right, 16-bit go.
Falls victory, I'm going to say CD Jr. and Rio. Big fucking shocker. And then I'm going to say, who else going?
The Falls victory?
Yeah.
Ryu, Insuperable.
I'm gonna say Ryu gets third.
Third?
I like that.
Yeah. Then Power Up, I'm gonna say top 3 is gonna be PL, Dizzy, and Forever King. In no particular order.
Yo, your mic's distorted, dude.
You're breaking up bad, man. You just turned into a 1980s music video.
You there?
Are you there?
You said that.
All right,
Was
what
that
about now?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's better.
That was me. This is me. Can anyone hear me?
Oh.
Yeah,
Disney
yeah,
Forever
here.
King. Disney Forever King PL, no particular order for power up.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
How about Rio?
Okay. Flawless victory, I'm gonna say CD Junior, Ryu, and
Super Bowl's a sleeper, man. You gotta watch out for that.
I
guy,
don't,
man.
dude. Who else is going? I don't even know who's going.
Well,
In
you-
Super Bowl, I
Max
could see him making top 3. Maxter, I could see him making top 3 too.
He's
That's
really
good.
good.
I'm gonna go with
Really
Super Bowl. Dark horse, dude. That dude is so underrated. He hasn't gone to a tournament yet.
Who?
Dude,
Yeah,
he's
he's
been-
really underrated.
In Super Bowl, if you watch VSM, he babies my Cabal, he babies CG Junior's Jax with Quan Chi. Like, people do not realize how good he is.
Yeah, he's
Anyway,
really
that
good.
would be my top 3 for Flawless Victory. And then Power Up, I would have top 3 Master D.
He's not going.
Oh yeah, or PL. Who else is going?
It's pretty much GGA, Ohio, and Tom.
Slips, are you
And
going?
Ikizzle.
Okay, I would say PL,
Slips is not
Ikizzle, PL, Ikizzle, and Dizzy. That would be my top 3.
All right, I'm gonna go power up first. Top 3. I'm gonna say PL. I'm gonna say 16-bit and Ikizzle.
Alright.
All right, and Flawless Victory. I'm gonna say Rio, CD Junior, and Kevo Demand.
Oh, I didn't know he's going to Flawless Victory.
Online
That's
warrior.
Yeah, he's
that's interesting.
he's confirmed, and he's really good. And I think he's gonna shock. I think he's gonna shock a lot of people who haven't played him.
Yeah, he's really good.
Definitely, yeah, that's interesting.
He's gotten sick in the past month, like seriously sick. The way he plays, it's a lot better. But I fully predict him to be in top 4, top 3. And you know,
Tom, what about you?
I have no predictions.
No comment, he says.
Come
Tom,
on, dude.
Tom, I didn't put you in the top 3 because you didn't have the balls to come up with the top 3. I was actually gonna say PLU and 16-bit, but
yeah.
you just can't do that, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Look, all right, don't include yourself. Like,
right,
pretend
can you-
you're not going. Just be objective.
Say a top 3, dude.
Flawless Victory in Super Bowl, Rio
Damn,
CD
right.
Junior, Power Up, 16-bit PL. Let's see, Dave isn't going, so I'll go Forever King. It's really tough because I do think Dizzy. I'll put Dizzy in there instead. I think Forever King places in the top 5 though.
I kind of hate doing these because I really want a lot of people to do well.
Yeah, there's like so many good players going to both. It's hard.
I mean, I don't know if Death is going.
Death
Flawless
is going.
Victory. I could easily see him making top 3.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah, he's very good. He's very good. There's a lot of good players.
Tommy Waffles could get top 3. Arturo could. Kizzle could. I mean, yeah, who knows? Tom could. Jeremiah top 3. That'd be the fucking coolest thing ever.
That'd be awesome, Jeremiah.
That would be so awesome.
Shiva.
Yeah,
Tom versus
Dude, I
Jeremiah
want
grand
Jeremiah
finals.
to be top 8 so bad. Can you imagine if we went from a year ago PL versus Tom in grand finals to like Tom versus Jeremiah?
yeah. Let me just nerf Sub-Zero again.
Tom, what do you think? I want on a 1%
so
scale.
Do not talk
On a
about
1%
nerf Sub-Zero when other characters have been nerfed bad.
I don't care.
Tom, I want to know your chances of retaining the championship.
0.0.
Oh, no, come on. Come on.
I feel like Maximus right now. Is this not why you were here? Are you not entertained? How do you guys ask for something? And then when I do, it's like,
Actually,
no, we were
emo
just
Tom
fucking-
Brady is very entertaining for me.
It's not even emo. It's like, damn, man. Rio's
Oh,
like,
dude, you're
yo,
being
can you
emo.
stop being the...
So are you saying Rio's like the other guy who like poisoned you?
No, I mean, like,
Set you off?
Dude,
I mean-
you're harassing me on Challenge Shulkan account. It
I'm
doesn't
not
bother
even...
me.
It's not even me. So.
I actually look forward to your next.
Dude.
I look forward to your next post where you're gonna say, "LOL, listen to the podcast." These guys, I'm going to deal with the Tom. I'm not Tom. You're gonna make a post.
Dude. Tom. I'm in a similar situation. Like, I also like to make bold predictions. I like to call people out, and then about 80% of the time I get blown up, and I lose. Look at what I did to VSM. Look at all that shit I talked, and we got bodied, right?
Yeah,
and
but there's a big difference.
Got over it.
There's a big difference.
Everyone
What is
got
the
over it, and now, yeah.
The big difference
Difference
is...
is 16-bit isn't emo, and you are right now.
No, there's a big difference in
That's
saying
it.
as there's a big difference in someone that's saying as like someone that's a shit talker. Like shit talk is part of fighting games in general. It's you know, and there's someone that there's a big difference in someone that does it the way 16-bit does and is perceived the way 16-bit is, and one that is perceived to do it like in a malicious manner like me. As far as 16-bit was never seen as someone that does not give good players their respect. But yet
Yeah, but
somehow
look, the difference is 16-bit. When he talks and makes his points, he seems like a very confident person. When you make statements, you just look very cocky and arrogant. That's the main difference.
Dude,
Well, I can't help it. I was a college quarterback, so obviously in a world full of gamers, I might see a little cocky and arrogant as opposed to confident.
But
so,
dude.
I mean, so
Two things that when I make bold claims and I pumped up PL, I pumped up me and so forth. Then I lose, and my reaction is I'm like, well, that sucked, and then we all laugh about it, and everything's fine.
Yeah,
you lose, and you get all emo, dude. It's
Exactly,
people like to
dude.
troll
It's not-
because
it's
you
not
get so
emo. I don't, because the trolling affects the people around me, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, like, the trolling is I think is absolutely retarded to the point that I don't even.
Then why are
think
you
it's funny.
doing it on another account?
It's not even me.
Like, what?
Man,
Dude, it's you.
we're so lucky we're not in high school because you wouldn't want to come to school tomorrow, brother. I'll tell you that shit right
What,
now.
You
boy.
would give me a wedgie.
Yeah.
You would give me a
Yeah.
wedgie? What you gonna do?
No, I mean,
Wow, did someone just
The-
like send me?
the difference is like, you know, I always want to give people their props and their respect for what they do. I'm very adamant on people deserve respect for what they accomplish. You know, I'm very adamant as if somebody beats me that I want to give them their respect. You know, Great One beat me, and I went out of my way to make sure. I didn't even think he heard me tell him good game, so I made sure I wanted him to be messaged to let him know that he played very well. You know, and when he beat me, I've never been known as someone in my entire life as someone that even makes excuses, and yet, you know, at MK9, all I hear nonstop for excuses, and it gets frustrating for me because I'm saying, you know, I have no problem saying, you know, guys like guys like Denzel are good players and whatever. And I have no problem saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to stand by the fact that I am the best Sub-Zero in the world, and the guys at the West Coast, I totally agree. They need to support their boy and yada yada yada. I have no problem with that. My issue is that, you know, when like a situation with Marvaz where I'll say, yo, you know, those that money match you beat me in, you know, not even counting the stream. Okay, that was casual. It was just money match as a tournament. I say, yeah, that money match you beat me in, you were the better player there. And I hear, well, you weren't really the better player when you beat me. It was just, whatever kind of excuse it was at the moment. Or, you know, when...
Dude, it happens to all of us.
This has
man.
nothing to do with you losing. Claiming to be the best Sub-Zero.
It does, but I mean,
doesn't.
but people look at it like I do it in a malicious manner. Like when Brandt beat me, the one thing I would never do is try to discredit his win at all.
he beat me because he was the better player. And all I could do was eat it until I had the chance to play him again, be it a money match or tournament setting. And, and that's what I did. I ate it. I didn't say anything about it on the boards. I didn't call anyone up on the phone and say anything. All I said was, man, the next time I play that guy, I'm coming for him.
But then you see some random dude post saying, "Oh, you were salty," and then you get all emotional.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about that. Matter of fact, I didn't post once. I didn't even go to Test Your Mind one time.
I didn't say post. I'm just saying you probably read something that made you all.
I didn't read. I didn't even visit that site from NEC up until Winter Brawl. I didn't go there one time. I didn't log in once.
You were reading it under a new account.
I didn't read it under any account. I didn't read it under any account.
Tom, like you said, everyone loses. Okay, so you can't get all woman-like, whatever that you're doing right now. When you lose or you're down or you're not confident in your future tournaments or whatever.
I am confident, but people play it to me like I'm being malicious about it.
Okay, but let me address something with you about that. Okay, listen. You and I have talked privately on the phone. People have been trolling the shit out of me about Final Round. They've been making up all these bullshit rumors. I've heard so much bullshit about me in the past month that it makes me want to go crazy. But you know what I realized? I was like, everyone knows who I am. Everyone has met me. Everyone's played with me. I've been in this community for probably 8 or 9 years. So just drop it. I don't care what the other people think about me or people say about me. Just do my thing. That's what you need to do. Just do your thing. Don't worry about what people say about you.
I was told to kill myself after I got double babied.
Yeah.
But again, you have to understand the position. You have to understand that a lot of stuff that gets done affects the trolling. If it's just players talking to me, I don't care about even trolls. But this trolling with me goes to a higher level and affects other things that does upset me. It'll affect opportunities I can get and yada yada yada, because they do buy into this kind of thing. Or they do buy into the fact that this guy is not a good. People look like there are opportunities I could have had, and they say, we don't want some guy to represent whatever that's seen as someone that's not like a classy competitor is going to make excuses yada yada. And all this is basically made up by trolls, just 100%
hold on.
trolling.
You all right? Listen. Did you not record an extremely violently yelling video at 2 a.m. in a gas station? I mean, you could have scared the shit out of someone next to you, dude. I mean, they see things like that. Okay? So,
how many excuses how much credit did I take from my opponent?
Here's some at MLG when I first saw you go up to commentate, all I hear is damn input bug, got lost. I was hearing about you complain about the input bug when you lost the CD.
Really? The commentator? I said I didn't say one thing on the
dude, I remember me in Detroit were looking, and then I'm like, oh look, Tom's on commentary, and then the first thing we hear is input bug. I lost. I didn't know what you were complaining about the input bug first thing.
It was that was not streamed. I was talking privately to Phil about it. That was not.
I don't remember that.
Sorry, Rio.
I'm just being real, Rio. I don't remember that.
Troll mode off, brother. You lose. All right. No, don't even.
Dude, I could get Detroit to back me up here.
I mean, it could have been off stream, but I don't think that was.
It was on the big screen TV, whatever.
Oh.
It was not streamed. I did not on the stream.
It was on the TV where people look at the thing, on the big main stage TV.
I would have definitely.
Didn't you even make a post? Yo, dude, you made a post about it also on the Sub-Zero forum. You said you lost the CD because of the input bug. You had no way to tell how you lost if the input bug.
That's not what I said.
You definitely made a post about that.
I made a post that said analyzing a lot of that footage doesn't really help you as a Sub-Zero player because
why are you looking at all the negative? I'll make a post and be like, yo, in this. Me against CD Junior, I got a negative edge fireball at point blank.
No,
I keep standing for why the fuck make a post about?
Okay, when you become a Sub-Zero player, then you can talk about stuff Sub-Zero. Until then, know your role
I get
and shut your
50,000
mouth.
more info bugs than your stupid character that does those 4-hit combos. Shut the fuck up.
I don't care. What I'm saying is, what I made in the post was my catastrophic errors. The errors in that fight that as a Sub-Zero
which
player,
happens to every player in the tournament on a regular.
I did not
don't
say
say Sub-Zero. Say every character.
I did. You know what, Rio? You are the biggest half-ass statement. Rio will take half a sentence and say, you said this, and forget that you also said that. What I've said adamantly.
Relevant shit.
I've said adamantly over and over again that we all have to deal with the input bugs, and all you can do is play through it. That's what I said.
Why do you have to keep saying that over and over?
Yeah, I've never
understand that by now.
I don't blame any of my losses on input bugs or glitches or player one advantage.
Oh my gosh, I did not blame the input bug. What I said
Why
was...
bring it up?
Why bring it up? Why
you can't bring it up then? Why?
What I said was...
Stop bringing it up.
No, what I said was my catastrophic errors. The only time I was hit by a big combo was getting a standing 4 instead of a down 4. And I said, that's just the way it is sometimes. That just happens to you, and sometimes it happens to everybody. But
that makes you look like you're complaining, though.
I'm not complaining. What I'm saying
but
is
it
that
makes you look like you are complaining.
Oh my fucking gosh, Rio! I'm not complaining. What I'm saying is,
Tom,
but it makes you look like you are, dude.
No, he's right. You can't bring that up. Like I had a good match, but the input button.
Meter drain glitch happened here, and then I lost.
Actually, what I said was, technically speaking, what I said was my catastrophic errors were me getting standing 4 as Crazy Dominican was trying to jump over me. So those were and that is exactly what my catastrophic errors were. Okay. Now players already interpret that as saying input bug, because whenever you say standing 4, the first thing people do is read in between the lines and hear input bug. All right. But, those are my catastrophic errers. And when I say,
what about this other catastrophic error? When you said, I should have never used Raiden, that was a big mistake.
That is no one's fault but myself. That is no one's fault but myself. I have adamantly said.
All right, so why did you say after that? Why did you say I would have made top 8 if I just used Sub-Zero instead of Raiden? Because you said you got top 8 Sub-Zero every time. Did you not?
I feel like I did not. I feel like when I don't use all Sub-Zero, then I do not necessarily always give my best chance to win, and I was disappointed in myself at the fact that.
All right, so when you said that, why at MLG did you go to Kung Lao against the Choi? Like, I don't understand. You're always saying something.
And I regret that a lot. And since then, I have used no one but Sub-Zero. Even found stuff
so
like...
since then, now, for real, now you're just using all Sub-Zero, even though you said it like 2 tournaments ago.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it gives me the absolute best chance to win. And like I said, after MLG, that, whether I'm play Sub-Zero and I get 9th at a couple of tournaments, or I get top 8 at a couple of tournaments, or I get top 8 a couple of times, and I go like 2 tournaments to get 9th, and I got to get blown up. Tom, you haven't been in top 8 in a while.
No, they don't blow you up because of that. They blow you up because you said I was going to make guaranteed top 3. I'm playing Raiden.
Rio, shut the fuck up.
That's why you got blown up, dude.
16-bit.
That's why you got blown up.
16-bit.
Was I not getting up because you just went to a tournament and then made top 8?
Was I not getting blown up when the NFG rankings came out and I was in the top 5 and people were blowing me up saying all Tom does was get in the top 8? Were they not blowing me up for that? And you even came in.
I don't remember any of that.
Wait a minute. I know you're talking about some guy named, what's his name?
Marvaz. It was Marvaz. It was Marvaz and Shoryuken. They were coming in there.
They said because you got top 8 that you're getting blown up?
No, I was getting blown up by saying that I should.
It's like 5 dudes. Look, Marvaz is a giant troll. Who gives a shit with Marvaz?
Oh my gosh, man. Man, it's like.
Wait, so you have 5 trolls. Do you have like a fucking 2,000 Sub-Zero players that fucking love you?
You're missing what I'm saying, man. What I'm saying is like, my point that I'm trying to make here is that everybody else is allowed to do what they do and have.
We're not, dude. We all get blown up. We get blown up all day.
Slips has got blown up. 16-Bits got blown up. Rio's got blown up. All of us got blown up.
When I beat Kerbal, they were like, "Oh, it doesn't matter. He still got 2 games off you, bitch. You almost lost. You went to Jax, you would have got fucked up." Dude, I get blown up even when I win.
Rio is still getting blown up for using Hitbox half a year ago.
Exactly. I haven't even touched Hitbox in like fucking long.
I got blown up for getting 9th at final round. Marvaz blew me up. What have we learned from this tournament? 16-bit is overrated. And here's Tom Hanks called my performance mediocre, man. I got 9th.
Listen, what I'm trying to say is that what I do is no different than what any of you do.
What you do is you pay attention to all the trolls. We don't. We don't care.
Yeah.
No, we're playing the game. You care too much about the form.
I don't pay attention to this. What I'm saying is what I do is no different than what you do.
Dude, did you not tell us you were arguing on Twitch TV with the truth in the chat about Sub-Zero?
No, but the perception is that you guys, while you guys do the normal shit talk and blow ups, whatever, that
Wait,
me,
what
Tom Brady.
What shit talk have I ever done? I never made a statement saying, "Oh, this tournament, I'm gonna guarantee to get top 8 no matter what. I'm gonna guarantee to get top 3." I never say shit for a tournament.
Rio,
I just go and compete.
Rio, you made a video where you were upset that I beat you in your little Kenshi tournament, Kenshi vs. Sub-Zero tournament. So because of your upsetness, you decided you wanted to play me for $100. That is the most shit talk I've.
That's just casual,
Jesus
dude. What are you
Christ.
talking about? That's casual.
By the way, I loved that video, and it should be uploaded. It was amazing.
that-
I watched
It is.
all
No,
40
it's there.
minutes
It's
of
there.
it.
It's in my YouTube.
That
that was
video was amazing.
that was
there.
the funniest thing. That was the funniest thing ever.
Wait,
And
what are you talking about? Though? Wait. How does that compare to what people say before you go to tournament? We were just playing casuals. You pissed me
Dude.
off because
Dude,
you said
no, you pissed me. Here's Rio. Rio's like, yo, I'm going to put you in a handicap match. And I'm like, well, I'm up 2 games. I'm not going to play I'm now not going to say, hey, by the way, let's play for $100. Let me forfeit my 2 games and play another handicap match at 0-0.
But I don't understand.
Yeah.
Look, if we're both pissed off at each other, why wouldn't we settle in a money match?
Because what I'm saying is, you were just being a little bitch because you were upset.
No, you really pissed me off.
Yeah, I know. I pissed you
Because
off by beating you in the match you asked for.
No,
By
you pissed me
beating you
off
in
by
the match you-
assuming. No, you pissed me off by assuming that you were going to be better than me or some shit the next tournament just because you beat me casuals.
That's not what I said. I said you put.
But that's
that
what,
fucking
dude.
bitch-
I got that vibe from you. You were like, "Oh yeah, I got real figured out now. Damn, down low." So I said, "All right, you want to fucking play for real then?"
No, what I said was you ran your mouth all day about blowing me up on Kenshi, and it was you who were blowing up when the camera ran. That's what I was saying, and that was
Dude,
the
you
truth.
blow me up every time we fucking play. No matter, even if like let's say I beat you like 21, you beat me 1 game. You're like, damn, exposed. Better run away from Cabal, bitch. Raiden
Let me
got
tell you what.
figured out.
Let me tell you what happened. Rio. Let me tell you what happens. Rio one time. This is funny. This is a good story. So Rio one time was arguing with me about wanting to film, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to film because if I'm beating you, something is going to happen, some kind of miracle of God. I don't want to do it. It's just a win-win for you. I don't want to do it.
Dude, look, here's the thing.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, hold on, no, because you're twisting.
How come I
the
can
story.
never finish anything? Oh my
Because you're
God.
twisting.
We all know
you're
where the story is
twisting
going,
the
though.
story,
It's-
dude.
And hold on,
Look,
and what
we've
happened-
all heard this.
Look, I don't care if it's Tom Brady. If you're playing me in casuals and you're gonna sit there and talk shit about me, why would you be surprised that I'm gonna pissed off and then want to money match you right after that?
Here's the problem. See, we were playing Raiden. I told you I'll play you Raiden versus Cabal for $100, and I will blow you up. All right, I will blow you
Why
up.
would you make a request of a certain character? Why can't you just do a fucking money match? You use whoever you want. I'll use whoever I want. Why does it have to be? Oh, you have to use Johnny Cage or Sub-Zero, bitch. Get owned. You have to use
Because
this.
you're the one that brought up Raiden versus Cabal. So I'm saying if you, my point is though,
Dude,
we're sitting here.
you tell people all the time that your fucking Raiden has my Cabal. You beat me. Go back and forth casuals. Like, dude.
I do beat you Cabal.
real.
With Raiden. I do beat you Cabal.
Casuals.
With
In casuals.
Raiden. That's the only time I've played you with it in the match. I said I'll tell you. I told you I'll play you for money in that match for $100.
So if you can beat my best character, why wouldn't you go through with the money match? If you can beat my
Because
best
obviously
character.
you're gonna try because you're just gonna counterpick me, and I'm not
But
gonna.
how would you know I would even do that? If we both be
Listen,
hitting.
what I'm saying is we're sitting there recording one day, and I'm just like I don't want to record. And what he does is he's like, no, for real, man, I'm not fucking around. The people, they love to see us play, and I'm just like, all right, man. So you swear it's gonna go up if we play? He's like, I swear. We're
Dude,
playing.
it is up. It's on my YouTube.
Hold
What are you
on.
talking
I win 2. He wins 2. I win 4 in a row, and Rio's like, oh shit, man, the camera died. Of course the camera died.
What are you talking
Of course
about?
yeah, man. You know, I mean, like, either
Wait,
way, like,
hold on. You're saying I'm a liar because when you went to go look at the camera, I was nowhere near the camera, dude. I was all the way back on the fucking couch. The camera was right next to your face.
I'm
on
not
that
saying
big
it.
ass
I'm not saying it
tower
didn't.
we built.
But
It
what
died.
happened in that particular money match is, well, not money match, in that casual match is Rio, throughout the course of the day, we'd play like he played Kenshi, and for the most part, he was beating me a lot with Kenshi. But it just so happened that most of the time in that day, if he's like, okay, 1st to 2, that I would happen to win that set. And then he was beating me again. So we told Dark Rob to hold the camera up, and he was going to record him beating me again, Kenshi versus Sub-Zero, because he was tired. You know, he's
Look,
going
dude,
to.
I don't care if you beat me. It's just I'll go back to the video. You said something that pissed me off. It had nothing to do with the casuals or whatever. You just said something that implied that you were better than me.
No, I
on
didn't
the
say
camera.
that. I
Dude,
said.
no, you said some shit.
I said it was 2-1, and then I said it was. I'll tell you what happened. It was
Dude, get the
2-1.
fuck. Dude, he's acting like he was humble or whatever. You were talking
It was-
so much shit.
it was-
You said
it was
something.
It was 2-1,
and you, who always brings up the $100 money match all the time to me, it was 2-1.
Because if you're gonna say you're better than me and you're blowing me up, then fucking playing me for money.
And you said, let's start it over again. And I said, Rio, start it over. I said, so if we were playing for money right now, you would say start it over? I'm just like, come on, we're playing a set.
That's completely different. Why would we play for money on a match that's already going? It would be completely new.
No, but I'm
want to do a money match.
You were getting mad, and I said, why would you? And you said, okay, forget it. You win this.
But it had nothing to do with you beating me. It was just the shit you said.
Then why would you ask for a reset?
What do you mean? Why would we play a money match?
Yeah.
Wait,
Dude, wait, hold on. What the fuck, dude? Let's say I were to play Tom. I'm winning 4-2. Then I start talking shit, and then he's like, "Oh, we want a money match from you." Why the fuck would I be like, "Okay, we have to continue this set right here." I
didn't ask for a money match. I didn't ask for a money match. You asked for the money match.
Because you talked shit.
No, I was just stating the point that you called me out.
No, I said some shit.
Yeah, I said
that you were better than me, so I said, okay, let's fucking settle this then. And then you started beating around the bush like, no, let's do this and that. You know, play for money. You have to use Johnny Cage.
Look, man, what happened was, here's what happened. Rio called me out in the first of 5, ass dark rock.
Dude, you know what? If you and Denzel do not do a fucking money match at the next MLG, this is just retarded. How can you have feuds and not play against someone for fucking money?
I'm very sorry that I beat up your fucking Kenshi.
I don't care that you beat my Kenshi, dude. Props. You beat me. You beat my Kenshi. Your Sub-Zero was better than my Kenshi. Okay.
You are the more. You can't hold a conversation with Rio because Rio was one of the masters of just keeping the subject in a circle to really stop.
All right. Look,
what are you talking about, dude?
Tom.
I can post the video right here.
The master of the circle.
Yes.
In any event, you know what? Never mind. You can't. Rio is just like you just be like, no. Whatever Rio was like.
No, because it's so stupid. Why do you get to talk shit to someone and have a feud and then settle it in casuals? What the fuck?
This is
like
we don't
is that
have
not a killjoy?
We don't have a feud. The only feud we have is you don't like challenging me to a first to 5 in casuals and losing to me in the first to 5 in casuals.
No, because if you beat me in the first 5 casuals, you'll brag about it for fucking ever. You're like, damn, what happened here? Come on, next time. Destroyed. Beat up. Like, dude, why are you going to brag about casuals?
Here's why. You know why? Because you do it all the time. This guy Rio, I read a chat log with CD Jr. where Rio was like, yo, I baby Tom's like Cage like 4 or 5 straight times with Chifa, man. He got owned, man. He was helpless. And I was like, hey, Rio, man. I noticed. I know you did say that, yeah. And I was like, hey, Rio.
But then again, you said the same shit to me, bitch.
Hold on. I said, Rio, I noticed in your bragging to CD Jr. about our casuals, you forgot to mention that I went to Kung Lao and babied you like 7, 8 times in a row. And Rio goes like, oh, I forgot to mention that part. You know, I didn't remember it at that time.
At least I admitted
Shut
it.
Up.
Dude, but he didn't say it. No, that's completely different. He said, how was his Cage? I just said, from my experience from playing him. Yeah. If he were to say, okay, how was his Kung Lao, then I would have fucking said he babied my Chiba with Kung Lao, bitch.
Pig.
Yeah.
How obvious is it that these two are like best friends?
They love each other.
You guys need to. Yeah,
we are really good friends. It's just when we play, we get so competitive with each other. We can't we have to settle it in some way.
I have never seen someone do. I have never seen what Rio does before. I have never seen Rio. Rio is the fucking funniest person to play casual because he'll be playing and like Kenshi's a tough match. One day, he was just beating me. And he's like calling Dark Robin. He has the salt shaker. He's just like, damn, salt bitch, right? Shaking the salt shaker on me, right? So of course when Rio goes, all right, bitch, now I'm really gonna stick it to you. First to whatever, put the camera on. When he starts losing, and I'm just like doing the same thing back to him that he was doing to me the whole day, like poetic justice. He's just like, no, how dare you do it back to me?
Dude, no, get the fuck. No, this all started. All of this, shit talking in casuals all started. No, dude, no. Back at EVO, when you played me with Kung Lao, you were beating me. Yo, I had to endure 50 games in a row. This dude talking shit like, damn, you're gonna get fucked up. You better switch. You better go to Kung Lao. Dude, 50 games in a row. This dude is beating me, doing Kung Lao's longest fatality. After 50 matches, I lost it. I went crazy. And from that point on, whenever we play casuals, it's gonna be talking shit left and right.
Snapped on me. They don't even know the story. What happened was...
No, you started though. Remember when we used to play? We used to never talk shit. We used to be like,
I had never gotten mad at Rio in casuals in my life until one day we were playing and he got 2 wins with Molina and he goes, hey man, maybe you should just move in here. so you can play and finally level up. And I got mad. So I beat the shit out of his Melina Kung Lao. And I just kept doing the long fatal every fucking...
And you kept talking shit too, dude, every match.
No. I didn't say anything. I was sitting there silently.
Dude, no, you would look at me, you're like, damn. No, you would do all these fucking annoying things.
I would look at you, but I wouldn't say a word. And after, like, God knows how many games, Rio finally got up and he goes, "Get the fuck out of here! There is no way you're that much better than me! It's this character! You're trash! You're not..." He was like, we were in the car going to a tournament. Rio was like, "Fuck that! I'm changing my name to Fortis Shaolin! I'm changing he went crazy.
God.
I was like, "What is wrong with you?" And he was like, No, man. I'm Fortis Shaolin from now on. Fuck that shit, man. From now on, Kung Lao." I was like, he was lost. Man, we're really good friends, man. We take pictures. Like, we plan. A lot of times we plan, like, how we're going to pretend like we hate ourselves, like, really bad. Like, Rio's like, "Yo, take a picture with you holding a gun, and I'm going to hold this gun and a knife." And we're like, "Yo,
right.
This picture."
I want to ask you guys what you think about something that just came up. Player 1 has the trade advantage permanently. You guys, I'm sure you all saw that.
Oh,
video,
yeah,
right?
I've seen that.
All right.
I think that's...
I want to be on the record real quick. I'll make this very quick. I've never lost a match because of it. That's just what I
I'm going to take the opposite route. I think it's actually a big deal where we're kidding ourselves.
No, you know
it's
what?
a big deal.
I think it's a really big deal if you do not have the knowledge about it. Like, if you do not know about that, it can really fuck you over. But if you know about it, then there's a way to play with it. Because let's say player 1 is Cage, right? He does 4-3. Technically, he's at +1 after that. If you know that, then you can respect his option after that. But if you don't know that and you try to down one after that every time, thinking he's just going to do a knee, he'll beat you every time.
Let me ask you this. What side was Crazy Dominican on? Player 1 or player 2?
Player 1.
Player 1, okay. Because I really think in the event of someone like Johnny Cage, I think for characters like Johnny Cage and Katana, it actually really affects. Because Katana, like, you have to know, if Katana's on player 1, and she does her string to 0.
But Cutter, she's at +1, dude, if she's on player 1.
Exactly, she's at +1 if she's on player 1. I mean, and I think that's something that's
dude,
very big.
We have to rewrite, like, the whole, like, guides and everything now, because that's big.
Yeah, exactly.
It's huge.
Like,
I want to call.
Cage player, why would you not want to be player 1, dude?
I want to say something. Those guys saying that the odds of both players hitting a button on the same frame is astronomical, get the fuck out of here. It happens
We see it all the time.
That is common. Fuck, that is so common.
Yeah.
Especially in frame traps and your everyday fucking posts.
When you block my 4-2-1, you are used to hitting your down 1 as close as you can to the frame to beat my down 1 or my down 3 or whatever. When you block a Cage 4-3, all that shit, we train every day to hit that shit as close to the frame as we can. Those kind of trades happen constantly.
I wonder if
you have to rewrite the frame data though now. You have to
I wonder if double KOs work the same way.
Katana, if you're on player 1, it's neutral now on block.
I honestly wonder if double KOs work the same way, because I remember one time Rio was playing Dizzy, and the way he eliminated Dizzy from the tournament at final round was Dizzy shadow kicked Rio's instant air gas blast, and they both hit at the same time in the game.
But I won.
They both had a round. They both had a round, and I was like, "There's no double KO."
Wait, it's because in that match I think I was player 1.
Yeah, and you both had a round, and I think the game gave the trade to player 1. I said that would have been a double KO in any other fighting game, and yet the KO was determined by, because I can't say by the win counter, because there's no win counter in MK9. It's not like they could say whoever has the one win, because they don't count the win. They don't have a win counter. So basically, it's who's ever on player 1. Since it would have been a trade, they say, well, that goes to player 1.
So this makes me want to bring up another point. Let's say you lose a match, right? Can you request to switch places, since you're a loser?
We got it.
You get to choose a stage. You get to choose the side you want to be on now. You get to choose the fucking.
This shit is fucked up, man. This is fucked up.
But you have to do that. It's not fair though. Player 1 that's such a big advantage.
There's a lot of things in this game. Think what's 0 of this game. Think how many things are 0 in this game.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You'll be a plus after all that if you're on player 1, but if you're on player 2, you won't. That's a big advantage.
Huge.
I love this game more than any other game ever, and this is an embarrassment. This is really bad, and we should not lie to ourselves about it. This is straight up really bad. This is input
really
level
fucking
bad.
big.
That's how bad
Dude,
it is.
if fucking Jax is on player 1, you block a dash punch, that motherfucker's at +1. Anything he does, elbow, overhead elbow, +1. Everything he has
is
is
it
neutral
consistent? Is it consistent with
Yeah, it
every
is.
move?
It is.
Wow.
If you're on player
Yes.
player 2,
All right,
it
well,
is.
hold on. I'm sorry. I take my comment back.
There's 3 exceptions. Kun Lao's spin, Kun Lao's X-ray, and projectiles are as a random trade.
Yeah, he has So wait, that makes Kung Lao better though.
Yeah, it does.
If you're on player 2, you
Yeah.
could just be like, oh, Kung Lao, if I'm gonna
So
poke
that's
out,
why Chris G fucking kicked me there because of a random fucking trade on his X-ray. Get
Yeah.
the fuck out of here, man. That's bullshit. I knew I activated that shit early. Get the fuck out
You're
of
still
here.
on that, dude? Come on, that was like 10 months
Yo.
ago, man.
That fucking dinosaur foot, man. I knew it. No, I'm joking.
We're going to have to settle on rules. We're going to have to decide, are we going to do a coin flip to determine who gets to pick their side? Are we going to be able to switch every game? We got
I
to
would say
get on
rock,
top of
paper,
this, so we got to
scissors,
get
or
up
coin
now.
flip, dude. Rock, paper, scissors, coin flip first thing. If you lose, you're able to request switch sides. The thing is, like, alright, this makes characters a lot better, because let's say
The thing
Melina,
is, that's going to take...
she's neutral after down 4, but then she'll be a +1 every time you block that shit if you're on player 1. Like,
Can
it
you imagine
helps
if you're fighting a
characters...
character that has
Dude,
like
Sub-Zero
7
2-1. If you do Sub-Zero's 2-1, you're on player 1, you're at +1.
Shit,
Yeah.
that's so dumb.
It changes so many characters. It changes the fucking matchup depending on what side you're on.
Hey guys, real quick, I gotta go. So I just want to say bye.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Hey,
Yeah,
no problem. Yeah, no problem, guys. Hey, what's up?
I'm saying we all agree that's a big deal, though, right? The side
Yeah.
one thing
All right,
is a
later,
big
guys.
deal.
Bye.
You do?
Later.
Alright, man.
Later,
Later,
big.
big.
Because
Peace.
I was reading in the threads and people were literally like, "You guys are making a big deal out of this for nothing," and I was reading it.
I know.
It's a big fuck deal. You
Right,
don't-
it is-
They don't understand. If like so many matchups change. If you're playing against Liu Kang, he comes in with 4-1-2. That's neutral and block. If you're on player 1, he'll be a fucking +1.
He'll be
That changes
+1. That's
everything.
huge.
That
Liu Kang
changes
back 3-1-2, right? You block it, now he's +1.
Kung
That's-
Lao, you block his fucking 2-1 or 1-1. You know all his 1-1,
Anything.
2-1 pressure.
Anything.
That's
Anything
+1,
does.
dude. For player 1, he could check you with a spin anytime after that. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's really it's really game changing, I think. And for people to look at that and say it's not a big deal, you don't realize like, oh, how about you in a situation where you can't take any chip, but here's
There's
a
so
scenario
many
where
characters.
you could normally poke out, and now you have to block extra because if you hit a button, you're going to get poked, but if you stay blocking, you're going to get chipped. You're fucked. You're now put in a situation where you cannot win at all.
What about
simply
the
because
fucking?
of your,
What
you're
about the
not
smoke
on-
players? They're checking you a back 2, down 4. All that shit's neutral. If they're on player 1, they're gonna be a +1. So they
Yeah,
can check
that's
you
what
down.
yeah.
Dude, why wouldn't you want to be on player 1 the entire time?
That's such a big point. It's such a big point Rio made. Now we have strategies based on
That-
size. If the smoke player, if
the
the smoke
matchups
player-
are different now, man.
You know what's so funny?
If you're playing,
Yep.
if you're playing Smoke on player 2, you know Smoke is not going to be that good in a lot of matchups that he would be.
Yeah, I remember playing like 16-bit with Smoke one day, and I was doing 3-2-1, and I was just like, and I was mashing down 1, he's mashing down 1, he was on player 1 side, and I could never ever win. I was like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is going
And
on?
slips. How many times have we had a problem with the post-blocking 4-2-1 game? When you've
Yeah.
sworn, it's not -1. I'm going, dude, Somrinus says it's -1, dude.
Yeah.
I remember when you've been ape shit over that.
Dude,
Yeah, it got to the point where I couldn't attack after 4-2-1.
I can't believe we're figuring this out so late, though. It's like,
think
we're gonna have
how
to think
bad
of
it is.
something.
I noticed that actually when I first started playing, Sub-Zero doesn't have 6-frame normal. So when I was first playing Raiden, and I would I'd play like EP and Dallas. Sometimes he would play Smoke, but a lot of times EP's on side 2, and he would do Smoke 3 down 1 2, and I would always down 1 him afterwards every fucking time, and I was like, wow. I thought that was plus because a lot of other times I'd play Smoke players, they'd be on side 1 and they could always down 1 me first. So I'm sitting there going, oh, okay, it's not plus, it's 0. And I look at Somrinus' frame data, I was like, oh, it is 0. I must have been slow all this time. So then I'm playing again at Winter Brawl some casuals, and then I'm getting down 1 every single time, and I'm going, what the fuck is going on here, man? I thought you could always down 1 out of that. And then I read this fucking thread, and I'm like, obviously. So
Dude,
basically, you have side-specific strategies. If you're a Smoke player, if you're playing Smoke on side 1, he does 3 down 1 2. You can't jump out, and you
have
can't
to
do anything
respect
to
him.
keep it down. You have to respect it every single fucking time. That is fucked up.
How the fuck is this going to work at tournaments? Like, let's say we're in a grand finals. Like, our players are going to be switching sides, unplugging their controllers, doing all, like, how the fuck is that going to work, dude?
Yo,
I think
They have to make a patch. They're going to have. I don't know, man. This is big.
Pretty
This is, like,
embarrassing.
this
We're
is
at
more
major
big than the
tournaments.
info bug, the meter drain glitch, all that combined. This is
This
like
is really big.
the biggest flaw right now with the game.
Yeah, because it's
Like,
what's
dude,
crazy-
doing Cabal's frame data is retarded now. If I'm Cabal on player 2 and I do back on dash cancel, that's supposed to be +1. But if I'm on player 2, it's fucking neutral. But then if I'm on player 1, it's +2. It's like, dude, really? You're gonna have to memorize frame data and then do all that shit depending on what side you're on.
Yeah, dude, Johnny Cage is really fucked up because he's really +1 now on everything.
Johnny Cage on player 1 is fucking
1-1 forward 3 on side 1 isn't +3, it's +4.
His 1-1 forward one.
It's not
It's gonna
+4.
Dizzy was salivating at that. He was excited. He texted me saying, "Oh yeah, like 4-1."
Yeah, now I gotta fucking run away from my life even more with Sub-Zero.
So what are we gonna do? Like, we're gonna flip coins, rock, paper, scissors, and have losers switch sides, like, every time?
I think we can't do the switching sides. I think it'll take too long.
But that's
I think
dumb,
unfortunately, I know. I think we got a coin flip and then you're just stuck.
No, that's
This
too
is
big of
so
that's too big of an. You can't let the game rely on a fucking rock, paper, scissors, dude. Like, that one coin flip is gonna decide it's gonna have a big effect on the outcome of.
It's pretty
Potentially
embarrassing to be at like tournaments with other games and like all the other tournament players like in Street Fighter and all. They're gonna be like, "Why you guys keep switching sides so
Yeah.
much?" And we're gonna explain, "Oh, because our game's that
They're
stupid."
gonna think we're crazy.
It might just be best maybe we shouldn't
We have to-
let everyone know how bad it is.
No, but we have to figure out something at least before Evo, like when the big majors
That's-
start around.
I'm so surprised that the feedback on the boards that I was reading is a lot of people
No
saying
big deal. Yeah.
no big deal,
Man.
no big deal, and we're sitting in
couldn't-
tournaments.
dude, I couldn't post in that thread because there's no point arguing with a bunch of people. They don't
And-
understand.
I agree. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. When you,
Dizzy and I were talking while that thread was going down. We were both just like, "Oh my god, this astronomical? What are you talking? If you know the frame data, you go for those, as soon as
Man.
you can poke out all the time. It's every
Slips.
match.
Dude,
Every
Slips.
match.
How much better does this make Sector now that all the shit he does that's fucking neutral is +1?
you know what's so funny? I remember a time when I was playing Crazy Dominican at WCG, and he was on side 1 in casuals, and he was doing something. He was always down 1 to me on side 1, and I was looking at Rio. I was like, "Yo, what the fuck? This is plus? I thought it was 0. I can't." Right?
Oh, yo, I remember that. But it's because he was on player 1. That's why he was
Yeah,
down
and
1.
I was like,
shit.
"This is bullshit, man. They gotta patch this shit." Man.
Yeah,
Fuck
remember
it.
you said, yo, you told me it was cutter +1 on block. I'm like, no. But then you were like, but we both have 6 frame down 1s. Why is he always beating me? And then I just said, I don't know. Maybe you're not fast enough.
But
Yeah,
this should
no,
only
fuck,
apply
fuck,
on neutral
listen.
on block, right?
No, it also implies on minus and
Every
plus.
trade.
Yeah,
Every trade in the game.
Whenever 2 moves meet on the same frame. So
Yeah.
slips, I can tell you, many times I've locked Katana's forward 2-1 with Sub-Zero and go to down 3, and I get hit. And I'm just like, there is no
Exactly,
way she's
yeah.
always -1. I was like, get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, I'm having to use EX slide slips to fucking get out of it. Yeah,
We
this
have
shit
to
is...
do something to.
But
like,
if even Katana's forward 2-1, forward 2-1 is -1. That means my down 1 should still win. It's
No, it
not a
means you
matter
have
of
a
them
random
trading.
trade.
They're not trading. I should still always win.
Yeah, my down
no, but the
3.
game doesn't have a trade though. It's always random. It decides.
But there shouldn't be a trade because my jab should
No.
come out before
Listen,
you.
let me explain it. Ready? He's -1, right? So in reality, he's at 0 now, right? So because
No,
listen.
in reality, he's -1.
Yeah, but
Oh.
concerning the player 1 side, that makes him neutral, which means you guys get random trades.
No, Slips is right.
Yeah, he's right.
Slips is
Yeah.
right.
-1
What-
is
if-
-1. There's
Well,
no
I'm saying-
trading
no,
if it's
for-
only if
for
it's
me.
0 is it going
For
to
me,
really
I'm
matter.
saying
I
for
think
some
you guys are
sort
No,
going.
no. What
too
will
out
hurt you is if you're trying to do it down. No. What would kill you is if you're trying to do it down 3.
Like so I'm Sub-Zero.
If-
My fastest down poke is 7 frames.
You're
So-
right
right.
with Sub-Zero.
So then,
With
yeah.
Tom, you're
Yeah.
right with Sub. I agree with you. I'm talking about 6 frame down 1s.
Wait, but
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
get it
down
though. Wait,
Then you would.
wait, hold on. If Katana's -1 after you do 4-2-1, you guys are both a neutral, right? Wouldn't the game
It's-
still randomly decide who wins the
No,
trade?
It's
no.
-1.
If it's
If it's 0.
my 6. If I'm -1, my 6 frame down 1 would lose to your 6 frame down 1. Now you're Cabal, so it would be I'm -1. I'm doing a 6 frame jab. That makes it basically a 7 frame jab. You already have a 7 frame jab. That means that normally what we would have thought to be 50-50 now means I always win.
Yeah, but it basically
No, I'm
only
just
applies.
asking. Wait, no, I'm just asking. And let's say you guys both have a 6 frame jab, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Would-
6
would-
frame
Then
jab.
he'd still win every
But
time.
does it randomly decide, or does it always give it to the player too? If you're at -1.
It's,
If you're a minus
if
1,
it's
it
an
gives
even trade, it's always player one.
yeah,
If
but
it's-
if
If
it's
it's
a -1,
0, if
No,
it's
I
0,
understand that. I'm just saying, like, technically, Katana's at disadvantage, but with her having the player 1 advantage, you guys are now at neutral. So who wins?
No.
Does it trade
that's
or
only true if you're using a 7 frame move. If I still have a 6 frame down 1, I should still always beat her.
Yes.
all right? Okay.
Tom is right because he has to do down 3.
Yeah, basically,
Fuck.
it only applies when the character is 0 or plus. Like if Cage is +3 on side 1, he's really +4 because in 3 frames you guys will just be at 0 and he'll still beat you anyway. So in reality, he's +4.
That's so
He has
dumb,
an extra
though.
frame. Yeah. But if you're 0 or plus is when the extra frame comes in, basically because of the no trades. But
0 or +1 if you don't have a 6 frame jab. Yeah.
yeah.
Wait, no wonder I can never fucking punish Sector's enhanced teleport when I'm on a certain side. Sometimes I'm able to spin him with Kung Lao, and then other times I can never fucking punish
And
him.
then, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Held down, yeah. Dude, you know what's like this? The fact that this is so significant, and that it just really shows just how overall, as far as tournament players, the MK community looks like as a whole. Because to look at any other site, any other community would see this and say, "Yo, this is fucking retarded,"
yeah.
right? And for us, they're just like, "Just play through it, man." We're like, "Yeah, dude."
Play through
How
it.
many-
Yeah, I'll play through it. Give me player 1, bitch. I'll play through it.
How many times have
If
we
you
been
don't
in
care about it, then okay, let the dude be player 1.
Because look, we've all been in situations where something has happened and we're just like, there's no way, how did I lose that?
Yeah.
We've all done that, like gone back and reread the frame data one day because we think we're stupid.
Dude,
Like we,
fucking characters like Liu Kang now on player 1. Everything they do that was now on neutral, back 3-2-1 +1, forward 1-2 +1, 2-1-3 +1, dude.
It's only +1 if you don't have a 6 frame jab.
yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
your down
that's
1
right.
should still win.
So many times I'll be playing like Rio's Cage, and if he's like on side 1 and he's doing like forward 3, down 3, and I'm trying to down 3 him, and he always hits me, and I'm just like, yo, what the fuck? What? So many times, right? And I'm just like, okay, I'll
Dude.
block it standing this time. No, I'll block it crouching this time. No matter what I do, I
Playing-
always lose it.
Playing against Kung Lao with Molina on player 2 has to be the worst shit I've
Worst
ever
shit ever.
experienced in my life. You
It's
cannot
true.
trade or do. You cannot fucking move.
Yeah.
That means hoping out of pressure now. It means you gotta hope you're on player 1 side, and you gotta hope you don't get the input bug.
Exactly. It's like man, what the fuck,
It's
dude?
just another layer of crap.
What
Yo.
the fuck?
Oh my gosh. Now here's what I want to talk about. I wanted to ask you guys' opinion on this, because after MLG, it's really been brought up how this game is just one big counter pick fest. Now, here's my question is, I think at a certain level, a lot of the top player skill becomes relative, and I think that we see the matchup situation here. I really feel like with all the counter picking that a lot of times it could potentially turn into a hit and select battle. In other words, it matters more so a lot of times who will guess right at the hidden select screen as opposed to who actually is in the match, the players in the match at a certain level, at the highest possible level. And I think that is just really, really bad. I think that's really bad because, I do like the MLG rule set because with the 3 games, you have the extra game to try to win, the quote-unquote unwinnable match or the counter-pick match and try to, even things out. But I do feel like it gets to that point. When you're watching Junior versus Rio, when the continuation rule started, it's literally like Junior was like, just hurry up and get this one match over with so I can switch my character. Like literally, and then he was like, next character, and then it was like, it literally came down to that. And then the next dumbest thing is...
I think that's his personal mentality, though.
That is true.
He's got it in his head that it's matchup based.
It's true, but I think overall, I think there are certain characters in this game that have the tools to, even though they have bad matchups, that they can still win their bad matchup. And then you have characters that you just need an absolute team. And I think, it was my opinion that I think the best way to play MK9, for me from a competitor standpoint, is to really, I think people overreact too much. I think that people will play like one set, lose like 10-2 and say, bad matchup. I got to pick somebody else as a bad matchup, as opposed to sitting there saying, okay, let me just keep playing. Don't play 10 games, play me 10,000 games. Like I said before, and I really think that the best way to play the game is your goal should be to take the character select advantage away from your opponent, not play into it. But I just wanted you guys' thoughts on that.
The whole matchup thing now, with knowing about this whole new player one advantage thing, this has impact on a lot of matchups now.
Matchups, very true.
Let's say you're Kenshi, right? You're on player one, you're going to want to play against a Cage, but you're going to be +1 after all your back two overheads. You're going to be +1 now. But if you're a Cage player and you're on player one and the Kenshi's on player two, when he does the back two overhead, you're going to have advantage out there. If you do down one, you guys are going to be at neutral, you will win. So it does have an impact on a lot of matchups now. It's going to depend on, okay, this matchup, how is this matchup like that? And then you have to do the matchup again with, okay, are you on player one or are you on player two? And then here are the tactics. If you're on player one, you got to respect him after this and that. But if you're on player two, you got to be more conservative. Like, it's just, you got to do everything all over now.
Yeah, like you got to go Cage versus Katana, and you got to do the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It changes on side one and side two, because on side one you got to say,
explain
you're not
matchup in detail. Every match has to have player one and player two description on each side. Like, if you're a striker on player one, you have your roll is -5 on block, which means no one can punish it. But if you're on player two, your roll is now -7, so you got to watch out. Some of these, like against Reptile can outdash you.
The dumbest thing also, the day, like 2 days after that thread was made, I read a thread that says you can always poke out of Cage's forward in 3. And I'm going,
no.
Is this? I'm like, the guy is right. If you're not on the, if you're on the right
player
side.
One.
Yeah,
exactly.
What is Cage's 4-3 on block?
Neutral.
0.
Which means,
so if he does 4-3 to 4-3, why shouldn't you always be able to down 1?
You can't.
Well, but Kerbo does forward 3, down 3 all the time.
Yeah, he does. You gotta respect
that. 4-3 is what? 0. It's 0 on block. 4-3 is 9 frames, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So down 1 should always win.
Yeah, but
but you're +1 though. If you're on player
really
one, you have the advantage.
No, you're well, a lot of people like to do down 3 against Cage because they don't like to do down 1 against Cage because if he's mashing forward 3,
a lot of times,
or sometimes like he can block it down 1 and still mash you out immediately if he's mashing fast enough.
And a lot of them on hit, you're just leaving yourself negative frames right in front of Cage. So down 3 is better for poking.
Yeah, or even if he can always down 1 you no matter what. Cage can always down 1 you, and then it's I don't know. It's a dumb situation because like Rio said, it changes so many of the matchups where you got to say, okay, this is the match. But
it only changes on 0 frame advantage.
But there are a lot of characters.
Yeah, so many moves are neutral in this game.
Look at fucking
so many.
Dude,
Jax. Everything Jax has is fucking neutral. Dash punch, elbow, his strings.
On side 1, Sonya military stance forward 1 is now really plus.
Dude.
It's now plus 2. When you're on side 1, it's really plus 2.
Player 2 would be neutral.
It's really plus 2.
Her cartwheel too. Her cartwheel on player 1 would be -2, and her cartwheel on player 2 would be -4.
What I want to know is how did this happen? Paulo, I posted about this. Paulo told us a long time ago the rules of trades. Surely the guy wouldn't lie. So what happened?
Maybe all right. In the first version of the game,
training mode yet?
Yes,
Somnus did it.
Okay.
All right. Do you guys remember when the game first came out, there was no input bug, and then when they patched it, apparently like a new bug surfaced? You guys remember that?
I heard that was a rumor.
I do remember this. At the first time they made it version 1.05, I heard a lot of complaining about the input bug, that it happened a lot more. Like the initial. Because remember where they first patched it and like Noob's second outfit didn't have the overhead shadow tackle.
All
the
messed
first
up.
one did. Yeah.
But wait.
What if during a patch they messed up everything?
Wait. I'm 99% sure of this. Someone in the thread can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there is a guy that went and tested an unpatched version, and he confirmed the input bug was always just as bad. And I believe he even tested the demo and reported that it was...
Wasn't that Sunk?
I think it was Sunk was not doing it, but Sunk was talking to the guy that did it. Sunk would definitely...
Yeah, I heard it was always...
I just never remember it happening during the beta, and not like that. I never remember once being in Chicago and sitting there playing with Bone and Shotgun Ever going, why the fuck did I get this standing move? I've never.
But I think if I went back and remembered, I think I would have blown it off as poor execution. I think, I was sloppy. Because whoever pictures in a fighting game there's going to be a bug where your move won't come out.
I mean, I think that, I don't know, like Conqueror I would think would notice it as well. I mean, he had a couple of traps with Shang during the beta, like corner traps that involved down one, and I don't remember him ever getting standing one once. Granted, it just could have been a random coincidence that it just, that just happened to be the day the gods shined their face on us. Yeah. I mean, but
I don't know. I just remember that dude that thoroughly tested it, saying he went back and experimented with that. Anyway, regardless, what happened here? Like, did Paulo program it in, and then there's a bug where the system that he thinks works isn't working? Like, what's...
Possibly.
I want to know what's going
on.
Way.
Maybe he didn't know exactly how it worked, or maybe he had a patch in, and, well, the rumor, with the info bug not being back then is obviously proved false. Maybe that could apply to here in this situation.
Well, he definitely, unless we think he's lying, which is very unlikely, he definitely thought it. What he said was that at the beginning of a round, it flipped. It was a coin toss to determine who got it, and then every other frame it went back and forth, which would be totally fair. You'd never know.
What if the frame thing got bugged and it doesn't go back and forth? Like, it goes back and forth for like the first 2 minutes, and then it just freezes on player one always.
Yeah. I wonder if he doesn't realize. He might not even know. Like, I wonder if they set it up that way and something's preventing it.
He probably set it up, and like he'll go to start a match. Like, the first 10 seconds, it'll work properly, and he'll be like, okay, it works. But then what if after the 10 seconds the tick doesn't go back and forth? It just gets stuck always on player one.
And unfortunately, this is never going to get fixed, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to patch the game at this rate.
Did you guys see his... I tweeted him about... Alright, have you heard that the Vita version has a fix? The resets are gone.
Really?
Yeah, I heard.
And it is not coming to console at this point.
No, it's not.
I tweeted Paulo and I asked, can we expect this on console? And he said, it's not in the cards at the moment.
The situation is that basically they don't want to bootleg it via a hotfix. It would require a full patch, and Warner Brothers right now is not looking to put the cash out there for a full patch.
Right.
So they're not going to bootleg it. They're not going to bootleg it up, and and God knows it makes Cyrex better again by accident. So and
I'm sure that I'm sure Paulo is busy on the next game they're working on, and I'm sure Warner Brothers. Yeah, I'm sure Warner Brothers is saying no. You cannot. We're just not. 50-man tournaments are not a priority for Warner Brothers.
No, not at all. I don't see them. This is the way it's going to be, basically. So,
yeah, that's what it looks like. I bet Paulo would want to fix it, but I'm guessing it's just not something they can do.
Yeah, but this is really huge. All the more reason why I'm glad I have an ice clone, that I don't have to fucking deal with this. So many times I see people like nose to nose.
Yeah, but if you're on player one now, your clone will come out like one frame now.
No.
Because... No, I mean, it won't take like one frame, but if let's say I do like a down one, right?
If I'm zero, yeah.
If I try to trade with you, like down one, my down one will make contact with your clone on the first or second frame.
So we gotta make a rule, and we gotta make it fast, and we gotta all agree. We can't do this shit the Soulcalibur community does, where no one can agree. We gotta get all the leaders of the community to say, look, this is the rule, deal with it. Every tournament organizer needs to go with it. Tom,
I agree. I agree.
You're in charge. Go. What's the rule?
It has to be before Evo, too. It has to be done before Evo.
It has to be done now. We cannot sit here and talk about it for months.
I think...
I would say give loser the ability to request to change seats.
Yeah.
That's always been
simple and it's fair.
Yeah, I would say...
That's been the case in every fighting game anyway. I mean, it's always been loser can decide.
Yeah,
Tekken,
so let's just do
all
that.
the time in Mishima battles, all the time, switch sides, all the fucking
let's
time.
do that.
In Tekken.
Yeah.
To start it off, if the two players cannot agree on the sides, then they have to do a coin flip, and then
or rock paper scissors.
Coin flip is easier.
Yeah, but what if you don't have a coin though?
Somebody has a coin. Are you kidding me? You kidding me?
You know, I'm just saying. You never know, dude. What if someone doesn't have a coin for some reason?
Then you
I've been
throw a dollar
tournament-
bill. Then you
Dude,
throw a dollar
what's
bill
wrong
in
with-
the air.
All right, what's wrong with doing rock paper scissors though? Same thing.
Because
Either
then we'll
always-
get mind games about who's better rock paper scissors.
Dude,
Exactly.
it's just
We're gonna have a sub forum for rock paper scissors strategies.
Yes, sure. Get out of here. People throwing 3 papers, throwing bureaucrats. Get out of here, man. No.
all right. Coin flip. Does it have to be a
Coin-
quarter? Can we use a penny?
No. Penny, whatever you want to do, man.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
Either way, you have a coin flip, and then after that, the loser has the option to stay or request a side switch, and that's it.
Yeah, that's always been.
Wait a minute. Coin flip at the end of every match, or do you mean just in the beginning?
No, coin flip in the beginning.
A coin flip to start.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then a loser has to, if you're on side 2 and you lose, you have the option to say side switch. But if you're on side 1 and you lose, obviously you want to stay with side 1.
All right. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
What if you're on side 2 and you lose? I mean, what if you're on side 2 and you win? I mean,
You can't. Oh, the loser gets to request the
what?
Okay.
loser gets to make the choice. Whoever loses gets to make the choice.
well, obviously the loser's all. If he's on player 1 side, will stick with that side.
That's what goes back to the initial coin flip. You know, what I mean, obviously, if the 2 players can't agree on a side, it goes to the coin flip, and then so on and so forth. Oh,
All right.
you know,
This is gonna be a clusterfuck.
I do want to say real quick on the counter picking issue. How bad is it if you play a fucking DLC character in the hidden select battle? You are fucked.
Yo, same thing, dude. I tried count. Man, you can't go to Kenji. You're gonna fucking know. Like, let's say if I ever go to DLC, people are gonna fucking know I'm going to Kenji. They know I don't play Rain. I don't play Freddy. I don't use Scarlet. It's fucking obvious. That's the only
like
thing
Dave,
that sucks.
Dave goes to me.
Just always go to it and then navigate from there.
Then
You can't, though.
It
It'll
disappears.
show
It goes
anyway.
back.
Yeah.
The little box goes back down.
M2
Dang.
It's not fair for people who use DLC who want to hit and select.
Yeah.
It's not fair for them.
Dave said he
You could be
uses
picking
that.
Cyber Sub-Zero.
What about just covering the dude's eyes? Like someone covers their eyes, and then
Well, you
someone
could do
wait,
blind
but then
pick, where you tell the referee.
Blind pick. Yeah, you do
Yeah.
blind pick.
Yeah.
all right, so let's settle that way. Just say blind pick.
Yeah, you have to do blind pick. Yeah, that's again another dumb idea. You have hidden select, and then you can't use the DLC character.
Wow.
It's only funny because like Blackula plays Kenshi, so like Death sometimes will try to do that, like the hidden select when they play each other, but Blackula can't do it because he goes to Kenshi.
That sucks.
He can't do the hidden select.
That sucks.
You always know who he's picking, and I was sitting there laughing hysterically, like, "Hey, that sucks, man! You can't do the hidden select." Yeah. Holy shit, man! That's funny. Yeah, I mean it sucks, but.
I think we should tell every tournament organizer. I think it should start with power up and flawless victory. Let's do it. Let's go.
Let's do it.
It's already a standard rule.
No,
It's
I
all-
mean the player 1 side.
Yeah, player one.
Let's
That's
go.
what I'm saying. That's already a standard rule.
No, not
Is
in
it
this
really?
tournament. No, not in this community. No.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't
always
think-
it wasn't Tekken anyway.
You know, Slips
fact-
is right. If you go to the Evo rules and you look, like that is one of the things. If players can't agree on a side and so forth, it is
That's a
it's
standard
just
rule.
no one does it. Yeah.
Yeah, but these tournaments is not a common rule. Like they look at you like you're stupid. Like no, whatever. You know, so
Everyone-
it
Stay on
needs
your
to be
side,
made-
bro.
It
What
needs
are
to
you
be
doing?
made a common sense rule so that is less time arguing. Like no, there is no argument. That is the rule. You guys can't agree. Flip the fucking coin. You know.
Yeah,
And
I
I'd
don't think
say all
we
those-
I don't think we need to make a huge deal out of it. I mean, it's
But
just
people will,
it's
because-
just a rule that we, it's pretty common.
Yeah. I mean, but
The
it,
all
bigger
those
deal
dudes-
we make out of it, the more the community's gonna freak out. Just play it cool, and then if the more we freak out, the top players freak out about this thing, the more the community and the scrubs and the mediocres, the more they're gonna shit all over the game.
This guy
You gotta
has
play it
Hollywood.
cool.
that's true. That's true.
Tom, Rio,
Yeah.
will you guys be taking advantage of this? Like at flawless victory and
Yes.
power up, will you?
Hell yeah, man. Why wouldn't
Yes.
it, dude? If I'm playing
Hell
Cage,
yes.
I fucking want to be on player 1 side.
I got 7-frame normals. I want to be -2 all the time. Get the fuck out of here, man. Fuck. Yo, 16-bit. If I play you, get that coin ready, son. Get the
Yeah.
Double-sided coin.
Which would be bullshit against you.
Dude, thank God
That's
I have
awesome.
armor. Thank for once, NetherRealm Studios. Thank you for giving me armor. Man, he needs it. Man, I fucking need that shit, man.
Yeah, you need to use armor to get out of a neutral situation.
You know, I'll say this though. The one thing NetherRealm did better than anything else was they have the best slogan. He needs it. That is the best shit out of any tournament.
It's still my favorite catchphrase.
It
definitely
applies.
my favorite
I
catchphrase.
love watching Cyrix do in recess and people yelling, "He needs it! He needs it!
He needs it. Los
Dude.
necesita.
Dude, I get so many messages on Xbox saying, you know, oh my god, 2-1EX fan. And I always just type back, she needs it. She needs it.
It's too good, right? Yo, by the way, I want to say, one time I was playing Crazy I discovered the fucking Katana 2-1 picking up off the forward throw. One time I was playing a set at VSM, Crazy Dominican, 1-2, and I was up so much life. And he threw me like that, but I wasn't even holding block on the ground. I was like, this bitch has nothing to pick me up with. And he fucking
2-1 enhanced fan.
I was like, what the fuck was that? I didn't even know. So I went home and I checked it out, and I was like, get the fuck out of here. Her fucking standing 2 picks up on that.
That makes no sense whatsoever, dude. Her standing
No,
2, it's like, it's that she stabs him in the head, but somehow it picks him off and laying on the fucking ground.
I felt guilty for being on that Combat Network 24-hour stream with 16-bit and saying Sub-Zero's 2 needs to hit grounded, and it's a mid. After seeing Katana's high hitting grounded in that situation, I no longer feel remorse.
No. What it is it's her armpit. If you look at it, it's not the dash. If you don't dash in and you just do 2, they don't get picked up. She has to be really close. Think about the way she does the move. It's her armpit is hitting you, man. It's like,
how does that pick you off the ground?
What if she got like fucking arm hair that touches you when you're on the ground?
Get the
Like,
fuck out of here, man.
dude,
That doesn't make any sense, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Point in any situation, if someone's ducking, if you do 2, at no point will it ever hit you in any scenario.
Yeah.
no, it's fine. And if from a distance, it's the 1 that's hitting, not the 2. Like if you if you do a forward throw and you don't.
But if you do a 2 and they're ducking, you avoid the 2. But if you're laying on the ground and not holding block, it'll still hit you.
Yeah, that's
If
why.
you're super, no.
But that
If
makes
you're
no sense
super
though.
close, if you're crouch blocking and she is point blank, her 2 will hit you. It's special.
Really?
hit.
Really? Up
Yes.
that point blank?
No,
Wait,
but
yes.
I have to test that
Special
right now.
mid, or
not
if they're straight up ducking, it will hit them.
If they're ducking, it won't hit them. If they're crouch blocking,
How are you gonna
it
be
will
on the
hit them.
ground?
That's still the same thing. That
What?
still makes
Wait,
no
that's
sense.
what I just said though.
That still makes no
Your
sense.
hitbox is the lowest it can be when you're laying on the ground.
It makes no sense at all.
Dude, her arm. Look at the hitbox that
You can't defend the argument that you can crouch and always avoid standing 2, but when you're laying down, it hits. That makes no sense.
It doesn't at all. And your hitbox is lower when you're laying on the ground than it is when you're crouching.
That's ridiculous. On a side note, I have to ask Rio a question. Did you in Detroit have cue cards when you made the second video about exposing anti-tech? Because Detroit was literally like, yo, that was hilarious. Because Rio's like, yo, and Detroit's like, do you know what we should do, Rio? Rio's like, what should we do, Detroit? I think we should expose it. Right?
No, we just rolled with it. Like, dude, we had the whole thing set up.
And I'm just like,
By the way, I want who called that a work? Who was sitting there on the forums going, "This is a work. Get out of here."
What do you mean?
Dude, you guys were trolling. You guys were fucking trolling.
No, we were all serious.
We were trolling.
Yeah, right.
In a serious
No,
manner.
we were all serious.
We were serious.
That shit was staged. Pro wrestling is more real.
Dude, no, we did not call each other up and like plan any of that. That was all just us being us.
Here's what me and Rio troll. Like sometimes, like we'll troll and it'll be serious, and then we're just like, whatever. Like we do that. So it's like, but the Shoryuken's present thing, that was Rio.
None of that was staged. None of
such
that.
a troll. He then switches the example, and then Detroit doesn't even do the wake up kick. And then Rio's like, so it's not a counter to Shoryuken's present. And I'm sitting there going, if he tried
We're not
to,
even doing motherfucker. Dude,
I-
we
I was-
didn't even do anything right in the
it
video.
was
We
so
were just going
funny.
off.
I was like, yo, this has got to be it. That's why I knew it was a troll. Because I'm sitting here going, even in Rio's second example, if Detroit did a wake-up attack, it would have still hit Rio out of the fucking ground ice. He would have had to block it, which means it's still a counter to the prison. He's making a video saying it doesn't counter that trap, while it does counter the trap at the same time. I was like, this guy's a fucking troll now. Now I know this dude's fucking trolling, man. That shit was bad.
Yo, I said something like, if you do the air clone and then they try to do a shadow king on wake up, the air clone has different properties that disables their wake. Didn't I say something like that?
Yeah, something like, and Detroit got up and did a regular wake-up attack, and Rio was like, it disables the wake-up. I'm going, what the fuck am I watching here, man? It disables the wake. Yo, he was trolling. The funniest thing in the world is still that they made this video, and all these Sub-Zero players are like, thanks, and I'm going, and Conqueror is the only one that goes, I saw the same trap in February 2011. You know, because, like, that's why they changed the clone, because it was inescapable back then. And, like, all the Sub-Zero players were like, yo, you can't jump out. Yo, Rio, Detroit jumped right into the clone. Rio's like, and Detroit will showcase that right now.
But this goes to prove the whole point that, dude, the Sub-Zero community needs you. You can't just abandon them. Look
But
how
how
helpless
do
They do.
Bro,
Look
how
how
do you
helpless
not
they are.
know-
Dude, they
How do you
need a
not know-
leader, someone to help them.
How do you not
They
know
do.
the clone? How do you
Dude,
not know
they
the
need-
clone disappears? Like,
Because,
all right, here,
dude,
all right. I'm
They
honest,
don't know
guys.
that. They don't know.
Here's my problem with posting Sub-Zero knowledge. And I mean this, no disrespect here, because I'm going to apologize to all of them at the end of the show. Denzel, Shoryuken, and Marvaz are the three problems I have, because I'll talk about a match realistically speaking. Like, Sonya, I still feel, even though I know Ryu 48 feels like the Sonya match is 5-5, and it could be. But, you know, it could be a 5-5 or a 6-4. I'm leaning more toward the 6-4 side. I'm confused on it, you know. And I'm gonna openly admit and say I'm not sure, and I'll list things on both sides. But these guys will come in and say, "Nope, I'm the law, 5-5 because I said so. Peace, nigga." And I'm like, "What the fuck kind of information is that?" You know, like.
Well,
like the
it's
Kung Lao-
because hasn't like Marvel's and don't they all play Morty all the time?
But I mean, I've played all the Sonyas basically, you know, and like I played Kerbo, Morty, Ryu 48, Death, and they all except for Kerbo, who we didn't really play. We didn't really sit down and play it and try the match. We were just playing to play, and it was like, I think he was up by a game or whatever. I don't know. We weren't really playing a set. We were just playing bullshit games. But, you know, Death thinks it's even. Ryu 48 thinks it's even. Morty thinks it's even. The way I play Sub-Zero now in that particular match, but I still feel like it could be a little bit of a disadvantage. And it's so, like when I talk about Kung Lao stuff, it's so hard to talk because when I know something is not as simple as it is, and somebody comes in here and says, "Oh, simple, just do this," I'm like, no, that's not even the problem. Like, for example, Cage versus Sub-Zero.
Dude,
For
Sonya
some-
players always think everything is fucking even.
Yeah, I know that. But say like Cage versus Sub-Zero, for some reason, there's this image out there that this is a free matchup. And I'm sitting there going, no, you got to play Rio, Maxter, you know, Kerbalicious, and I'm going through all, you know, Dizzy, all these names. I'm just like, you know, you have to understand it's not free. You know, I want to say Dizzy's Cage has drastically improved. When I first went to Chicago and I played Dizzy's Cage, he had no idea what to do in that match. And I think it's the first time he's ever played that match at the highest level. I was amazed by the level of improvement of his Cage in that particular match. Like, to the point that I will always sing Dizzy praises in that. And I'm just like, these guys out there, there's no such thing. It's not a free match. But yet, when I read these forums, these guys come in here and make it seem like, you know, whatever, this is the way it is. And it's like Denzel's little brother, you know. These guys, I think these guys are good players. But someone will say a character's not a certain way. And we know these characters have issues like Kano. They'll come in and say, if you guys don't think this character's top, you need to play me. And I'm going, what the fuck kind of information have you just provided? You know, Sub-Zero top 10? I hate saying that because I know it's not true. You know, but I know.
Wait a minute. Haven't you been recently saying you might be?
Yeah.
I do that.
Dude,
Are you misleading the Sub-Zero community?
Okay, here's the thing. Okay,
They
maybe
need
he
you.
is. I'm not sure, but I'm
They
not
need
sure.
you.
I'm
But they
not
need
sure.
you, dude.
Like,
Stop.
All right, to be fair, you are saying you're not sure.
Challenge
To be fair,
I'm not sure.
To be fair,
I'm not
your
sure.
bravado is less this time. I'll give you that. That's true.
I'm not sure. But I will say the clone option select is great. The clone option select is the biggest difference in me losing 5-0 to
Just explain it. Just explain it.
Alright, even though you have
You're going to be doing it at Power Up in 3 days.
I know,
So
it's-
just
I know.
explain
The
it.
beauty of it is no one's going to be able to know what it is anyway when I see me do it.
Dude,
Okay,
come on, Neo. Like, you're not... People are going to be able to figure it out. We're not Neanderthals. Like,
And realize the truth.
Well, I don't know about the Sub-Zero players, dude.
I know that's true.
They may not be able to figure it out.
Clone option select is something that I found out when I was at a total loss for like the reptile match. I'm sitting here reading like guys like Denzel saying it's an even match, and I'm going, waiting for him to tell me why it's even, and he's like, because I'm Denzel, DJT, and I'm just like,
wait, he really said that? He really said
no,
that?
but I was just thinking, when I think of California, I think of like him doing the RVD, like only he's DJT. Like I don't know why I think of that, right? And I fucking
now I'm going to think of that. And
right? That's all I think of, right out there. And I'm just going, like when I'm talking about PL, I don't mean to blow him up, but like when I was talking about PL's Kung Lao, when I was in Ohio, and he was doing that shit, and I was just like, yo, what? Wow, Sub-Zero gets fucking mauled here, and I was going the problem.
Wait,
like,
since we're on the subject of PL, I want to know, dude, like, you know how I was talking about earlier in this podcast, how you make those claims and then get blown up and whatnot? Alright, PL's going down the same path you are, because right now he's calling me out for getting second place at MLG, saying that that's bad or whatever. He's like, shut up, Mr. Second Place. Meanwhile, he got fucking 9th place. Why is he calling me out? I don't understand.
I mean, everybody loses, so I think that's a bit ridiculous to call someone out
I
for
know,
getting
but
second
I don't
place.
understand, like, how, if I was in his position, I got 9th place, I wouldn't call anyone out from first place to 8th place.
Him call outs and talking shit isn't his.
Yeah, but it's not even hype. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. You got beat 3-0 by CD Junior. You got babied by a cage player using Cabal. Like, when will you shut up and
Some
realize
people
you
know
just...
how to talk shit and hype shit up. Some people don't. There's a time and a place where you can talk shit and it'll create hype, and then there's a time and a place where you can talk shit and you just look dumb.
And the people are just like, what?
Him on Twitter, dude, last night on Twitter, that shit was horrible.
I heard something about that. Somebody was like,
It wasn't entertaining. When I read it, I was like, this is like a waste of time. It's not even funny. Why are we wasting our time even arguing with this dude?
I strongly disagree about that not being entertaining. I was very...
Maybe for you guys, but for me, it was like,
Let me
really,
tell you
dude?
what 16-bit, how his entertainment is. 16-bit he works at like an institution for, I guess, people that are not right in the head. He works like a mental institution.
Yes.
He does them old school style. Like they say, can you please escort so-and-so to their room? 16-bit takes him out back, and he has an old school ice water dunking chamber. And this is the stuff he does for his enjoyment. You know, this is disgusting. So you have to look at his sense of humor, what he finds entertaining, as opposed to what the normal person does. So.
I just like rivalries. I like it because you can tell CD Junior and PL do not like each other and they want to body each other. I love it.
He already bodied him, though, like 2 weeks ago. That's also another thing I hate, dude. I hate how, like, PL gets bodied by CD Junior, and then they're all like, oh, rematch next month. Meanwhile, fucking PL beats me at EVO, and I don't get a rematch, and it's like a year after that. Like, that's so fucking fucked up.
I will say, though, he did show a lot of stuff in that particular Jax match. He did leave a lot of damage out there that does show that Kung Lao could potentially win that match, especially with that
I
music
feel
going
like...
on.
Dude, speaking of Kung Lao, that character is so underrated right now.
That roll fucks Jax up. Kung Lao can roll all of Jax's wake-up attacks.
I think
Jax
Kung Lao's
cannot-
top 3.
Jax cannot get up against Kung Lao. That is fucked up.
We've said that, man. We've been on the Kung Lao bandwagon. Dude, he gets in. He has the best mobility of the game.
Yeah, speaking of Kung Lao, when Denzel, getting back to the when I was talking about, like, because PL was constantly like teleporting, instant 3, everything to teleport, 1-1-2 teleport, to the point that I stole it and blow up every Kenshi player by doing it. You know, when Pig came up with his how to stop Kung Lao, he literally was saying, how do I stop Tom Brady's Kung Lao from mashing teleports on me after everything? That's basically what it was. Because I was the one that was doing it. But I got that from PL, doing it to Sub-Zero. And, like, at that point, I hadn't really found... There's a couple of issues that I had with Kung Lao. Like, and I try to talk about these issues, and I would be like, hey, you know, here are the problems that I'm having Sub-Zero versus Kung Lao. I had not gone back and revisited the match, because I was basically playing Russian roulette with characters. So at this point, when I was talking about the problems that I saw at this point, I had not really gone back and revisited and tried to find an answer. So I'm talking on the boards, and I'm like, the problems I'm having with Kung Lao, or Sub-Zero has with Kung Lao, is he can't punish the EX spin. So every time Sub-Zero does a combo on Kung Lao in the corner, Sub-Zero he can't clone, and he can't block, because Kung Lao can just wake up spin, and if you try to back up and clone, the spin will blow right through it because of its invincibility and blow you up. And if you try to block it, the spin is point blank, so it's safe. And then you blocking it, he just gets up, jumps over you, starts jabbing you, throwing you, you're fucked. You can't even end combos on this fucking character in the corner. And then I was talking about the teleporting, how he's like, poke to teleport, jump in, teleport, jump kick, teleport, like a whole bunch of shit. That's a real problem. And Denzel's just like, nah, just walk backwards. You're good. And I'm like, no, man, you can't walk backwards, because when he does pokes to teleporting, the game will make you walk toward him when you try to do that sometimes. You can't do that. Not even understanding the problem. And he's just like, no, man, walk backwards. It's an even match. DJT. And I'm like, I don't, right? And like, he doesn't understand what I'm saying. So it's like,
some players play better than they actually know.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there going, and I don't mean to blow him up, but I just want to go, dude, the last time I saw you fight PL's Kung Lao, you didn't look like you knew what the fuck you were doing about it. Now, you have never played it again, and I don't think anyone's Kung Lao is on that level. No offense to P-Board player. He's not PL's level with Kung Lao. I would never say that.
Wait, what about Useful Glue's Kung Lao, Foxy's Kung Lao, Kerbal's Kung Lao, Forever King's Kung Lao? What all of them?
They're not on PL's level. PL is the best Kung Lao in the world.
How do you know that, though? Wait, but hold on. PL got babied by Cage, and Foxy beats Kerbal up online. Wouldn't that make Foxy better?
I will say the Atlantic Ocean does the Titanic no favors, but Foxy Grandpa plenty of them.
All right, but the same can be said for Kerbal online.
That was awesome. God, Tom, you're the man.
I will say, I mean, what?
Yeah, but the same can be said for Kerbal Online, though. I mean, look, I played Foxy Online. He does his anti-airs on point. He punishes shit. Imagine him coming offline, his weight's just falling off. Don't you think he would be better offline than he is right now?
He may be, brother.
We'll find out.
I'm not saying he's not good, but I'm just saying, dude, it's only.
I'm just saying, man. There's a lot of good Kung Lao. It's not just one dude anymore. There's a lot of Kung Laos now.
What I'm saying is, when it comes to the online thing, brother, NASA has lag. So I'm pretty sure that Foxy Grandpa's technology in his home has lag too. A lot more than NASA does. So, you know what's so funny on the whole no lag thing? I'm being as old as I am. Right when fighting games really started to go high speed, people were always talking about one day when there's going to be no lag. It's going to be great. And I'm sitting there going, do you fucking morons know what this means? And they're like, yeah, one day no lag. I'm like, if there was 1 day connection, if a connection came out tomorrow and they said, we have found a way to eliminate even 1 frame of lag via the speed of light traveling data, it would cost you $1 billion a month. I was like, are you fucking stupid that you don't realize that with technology comes money that nobody can afford?
Dude, wouldn't offline tournaments die too?
No, it will never die because the human element will never be replaced. It's like, think about it like this. Think about it like reading a book. When you read a book, people that are like really get into like book reading and stuff like that, like people, I don't watch TV, I only read books, and they read a book that really gets to them. They would much rather sit down and have a 10-minute conversation with the author than have a conversation with them over Skype. Because at the end of the day, you can never replace your human element that makes you.
I agree, Tom.
So
the best part about tournaments is the community. I mean, if you guys think Tom is entertaining on these shows, you should see him when he's had a bit to drink and he's fired up after a tournament. That's entertainment, and you can't get that online.
Exactly. If you don't want to be entertained by me, then you want to come hang out with me in the real world where there's no tournaments. Then you'll be like, dude, you're a boring ass dude, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? There have been people that when I was doing the Championship Gaming Series with DOA. And I was doing the whole Tom Brady thing in tournaments. When I was in LA, when all that shit was done, and it was like at night and we go to the bar, people would be like, what's wrong with you? You're not talking, you're not whatever. I'm like, I'm like, let me ask you a question. Did you really think that in my real personal life that I'm going to go out to the bar and call everybody trash and, talk a whole... I was like, are you that... But, like, these people actually thought that this was going to be the funnest time, and I'm just sitting there quiet, drinking my beer, watching the game, and they're like, what's wrong with you, dude? What the fuck? We came out here for a good time. I'm like, yo. So, I mean, it's very entertaining in tournament, and the human element is something that you can just never... You just can't ever replace.
Yelling and screaming.
Look, players get fans and supporters, and these guys, there's nothing like sitting down with that player that they've been supporting for the longest time on streams and just playing 10 games with them and just getting a little piece of advice at the end of the day. They will never forget that. Never. So
online will never be perfect.
It'll never be perfect. Absolutely not. No. So
I want to talk about Evo for a second.
Anyway, guys, it's almost 6 a.m. here, and I have to get going. So it was nice being on this podcast. It was fun.
Appreciate it.
All right, peace, guys.
Peace.
Later.
Yeah, dude.
All right, what about Evo?
All right, Evo.
We got to wrap.
Have you guys?
Yeah,
no, we don't. Let's keep going. Have you guys seen the funding? We are very close. They need $2,000 to guarantee Used for Glue and Foxy to go to Evo, and I think they have $1,800 now. So if you can afford it, please pledge to donate to these guys. We are so close. We're going to have a 5-on-5. They'll be in the tournament. Who does not want to see Foxy?
Wait. Where do they go to donate?
There's a thread. Used for Glue made a thread.
Yeah, I donated. I'm donating 50. There are a lot of people that don't. We have almost the same amount, and I'm looking forward to Foxy Grandpa coming over here.
Mustard versus Maxter. Come on, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that's gonna be really good. I think that's really gonna be like awesome. I want to bring something up very quickly because Slips obviously has been in the tech community for a long time. Slips, Koreans, it's not, those Tekken Gosu videos, and we all watch them, and it's not on. We all know top players beat top players in casuals, which is basically what Tekken Gosu is, and like it's not uncommon to watch like Rain versus Whole Man, and like sometimes Rain will like blow him up, like 5-6 straight, and then like when you know what I'm saying, like back and but then the next day, you know what I mean, or like the next set, it happens all the time. The difference is that I think the difference in Mortal Kombat is top players. Like I've never seen the trolling affect top players in any other game like it does Mortal Kombat. The other day I was playing Death in some casuals, and it was funny. And myself and Death laugh about it now. And he lost like a 5-1, and we were playing on a CRT. And he says he doesn't like the CRT. He likes to play on the Asus monitors, so he doesn't like CRTs. But he was getting blown up so bad for that literally we played 5 sets, and he was up 5 sets to 2. 3 sets to 2. And I was like, hey, let's keep playing more games, man. Let's keep rolling Sonya versus Sub-Zero. And he's just like, no, man. Because the trolling, and he said he's never been blown up like that before, the trolling bothered him so much that he didn't want to do it in case it happens to be 3 sets to 3, and then I'm going to blow him up. Or like the trolls are going to blow him up if they find that he lost another set. And I'm just like, the trolls have made you not want to play more casuals in this match. Are you serious? And it was just like, I've never seen this before. And I see it all the time in the MK community where, like, you have two
It's because
players.
we're so small.
Like, look, for example, me versus Maxter. Here's what I can't stand. I'll go to VSM, and I'm not going to argue that Maxter's better than me, that I'm not better than Maxter. I don't care who's better than who. I surely can beat Cyrex or Johnny Cage, any Cyrex or Johnny Cage in a tournament. Just like I can be beaten by any top Cyrex or Johnny Cage in a tournament. And we'll play, like, some casual matches for fun, do a whole bunch of babies, on each other, or like I'm not blocking, trying babies, and he's, doing the fucking Johnny Cage nut punch traps on me, so I'm fucked, and then we'll be like, okay, let's do a 1st to 5, and we don't play this match too much, and I like win a set or so. It's only 1 set. It means nothing. It doesn't mean I won't get blown up the next time, right? It means nothing. But the trolls will come calling, and then I'll make Maxter come on a stream, who I consider a close friend of mine, and say, nah, man, I 10-0 Tom all the time, Cage versus Sub, which is a bold-faced lie. Only not even his dreams will that ever happen, And I'm just like, why is it guys like Like I'm sure, like in the Tekken Crash, like guys, like those guys blow each other up to each other. Like they talk shit to each other. Like, dude, didn't I just blow you up yesterday? Like that. But they don't let the trolls influence each other. Like if you were to say to someone like Rain, hey, didn't Homie just blow you up yesterday? He would just say something like, we good players beat each other. We beat each other. You know, whatever. You know, like I would never. But in MK, if it happens one time, it makes, you know, instead of a top player sticking together and attacking the trolls, instead the trolls get top players to attack each other in a malicious, discrediting manner because now they feel like we have to defend ourselves to the troll. Everyone says, don't let trolling get to you. But the trolling, every time a top player gets trolled for losing one casual set, and they try to justify it to the troll by saying, oh, this is what I normally do, you are technically letting the trolling getting to you. And yet they all say, don't let the trolls bother you.
I think there's two different things. One, Tekken 6, Tekken 5, that's a game where it's designed for a lot of crazy shit to happen. Anyone can beat anyone on any given Sunday in that game. MK9 is a more consistent game. Another thing is, we're all under microscopes, like as far as like community leaders and top players. I mean, you stream anything, they're gonna label that as important as a tournament.
Yeah.
So it's important to, if you want to get game like casuals in with someone, and you just want to play, and you just want to fight it out and duke it out, and not take it to heart if you lose, then you gotta just not play online, or you gotta not stream it. Play in private where there's no witnesses.
See, but to me, you think casual streams are like the best thing, because you would think that if you are people watching on, you get to watch two players really make any read they want without the finality of a tournament. So in reality, you get to watch both players really use their mind at a more free level. So you really get more entertaining shit and more crazy reads and more crazy shit happening. And I feel like the trolls don't realize that they're really blowing themselves up. You know, they're really like, I don't know. I just feel like the top players, like we brought earlier, like, why do you care what the trolls think? When I talk about the excuses or whatever, let the troll. It's not really the trolls that get to me. It's the other top players that I respect. Like, like for example, like the whole Marvest thing. Like I always point out, I'm just like, the top players will be like, no man, like I made an example about
I think
Denzel.
That's what makes the community fun, is that the trolls they create this drama between the top players that keeps everything interesting. That's kind of their role, is to make everything interesting.
But the problem is,
we got to understand as top players that they're going to do that. That they're going to put each other up against ourselves, but we can't take anything to heart. Like Denzel can't. I mean, he seriously can't be pissed at you.
He is.
Well, that's silly. It's just stupid shit. It's fun. It's a video game. I mean, trolls are gonna spread rumors and shit, and shit's gonna happen. I'm not mad at you, because obviously that was the troll thing with the whole Tekken career shit.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just it's just trolls. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's just trolling.
It's just. I mean, we have to appease the community and the trolls by kind of buying into it, and so because they're the muscle of the community. I mean, we're like the heart and the brains of the community, but they're like the muscle and the skeletons. Like, we need them. So we don't want to piss them off. We just need to...
we don't want to piss them off. But I mean, they don't... But the top players have to understand. Like, for example, like, getting mad at each other is the dumbest thing of all time. Like, you know damn well when I say to both of you, I don't care if the trolls would blow me up to it, but if I were to get... blown up by Denzel Terry in a casual stream, 10-1, and I were to say, it was just casual, we're just playing for fun, I didn't care. You know that those guys on the West Coast, Marvesh, Shuriken, all those guys would never let me live down the fact that on a casual stream, Denzel blew me up, even if I placed higher than him in a tournament. And I think we can all agree with that right now. They would never let me live that down.
Yeah, because it's fun.
Yeah,
it's fun.
It's their guy, and it's their guy.
So my whole problem with the the West Coast and the Marvaz thing, it's not the trolls that do it in this situation. And this is my problem with the West Coast guys. It's one of those things where I don't like the double standard they themselves put on me. And I'm just like, in other words, if you are Marvaz and you were to go to Morty's house and you were to beat me 10-1 on Morty's stream in a Sub-Zero mirror, and I then tried to say to you that I wasn't trying, you would do nothing but rub in my face that you beat me in top 8 and that you blew me up again 10-1. And if I were to say, well, I wasn't really trying in that casual, you would say, were you trying in top 8? But when you get blown up in that stream, and I want to say, look what happened to you, bro. You got blown up here. Not even me saying it. Somebody else brought it up. And they were like, no, I wasn't trying. But for me to say, come on, man, you got blown up there. I'll give you your props. You got blown up there. I beat you twice in the tournament. And they'd be like, no, that doesn't count. I wasn't trying in the winners finals because whatever. And I'm going like, dude, come on, man. That's where the trolling's not funny, because I don't like how it's just so bad. It'd be funny that way if like I were to blow him up on a stream like that, and it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. You got blown up, and if he's like, but I beat him in top 8, and they're like, dude, shut the fuck up. You got beat twice before the top 8. If I would have picked if I would have gone with the mirror, if it was like that, then it would be fair, because it's like, yo, it happens to Tom, happens to Marvaz, happens to everybody, But for me, it's just like, I'm like, dude, that's why I don't like it, I don't like playing these casual it bothers me, because I'm like, it goes against the hype for me. It's a situation where if I win, I can't talk about it, I can't bring it up, I can't rub somebody's nose in it. But if I lose, even though it's just casual, if I try to justify it the way they do, I'm an excuse maker, I'm not giving credit where it belongs, and it's looked at me like, not in like, oh, it's just top players talking shit. It's looked at me like, yo, you're just a sore loser and a bad competitor. And that's where I don't like it there. So in reality, before we end the show, I just want to say to the entire West Coast and tell everyone where this comes from in the Sub-Zero war. It comes from the fact that I was in the wrong initially when the game came out, discrediting certain setups and tactics done by Shoryuken and Marvaz, that while just because I wouldn't do them because I find them a bit too risky for the matches that I want to play and the style I want to play, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not good for what they want to do in that moment. And I unfairly criticize them as being below me, not based off anything accomplishment-wise, simply because of like a parlor trick or two, which probably could work. And one of them did work on me at that time. And that's where the rivalry came from. That they felt that I was not giving them their just due, which is why, if I play someone like Marvaz and we play on 7 different occasions and I win on 5 of them, it's always going to be some kind of excuse, because to them it's probably I never initially gave them their just anything, and now, I come looking for that credit. You know what I mean? So that's where it comes from. So I would like to publicly apologize to Denzel, Shoryuken, and Marvaz for ever starting any of this. And I want to say I do want to thank your good players. On a side note, now I do want to do Marvaz. I've beaten you more times than I care to think of. And when I think you are a good player, I do not want to hear your excuses. Yes, you outplayed me on 2 occasions. You were the better player both of those times. But I've beaten you in 2 money matches. At Evo, I beat you in a money match. I don't want to hear you weren't playing the game. Oh, guess what? Neither was I. Oops, I forgot to tell you. I wasn't playing it then either. When I went out to Devastation, I beat you in winners pools. You picked Sub-Zero on me once. You picked Sub-Zero on me the second time, and you lost. You went to Liu Kang. You didn't go to Liu Kang. I drove you to Liu Kang, and you lost again. In the winners finals, don't tell me you weren't in grand final. Don't tell me you weren't playing. You were playing, and you lost. That's a cop-out. Excuses. All right? Give me my props, because God knows I'm going to give it to you and you beat me. We played I don't want to hear that if you would have played Sub-Zero the entire tournament, you would have beaten me. Because afterwards, you played me in a money match afterwards. All right? And I beat you 2-1 Cage versus Sub-Zero. And then you went to your Sub-Zero, and you still lost 2 straight rounds to me. So I don't want to hear that excuse that if you would have gone or whatever. Why don't we just say, you're a good player, I'm a good player, we've played on this many occasions, I've gotten the better of you overall. You did outplay me in the top 8, but I've outplayed you in these occasions. We're both good players, and we'll settle it in a money match when I see you again. And I'll be more than glad to end this bullshit-ass sub-talk once and for all. and Denzel Terry, you're the last person I'm going to call out on the West Coast. I have no problem putting you down in a Sub-Zero mirror. Because when I put you down in a Sub-Zero mirror, then I've put you all down. And then, if you want to play me again, Denzel, you fly your ass out here to the East Coast and put down everybody I have before you talk to me again. All right? You got to earn your way back up in the rankings, brother. All right?
Wow.
All right? That's my only problem I have with Denzel. That's my only problem I have with Denzel Terry. I'm sure he's a great player, but I don't like how I feel. They look at me like I have not earned the right to be called the best Sub-Zero. I feel like I have earned that right. You know I got blown up for beating Master D's Cabal. I will put money that Master D's Cabal will 10-0 any of their Sub-Zeros. You know, it is not as easy as it looks to beat some of these top players. When they tell me, LOL, Freddy is not a problem, I would love to see Denzel try to beat M2 Dave's Freddy. You know, let me tell you something, guys. You guys are all good players out there, but just because you see me do it doesn't mean you can do it too. All right? And actually, I even lost. I only won a set. I actually lost that grand final. You know, so while I do respect all those, recognize that it is my title to be taken. Okay? So I have no problem playing this guy. None whatsoever. But that's basically where it all comes from. And I just wanted to be out there that while I do think that, and what does bother me is, you know how they say West Coast, that's their boy, but the East Coast doesn't even back me up. Guys at VSM don't even back me up. Like they don't, you know, like with the Jax, you know, war between Tyrant and Junior. You get the VSM guys going, no, Junior's the best, and the West Coast guys are like, yo, Tyrant's the best. Yeah, shit was mad hype, right, coming in MLG. With Sub-Zero, you got the West Coast guys saying, yo, Denzel's the best, and the East Coast guys going, yo, let's troll Tom. Yo, Denzel's the best, and I'm going, come on, man.
Wait a minute. CD at MLG.
Yeah, CD
called you the best Sub-Zero in the world.
Yeah, CD, and CD Junior actually do that. Rio will troll the shit out of me and like do whatever.
Everybody knows you and Rio are practically husband and wife.
Yeah, of course, man. But
everybody knows that, man.
It would add to the hype, man. It goes back to that East Coast West Coast thing, and I'm just like, dude, come on, man. Let's fucking.
Rio's not capable of being serious, dude. Everyone knows he's just jacking.
It's not. But I mean, that's been my whole problem with those guys, because I feel like I've always said, you know, you have to, you know, I'm not going to, like, you know, Marv is always talking about, I'm not a top 5 sub, yada yada. I'm just like, dude, you know, I understand.
Wait a minute, what? You said that?
Yeah, Marvez, he listed his top 5 sub players, and he said in order, the sub players were Denzel number 1, Marvez number 2, Shoryuken number 3, Death number 4, and me number 5. Oh, and I'm going to do one more call out. You're going to love this. Tom Hanks, my man. I hear you want to talk about how free I am. Tom Hanks looked at me and said, yeah, Newbie bodied me. How did you beat him? Do you know how I beat him? Because I'm better than you. And so is Newbie. Let me tell you something, my friend. You might have beaten me one set with Sub-Zero. You beat my Sub-Zero one set, brother. You want to make up lies, say you beat me at Winter Brawl? No. You didn't beat me at Winter Brawl. I lost to Maxter and Arturo when I placed over you yet again at another tournament, okay? I don't like being called free. I gave you nothing but respect when you beat me in those 2 tournaments. You beat my Kung Lao twice. You beat my Sub-Zero one set when I was embarrassed to even look at how I played. In fucking character limbo over there, not even knowing what the fuck I'm doing with Sub-Zero. I have a whole bunch of new shit with this character. All right, maybe that might explain at MLG why yet again someone as free as myself again placed over you. You know, I am just so tired. You know, Death tells me that this guy, Tom Hanks, right? Death didn't tell me, but he put up a video of him playing Death. You know, in the Sub-Zero. You know, and he got bodied apparently, you know, in the video, you know, and I remember watching this video, and Tom Hanks said that Death was beating him really bad with Sub-Zero. I mean, but this was the best Sub-Zero he'd ever seen. Well, Death used his best Sub-Zero on me, and he got 5-0. You know, so don't ever think because you beat my Sub-Zero one set that it's a lifetime thing. Take your win and be happy with it, because it will never happen again. And by the way, I Kiss was the best sector. Peace.
While we're on the subject of Swift Tom Hanks, I mean, is he still using Sector?
Yeah. I mean,
So does he think that Sector is good again?
I think he does.
I mean, Sector is good and all. I just, man, have you guys actually met Swift Tom Hanks?
No,
Have
I've
you guys
never.
ever actually? Really? I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
The guy's a really cool guy. The guy actually in the finals at whatever, he said, hey, if I win, I'll pay for your dinner. I didn't take him up on it, but that was an awesome gesture. And the guy's a really cool guy. And, the only reason why I had to blow you up, Swift Tom, is, come on, man. He beat me at Salty Battles one time and painted it out to people that I was all angry or whatever. And in my anger, I was so angry that I got up and shook his hand and said, good game. Oh, I was furious that day, Swift Tom Hanks. Well, I expressed it like that. And, after winning that tournament, after we won that tournament, I mean, I didn't make any excuses. Dude, I'm be honest with you, man. And 16-bit, you were here. You remember these days. I was like in Sub-Zero limbo where I'm like, I'm never playing him again. Oh, I'm playing him again. I'm never playing him again. Oh, he's good. Now he's bad. Dude, I'll be the first one to admit I had no fucking clue what the fuck I was going to what I was doing, man. I was caught in transition by Swift Tom Hanks, but I still didn't say anything about it. Have you ever heard me say anything about that loss? I've never said anything about it. I've never blown him up for the I don't know, I got to take off my socks and shoes to count how many times I placed top 8 over him at tournaments, man. But I've never I've never brought that up because he beat me straight up, right, at both of those tournaments, right? So I'm just like, yo, props, man. But then to go around and start calling me free and to even disrespect by looking at me and be like, yo, how did you beat Newbie when he beat me like that? He bodied me. And I didn't want to insult him, so I was like, oh, yeah, I scrubbed him out, clone, just scrubbed him out. And Newbie is like, yo, I'm afraid of Newbie. Newbie's, like, really good. Like, Newbie is, like, a really good Cyrex. Like, when I have to play Newbie, I'm like, yo, this guy he's really, really good. And I think people don't realize how good he is. And this guy, literally, he said to me, his exact words were, how did you beat Newbie? It was funny.
Newbie's got a really, really weird, unique style.
He does, dude.
That's good tournament play.
Yeah,
dude,
that's good,
his
man.
Style
Props
is
to
really
him.
fucked up. His style is really. Yo, is Ragdoll 0?
it's -1.
Damn, don't. Okay, -1. I was gonna say if it was 0, side 1 all day, man, dead. well, for me, I'm Sub-Zero. It is.
Yeah, for you, it's really bad.
Yo, thank God for the ice clone. Holy shit, what would I do without that fucking move? And all honestly, like, I was, it's really like when I was hearing all the stuff about Swift Tom, it was really actually like a little like, wow, because he was such a cool ass dude to me. The guy opened his house to me. And there's nothing wrong with little shit. I don't have a problem with a little shit talk. So hopefully, just like I don't take his shit talk personally, I hope he doesn't take mine personally. It's all relative. It's all in the game. We'll play a money match, something like that, or the next tournament match, and it'll be hype and everybody will want to see it. But I think he's a cool guy. I do think he is a good player. It's just,
I mean, should we do a weekly Sector community blow up?
I think Sector's a really good character. I think.
Yeah, I think it is time to blow him up.
Is it time?
Yeah. Is it time? Do we have the jingle?
We have.
It's the weekly Sector community blow-up. It's the weekly Sector community blow-up.
I'm not really sure who the best Sector is because, in all honesty, Sector players don't even know who the best Sector is. I think the only Sector player out there that I know that is in America that has really been like, and doesn't Ikizzle also underrate Sector all the time? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
They all think it's terrible.
I'm trying to look up right now where he has him in the tier list. Like I think it's like, what is it, 15th or something? And he has a list of characters. I'm trying to find it because I want to blow it up.
So it's like they do them like Quan Chi players. Like you ever see the Quan Chi matchup chart where Quan Chi apparently loses to almost every character 4-6, and you read that and you're like, get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah. So okay. Well, the thing is, I don't really know who's better, as far as the best Sector player in the world out there. Of course, I'm going to support Swift Tom Hanks. He's I play played with him a couple times in those 2 tournaments, and I do think he's a good player. So I will always pull for him in the sector battles. But I mean, I do think as a whole, right now it would be watching a sector mirror in a tournament like that would be the best thing. I mean, and 16-bit, you have the best line in the history of MK9. I mean, when you were literally like, when you were calling him out and you touted and play like Kizzle and you said, and you will finally expose these problems you claim, or you will be exposed. That was, you should do a WWE promo with that shit, man.
He did.
All right, I got the list here. Kizzle has Sector no higher than 15th place, and here's the list of characters that he says are better. And let's go through this list and we'll agree or disagree. Reptile, I say that's a toss-up. Sector could easily be just as good as Reptile.
Toss-up.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Smoke is probably better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
What do you think, Tom?
agree.
Melina. Sector could easily be just as good.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
I mean, that's ridiculous. He could be better than her easily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Katana.
That's a toss-up.
Toss-up.
I think it's a toss-up.
Yeah,
Scarlet. Who knows? I
Who
don't know.
knows? I don't know.
Cyrax. Toss-up.
Toss-up.
Toss-up. Toss-up.
I mean, he got blown up by a Cyrax player, but I mean, I've seen.
Like that. Newbie has an original style. So
Right.
You really have to know, yeah.
Kenchi's better.
Kenchi's better.
Kenchi's better.
Freddy. Toss-up.
Who
Toss-up.
knows?
Yeah.
He beat a Freddy player at
Sure.
at final round. So how can he say that without being?
Well, he's saying no, not match. I'm not talking about the matchups. He's saying these are better characters in the tier list.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Toss up.
Unknown. Toss-up.
Sonya's better.
Sonya's better. Sonya's better.
Yeah,
Jax, I think that's another toss-up.
I agree.
I'd say Jax is better.
Okay.
Jax
Cage
is better.
is better.
Cage is better.
Kunlau's better.
Kunlau's
Yeah.
better.
Cabal.
Wait. I don't know about that.
Kunlau's better.
Really?
Kunlau's better.
I mean, I think Sector's a better character balanced wise. Like, there's nothing he can't handle, but I mean, Kung Lao's got some bad matchups.
He does.
I mean, look, Kerbo, Rio, and Foxy are saying that maybe some of Kung Lao's bad matches are not so bad.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean,
I don't know.
It seems like Sector can have a much easier time against Johnny Cage than Kung Lao.
That's true.
Sector,
I think, could be.
Sector he doesn't really have bad matchups. That's his.
Sector is one of those perfect balance characters.
Right. Him and Melina are like they're two in the same. They're
right
both
where they need to be. They're not overpowered, but they're not. There's no match where you say, "Oh, he doesn't have the tools for that."
Right.
One. Yeah,
Right.
Exactly. Raiden, I'd say Raiden is better. I do have some issues with Raiden actually. I feel like, and I want to put this to any Raiden player out there. Yes, we already know Raiden can turtler. I consider myself one of the best turtlers in the history of the Earth. And I got out-turtled by Great One because I had I mean, he was just a better turtler with me against my Raiden in that match. He didn't give me shit. If I were a Raiden player, and I really, really believe, because you always hear like Raiden players defend their character. Raiden, there's no in between. It's either he's the best or he's overrated.
Yeah.
If I were a Raiden player, and I really wanted to show something, what I would work on is we already know, yes, Raiden can turtle, he can backwards dash with blocking, throw fireballs, all that shit. You need to find a way to get the life lead. You need to find a way to initiate offense and open your opponent up. Otherwise, you can't just win by running away because your opponent, if they choose to give you nothing, you're going to have a problem.
I want to say something to Raiden players. You know what I'm tired of hearing about is, man, how do we get in if they're just turtling? We can't use the teleport to start offense. Why don't you just walk forward like everybody else?
Yeah, I mean, also, Raiden players that say you can't teleport against Sonya to keep your life lead. You know what you can do? You can point blank air Superman across the screen and watch that bitch try to catch you using the dash nerve. That's what you can do, because I promise you she will not. I mean, there's just...
Why do they feel that they have to sit full screen throwing projectiles, waiting to teleport? Why not get in I'm not saying
Yeah.
he has the greatest tools in the world, but you don't.
But
have
they need
I mean,
to initiate
if you-
offense.
Raiden is his best when, I mean, he's his best when he's at jump range. Because now you have much more to worry about than a teleport. Now you have to worry about him jumping, you have to worry about him dashing in with a back 3, you have to worry about him dashing in with a throw, you have to worry about him dashing down 3. I mean, there is a lot of problems when he gets at jump range, and I think Raiden players just don't understand how ridiculous it gets.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
They don't realize. And the thing is, they need to be able to initiate offense with Raiden at some point. They can't just rely on, I'm going to walk backwards, throw fireballs, my opponent's going to give me something, and then I'm going to EX Superman or I'm going to teleport. The smart players aren't going to give you shit. So you have to find a way to open them up, and I think that is something that really hasn't been explored by a Raiden player, including myself, which is why I failed.
I agree. I think they got to get better at teleporting through strings. You know, you can teleport through Katana's back 1 and 2 and blow her up.
You know, I do that all the time when I play Rio, and I found out that I could teleport through Cabal's back 1-2-1. So from now on, whenever I'm any character, I either armor through it or Raiden, I'll teleport it. Every single time. And
then now they're going to say, but if they read it, they can punish you. Well, if they're reading it, then they're not finishing the string, and then
exactly.
take advantage of that. It's called Yomi, people. Take advantage of the fact that they're trying to read it.
Yes, take advantage of it. Take a read, exactly. All right, so who else do they say is better than Sector?
That's the end. He's got Sector at 15.
Okay,
and by the way, then Waffles under it says, and Smoke is 14. Get the fuck out of here, Tommy.
Yeah, tell me what. No, Sector. I mean, the Sector players out there. I'm gonna tell you this: as a Sub-Zero player, it is very easy to overreact to a lot of things. I have overreacted to a lot of Sub-Zero matches. You know, there was a time when I got blown up by Ryu 48, and I literally was sitting here saying, "No fucking way. This bitch is broken. Sub-Zero sucks now." To the point that I thought I had to start switching around. I mean, I was looking at matches like Sonya, Melina, all these matches where I'm just like, I just have no way. I have no tools. I'm fucked. And it was very easy for me to overreact, and I think that happens to a Sector player. Kind of like as a Sub-Zero player, the first time I'm starting to fight all these low hitbox characters, and I'm like, I can't use my 2-2. I can't, all these tools that I'm used to having, and I can't set them up via conventional means. I think when Sector players run into these matchups and they say, oh, I can't use my jab here, I can't use my, they don't know how to, they haven't even gone into how to use their other tools instead, okay, I'll have to win this match in this manner. They just automatically say, well, if I can't win it in this manner, then this character sucks, and I need to move on. And I think it's very easy to be a prisoner of the moment, so to speak, when it comes to,
when you think about that player 1 and the host advantage, I mean, Sector's got back 3-4, that's 0 on block, his forward 2, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
He's got that's the problem.
Yeah, he's got a lot of things. As a matter of fact, here's what's the next thing. His forward and 2, when his forward and 2 hits, his back 3-4 is 12 frames, forward and 2 is +6, so in reality, if you do a down 1, if he's on side 1, his back 3 will win every single time and blow you up. You must block it. So he gets a free there are a lot of things that they don't take into consideration with Sector.
I mean, can you believe there's literally a thread talking about how bad forward 2 is? There's a thread where they're all like, let's all have a gathering where we talk about how bad forward 2 is.
I would die for that move. I would shit my pants if I had that move.
Creighton gets a lot of props. He came in and he was like, what are you guys talking about?
Dude,
I'm gonna blow Swift Tom Hanks up. Here's where he's like, you don't understand. You're saying you know more about my character. I'm gonna say there are aspects where I do, and I'm gonna prove it. He goes, forward 2, if they block it, it's neutral, so you're in a situation where they can duck jab after it. Creighton pointed this out. When spaced correctly after they block forward 2, they are not in range for their down 1 to hit. If you space it correctly, if they try to down 1, you get a free full combo punish because their down 1 will whiff. How do you not know that? Why do you not know the pushback on your own move? Get to the fucking lab before you make a threat about how bad a move is.
I think Sector players need to realize Sector has some really good ranged moves. It's not so he's got really good zoning. He's got the homing missile. To me is a really fucking good. I hate when I watch a Sector player. I'm a meter player. I've been known as a Sub-Zero player. The way I change a lot of my matchups around, I actually always try to reserve one round to lose for the sake of meter. Like for example, when I play Sonya. When I found out that this bitch cannot get up without meter, if I win the first round, especially if I have her cornered and I knock her down, I'm going to keep attacking her and be like, bitch, you will get up with this EX cartwheel and burn your meter to try to win this round, or you will not win it at all and you will just lose 2 straight rounds. And then I can play mind games like I'll block this time and whatever. I think Sector players, they'll be sitting on a full meter and be sitting there going, how can I initiate offense? And they don't do one fucking homing missile. Not one. You have a full fucking bar. Throw a homing missile out there. Force an opponent to make a guess. What are they going to do? And you make a read. Don't just keep walking backwards and throwing missiles. If I were a Sector player, the moment I have 3 bars, bitch, you better be ready for that fucking homing missile. Because I'm coming in. And I just don't know why they don't do it. It seems like a pretty logical strategy. I would pay for a homing clone. I would pay for that.
Well, I think that they would say, well, you can lower your hitbox and make it explode under you.
Can you still?
Some characters can. If you have an evasive down 4.
Yeah, some can, but not. And I will say this. Obviously, it doesn't work on Sub-Zero because I can just clone and block. Shout-outs to the Ice Clone. Thank you very much. Thank you, NetherRealm. You did look after me a little bit. So, but real quick, let me get into the option select clones. I totally blew it off.
Yeah.
The option select clone came into when I was like, and this is when I got into the whole Denzel stuff, when I was talking about matches like Reptile, where I just for the longest time were having a hard time against like almost any Reptile player. And I'm just like, they're like, hey, the patch is out, and you could just win trades with them, and I'm going, dude, I can't rely on winning trades with a character like Reptile because he's eventually going to put me in a situation where a spit's going to blow up my clone. I'm going to have to put a clone up eventually, and I'm going to be caught blocking a few force balls. He's always going to have he's going to dash in, jump in, I have to block, start his offense. He's always going to have the meter advantage. He's going to control the meter, control the position. I can't win that way. So I started saying, that, and against Sonya also, I started using like range jump kick a lot, where like I would use a range jump kick, and so you can't anti-air it, and if you would block it, I would do a delayed clone every single time, and it would appear and you couldn't go past it. And same thing with Sonya. Well, one time, and it works especially on low hitboxes because down 4, in this particular version, down 4 no longer has proximity on an ice clone, because the proximity is limited only to your torso. So in low hitbox characters do down 4 because their torso is so far away from the down 4, the clone will still catch them but won't shatter because of proximity. So I randomly started doing like jump kick, and some players would try to bait out. You know how sometimes when you land and somebody will do an attack right as you land because there's like a frame or two where you can't block sometimes and they'll blow you up. I would land and like the jump kick, when I would do the kick, it wouldn't come out since I did it so close to the ground, expecting the jump kick to hit them deep. It would whiff, no kick would come out, and a clone would instantly come out, like every single time. So I wouldn't get the kick. And then they would try to blow me up with like a down 4 or an attack, and they would get frozen, or they would space me out. Sometimes you'll jump in, somebody will whiff a jump in, and as the guy's whiffing, the other guy will jump over you to reverse positions.
Right.
I started doing that, and the game would option select. It would either give me the jump kick, and then I could do the delayed clone, or it will just give me, like, instead of the kick won't come out at all, and it'll just clone as soon as I land. Like, the kick will still come out, but as soon as I land, the kick will, like, instantly disappear, and it won't even give me, like, a kicking animation of a clone. It'll just give me, like, a full standing ice clone. And you can't hit me as I land. So your only option is to let Sub-Zero land and do nothing at all. But if you're in range, you have to block the jump kick, and then he's going to clone and still get away. And it allowed me to, like, a Sonya, I do that, and the first thing this bitch is going to do is down 4 me every fucking time, and she's going to get blown up for it now. Of course, if she has meter, she can always EX cartwheel, so there are like strategic ways to use it. But like now, I can always use it to try to approach characters I could never approach from like ranges. So now, in like a Reptile match, I can literally chase him down. I can use my meter for position, where I want to put him, like in the corner with my EX slide. but I can also approach him and use the option select clone because he can't dash it, he can't down for me, he can't anti-air it, and it makes Reptile start trying to, instead of using his normal strategy of running away, zoning, and elbow dashing, it totally reduces him to no more dashing really because the clone is always out there with the option select. Instead, he's always like, okay, where am I going to throw a spit here? I got to put a force pull on the screen to stop him from doing this because this will stop that. And this allows me to, like, put freezes on the screen at the range I want to put them on the screen. Jump in or dash in at the ranges I want to dash in. It makes him more aware of it to the point that he's so worried about countering that I can come in, down 4 him, down 3 him, poke him, whatever. And it puts him more on the defensive and allows me to, corner him better. And it just changed a lot of his matches. Obviously, matches like Melina, it doesn't matter because she can roll me before I can whatever. Katana won't matter because Katana's not going to down 4 me or attack me. She's going to down 1 me, which is going to blow up the clone. And trying to jump at Katanas might as well be suicide anyway. It's not really going to help me at all.
Right.
So Cabal, Brady, there are matches it's not going to work. But a lot of matches, it will help out, And it was totally discovered by accident. And it's just something that changes so many matches. So I look at stuff like this, and I look at sector players, and just like, I have a whole bunch of strategies now also against, like, Melina, even Katana, which we know was rough anyway, but theoretically the strategy would work if it was put into effect and all things went well. I think sector players, as well as players that play other characters, don't look at this and say, okay, I have to look and find something else. What can I really exploit? Even if they have to say, hey, on side 1, this forward 2 is fucked up because now I'm 0 on block, on hit I'm +6, so now my 12 frame move is going to come out in 6 frames, so I'm going to beat out your down jab every fucking time. Need to look at other tools the character has and say, wow, he's actually on another level. And these things are why I think Sub-Zero is better than that. If I look at when I looked at what Kerbalicious was doing to people, I look at like a lot of people like the Liu Kangs and Sonyas that just get on you, the shit newbie does to you. I look at Sub-Zero and I say, you cannot do this to me. And the way I'm using him now, a lot of the stuff that he has to deal with, that other characters have to deal with, Sub-Zero does not. While, yes, I have to deal with Katana running away, throwing fans all day, at least I don't have to worry about this bitch jumping in at me, doing 2 1s, down 3, down 1s. I don't have to worry about that. If this bitch is going to slow me, it's going to be a slow death where I can really think about what I want to do as opposed to just getting rushed down like she does almost everybody else. So I think sector players need to take a note and do the same thing and really look to see what is the problem and how can I fix the problem rather than saying the problem is unfixable.
All right, guys.
All right.
We got to wrap it up.
Let's wrap it up with the name game. Name game.
All right, so I'm going to say some names. Tom, you say the first thing that comes into your mind.
Okay.
And it cannot be their character, and it needs to be juicy. We want some.
And all these names.
Some heat.
All these names have done the same for you. So.
Okay, I got you.
Yes.
It's your chance for revenge.
Tom, do you listen to the name game? Because you're the first name every time, and you're always blown up.
I have.
Okay.
All right.
It's a tradition. It's a
tradition. Yeah. All right. First, Tom Brady.
First name that comes to mind would be Misunderstood.
The gimmick. All right. Foxy Grandpa.
Euro Trash. No, I'm joking. No, first name that comes to mind with Foxy Graham, first thing I think of is fish and chips. Europeans, man, I think of the same thing every time. That's all I think about.
Wait, isn't that English though? That's not necessarily all Europe, fish and chips.
Where is he from? I don't even know where he's from. Where's he
from? He's from London. I think he's from London.
Okay.
Yeah, or right outside of
that. I think that applies there, but that's not all.
Okay, Wimbledon.
Wimbledon. All right. How about Pig of the Hut?
First thing I think of Pig of the Hut. Fuck, man, you give me some tough names here. I've drawn blanks with some of these guys. Good Friend, first thing I think of. He did something for me when the game first came out that really helped me out. So he's been a pretty good friend.
All right. How about James MK?
Fucking crazy. Holy shit. James MK is crazy.
I think cigarettes.
Yeah, me too. Cigarettes. Tar.
Brown leather jacket when I first met him.
Dizzy.
Best hair on earth.
Shiny.
I think we need to take Dizzy to the Pittsburgh Steelers locker room and have a money match, him versus Troy Polamalu for the match.
Wow.
Kerbalicious.
Kerbalicious. Young and talented player.
Disappointing.
When I think of Kerbalicious, I think of, it just goes to show you how some young players in this day and age are so much more ahead of younger players during like the old days, because they just have way more tools accessible to them, way more accumulated knowledge. Back in the old days, there weren't top players. The top players in the old days were the first top players of all time. They had no top players to talk to, no OGs, no film study. Kerbalicious is young.
Arcade.
Yeah, Kerbalicious is young, very talented and smart, so he's going to be even more dangerous when he gets older.
It's crazy. He has access to all the frame data. He can play the game every day against the best online. I'm so jealous that I wasn't like him when I was his age.
Yeah.
Lord of the Fly.
Lord of the Fly. First thing I think of is a really down-to-earth guy. If I were to think of like a player who's like really level-headed, down-to-earth, like the most level-headed and reasonable player to talk to, like if you really want to talk to someone unbiasedly about the game and their character, Lord of the Fly would be the first thing I think of. Like totally open-minded to everything. Who wouldn't just shut you down and go, no, my character beats that. No, I have tech that stops that. Like he will literally discuss it with you and like keeps an open mind, more so than a lot of other players do.
How about Detroit Ballin?
Detroit Ballin. Detroit Ballin is one of the best hype man / trolls I've ever seen. That's what I think of. Hype man / troll. Detroit does it almost as good as Rio does, but Detroit does it in like a different manner. Detroit does it in like a manner that's obvious and fun, like a playful manner. Whereas Rio, you can look at it and say, yo, are you serious, bro? Like, like Rio knows no bounds, whereas Detroit does. But that's what comes to mind with Detroit.
All right, Justin Wong.
Justin Wong. I think legend would be. He's a legend, in my opinion. I mean, it's very rare. To me, what makes guys like Justin Wong and Daigo a big deal isn't so much that they won or that they're top players, because there have been a lot of top players in the history of the world, that it's just so rare to see a fighting game where you can look at somebody and say, especially in today's day, and say, this is undisputed the best. There's only one. It is so rare that he is one of the few people on Earth that have ever achieved that. And that, to me, is legendary.
It's crazy to think that... Think of how dominant CD Jr. is right now, times 10. And that was Justin in Marvel 2's prime. It's crazy.
The difference is Justin Wong didn't need version 1.02, 03, 04, or 5 to really aid that. I'm not saying Junior wouldn't, but only a fool would say the revisions didn't help either. I mean, that's like a Kung Lao player saying, yo, day one Kung Lao didn't help me at all. Same thing now. It'd be no different. Like if you go backwards with Kung Lao, it'd be like going forward with Jax. Like, he didn't ask.
I wish we could go backwards with Katana.
Shut the fuck up.
Man, think about this. Picture this. Remember her old combo damage, like 68? Look, 2-1 EX fan back in the day.
Guys. Well, I can't talk to this guy. Yeah,
she needs it.
Right. Yeah, she needs it. You got guys like Junior are super dominant, and he was definitely a dominant player no matter what. But it's even when you give a dominant player who can already be dominant with tools like that, more tools to add to it, they're just going to be even more dominant. And as great as a player as he is, and as a dominant player as he and Rio are, actually, especially Junior, it still doesn't even compare to what Justin Wong did.
You know what I'd do if I had a time machine?
What?
I'd go back to PDP. body everybody and get that money.
Get that 10 grand.
If I had
Think
a time
about it.
machine, I would go to NetherRealm Studios to test, and I would not touch Sub-Zero at all, or ever even play anything, or look for any traps. And I would wait till version 1.05, and I would just be like, "Yep, I'm good, brother." Yeah, fucking idiot I am.
All right, one final name. Bill Menudis.
Bill Menudis. You know what I feel like? You ever seen that movie Anger Management, where he's just like, "Babe, you're telling me whatever. I want to know who you are." You know, no matter what he says, he's like, "Now you're describing your personality. I want to know." That's like what this guy K7 is doing.
The real Bill.
The real Bill Menudis. The real Bill Menudis is just like anybody else out there. He likes to go out and have a good time, and he likes to joke around, same as everybody else. But just like everybody else who tries to deny that things bother them, things bother me too. You know, so I know as Tom Brady, people I guess look at me as like, you should be this emotionless, whatever, fuck this, fuck that. But at these events, when I'm not playing in a tournament and I'm hanging out with a room with slips and 16-bit, I'm Bill hanging out with basically, Steve and Brad for the most part, and I'm just having a couple of drinks and having a good time. And there is a difference between the two. And there's a time where Tom Brady's all about, I think what upsets me in this community is there's a time when Tom Brady is all about the blow-ups and yada, 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 and calling people out and talking shit. But a lot of time, that shit gets brought up to me when I'm just being normal. And that's when it upsets me, because I never get to have that normal time. I can never turn it off when I'm at these events. So
It's true.
It's true. Bill would be that guy that I'm very humble. I'm nothing. I mean, of course, the Tom Brady personality is nothing more than like an exaggerated version of Bill. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like if I were to drink the same potion that Buddy Love drinks, that the dirty person drinks to become Buddy Love. It's like when I put the mask on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I become Tom Brady, when I put the mask on. But I mean, I'm still like that guy that likes to crack jokes as a friend and yada, yada, yada. And that's who I am. I'm a real humble guy. I like to crack jokes. I'm no different than anybody else. I like to go out for a couple of drinks or whatever. And the reason why people may see me as overly sensitive is because I like to be able to separate the two, and not being able to get away from one, ever at these events. That's what actually gets me upset. It makes me seem overly sensitive, because then I'm where,
I'll back you up in one way, is that at final round, there was a lot of times where K7 wanted to record stuff, and I was telling him, no, dude, like, let us just play. Can we just play casuals and just try shit out? Let me talk shit, in private, and, I don't want to be recorded 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
And since you're the most popular guy in the scene, I definitely can understand how frustrating it can be. So when people come up to you in a tournament, I'm sure they want you to be entertaining constantly.
Constantly.
Right.
It's like 24/7, and I'm just like, look, I'm all for, entertaining people and whatever. But I mean, there's just a time when, I'm like sometimes when I'm getting ready for my pool, like I don't mind like joking around or playing some matches or whatever. But when I'm getting ready to play my pool, I want to be focused, and I don't want to be, whatever. I don't like, when Peg, like at NEC, I was being focused. I'm getting ready to play my pool, and he's still cracking the same jokes, and I'm just like, oh, cool, bro. And he's just like, yo, are you okay? What's wrong? And it's just, it's like I can't get away from it ever. I can never be serious. I can never be quiet. If I'm ever quiet, it's, oh, you're being emo. And it's like, no, see, the tournament's over. We're all hanging out in a hotel room. I'm not being emo. I just don't have anything to say right now. So.
All right, one last question for you, and we can wrap it up. One last thing.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to say how much we love that you were going to come on for like a 30-minute segment, and it's now become hours and hours and hours.
4.5 hours.
And people are going to love it.
Yeah.
So anyway, my last question.
Go ahead. Well, Swift Tom Hanks, please don't take what I say personally, man. I appreciate you having me in your house. You're an awesome guy, and it's all in fun, bro. But you blew me up, so it's only fair.
I hope people realize that all these feuds, when you actually meet in person, it's everyone is friends.
Can we not agree for someone to actually have the balls to sit here and say, yeah, Tom Brady, I don't like him. He blew me up. And to say, I've never blown him up, but they are a bold-faced fucking liar. Can we all agree right now that anyone that says that is a fucking liar? You know, there is no way.
Tom, you're going to get carried away again. Anyway, okay, my last question is, I've wondered this for a long time. When you're, like, in your civilian, away from the tournament scene, like you're a superhero. Like, when you're in your regular life.
When I'm being a mild-mannered reporter.
Yeah. If you're at Walmart and someone goes, "Hey, Tom," do you turn around?
No.
You would not respond to Tom?
No. I mean, it's a funny you happen to say that because there was one time that did happen when some guy that knew me from like one of the gaming communities, I was at my local movie theater.
Right, that's not like that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm there, and I'm online buying these tickets. And then as I'm walking, I bought the tickets for a later show. This guy's just like, Tom, and I'm walking, and he taps me, he's like, hey, Tom Brady, and I'm just like, oh, what's up, man? He's like, hey, what's going on, Tom? And I just keep walking, like I didn't even know he was talking to me, because I'm in the real world. Who the fuck is gonna call me Tom? I mean, like,
I would.
I would.
You do.
I don't expect to see 16-bit at my local movie theater. Like, dude, it's gonna be the weirdest.
Right. Let's say on Thursday in Cincinnati, if I stop at the gas station, you're there, my instinct would be to go, Tom.
Okay, I subconsciously expected there. But, like, dude, first of all, I want to say, I just had the weirdest image of me going to my movie theater, and the guy behind the ticket booth randomly is 16-bit. Like, if he would just be like, how many, sir? I'd be like, what the fuck? It's 16-bit. Dude, 16-bit, I mean, really, you could literally plug 16-bit in any particular segment in any role, and it is the funniest thing you've ever seen. I don't know. It's because you know what it is? It's like Denzel Terry syndrome. It's like whatever Tom Brady does, that means Denzel could do it. Anything that guy, Zach, whatever his name is, does that's funny, 16-bit is also automatically funny in that role. So any role I picture him in, 16-bit is... I think 16-bit should try to go ahead and actually, be like a stunt double for this guy.
Zach Galifianakis?
Yeah, Zach Galifianakis. Dude. And you know what? He doesn't shave his beard ever either. Yeah. So I understand what you mean when you say you don't shave your beard.
I just did yesterday because it was so bad. Like
are you telling me you have no beard right now?
No. I mean, I just trimmed it. It was getting really crazy.
Let me ask you a question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad do you look if you had no beard at all? Gone.
There was a picture of it. It was just posted.
It's bad.
It's bad, dude. It's really bad.
We should send him a picture.
Wow.
I will send you that picture, Tom.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, now in that case, keep the beard on, sir.
Yeah, keep it on. It's bad.
Keep it on. So, but anyway, guys, thanks for having me on. I do appreciate it. I gotta catch I'm about to head out, going to Cincinnati actually this morning, actually. So, I will be on Thursday, by the way. You gonna be there 16-bit on Thursday, or?
I know me and Sunk and Webster and probably several others, we're going to go to the venue for their usual casual session, so you should come on.
On Thursday?
Yeah. Or I'm going to have it set up in my hotel room, too. If you text me or
what hotel are you in?
The Hampton Inn.
Okay, I think I'm staying the Days Inn. Okay, yeah, I'll text you.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, well, guys, thanks for having me on. And, look forward to seeing, Slips. K7, are you going to Power Up or no?
No, I'll be going to Evo.
Okay, well, I look forward to. I'll see you guys in a couple of days, I guess. Then.
Slips is not going.
He's not going. Oh my gosh, damn it, Slips.
I know.
Really, man?
I couldn't get off work.
I got you. Damn, I really. Can we is there, are those videos still around with Slips going, fix that bitch?
That's a good question. I don't think anyone like saved them to an archive.
It's just like hours. It's just hours of Slips going.
It's funny. I think you two are like you and K7. I think are the only ones that actually saw it too.
Yeah.
It's just
I mean, yeah, that stream had about 20 people in it that will ever see that greatness.
Dude, it's just hours of Slips.
I should have recorded it.
Of 16-bit going, dude, I don't think it's back that bad. And he's going, I'm working.
I'm trying to make the case that Scorpion versus Katana is 5-5.
And Slips is like, I'm working overtime over here.
He was
And
so
16-bit
mad.
is like, dude, you once beat me 6 straight games. And Slips is like, man, you gotta fix that bitch. Just...
Yeah, I get a huge streak. He wins one game, and I go, see, it's even.
He's like, I'm overtime. It's been bullshit. It's just like every time, he's just like, dude, it's fine. You just gotta fix that bitch.
Dude, she's fine.
Dude, that is the best stream ever, and it got seen by no. It's like a dark match in pro wrestling. Nobody got to see.
Sure.
And it's the best.
No footage.
If
Man,
anybody hears this right here, and they have that footage, please, for the sake of the community.
Me holding the phone up to my face, arguing with you through the phone, through the laptop.
It's when we got off the phone, and I'm sitting here watching it, and Slips, like, everything is down 1, and Slips is like, man, that down 1, man. You gotta fix that bitch.
Dude, that one was stupid back then.
Dude, no matter what he does, 16-bit is like down 1, and Slips is like, see? That's the only thing I can't stop. Down 1. Fix that bitch.
My favorite moment of that stream that has stuck with me is there was a point where I did an instant air ass and hit him crouching, and he goes, you know I can't do anything about it, so you're abusing. What an asshole. As if I should not do a move. Like, God, man.
I was just like, you know I'm not gonna... Yeah, I was like, you know I'm not gonna do anything about that, so why do it? You're just being an asshole.
Yeah, dude, that was fucked up, man. That stream was the best stream I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't even sleep. I finally passed out like an hour later.
That point where you got one win, I go, see, it's fine, and I start to get up, and you're like, sit back down.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. It was just like, come on, man. 16-bit was literally just like, you once beat me 6 straight. You know, he was just like, no, man, I'm working. And he's just like, see, it's not that bad. He's like, I'm working overtime over here, man. I'm like, man, fix that. That should be that. That's my second favorite saying. 1, he needs it, and 2, fix that bitch.
Fix that bitch.
That should be the Kombat Tomb motto. Fix that bitch.
That is the official.
Remember at Fighter Cross Shooter after Grand Finals when you were playing Ermac and you were going, oh, she's the best in the game. She's the best in the game. Standing 3 is the best anti-air in the game. She's the best. She's the best. God, man.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. No, standing 2. I was like, God, I can't even... I was like, I can't even instant air or gas blast it. I was like, it's so broken. It's like, there's no way to get in on this bitch, not even with Airmac.
Dude, you need to have t-shirts, but I would buy one. 16-bit bought a great tournament, great experience shirt. I would buy a KTP Fix That Bitch shirt.
I think it was you two and Revolver that were still in the room.
Revolver.
Yeah.
Dude, I couldn't leave. People that are listening to this, you don't understand the rage in his voice, where he was just like,
he was just really mad.
And 16-bit is talking about the match, and Slips was like, no, man, you just gotta fix that bitch.
Like, I'm totally calm, trying to help, like, you're jumping too much and shit. He's just going crazy.
He's just like, no, man, I know what I'm doing.
I have to jump. There's no way to beat down 1. You have to jump.
Yeah, it's like, you have to jump. He's just like, dude, I'm fine with everything else. You just gotta fix that bitch.
There was also that time when you played Ermac, and I was blowing you up. I was winning every air-to-air trade, and you were going crazy after that.
That's right.
And then I did a Babality, and I think that might have been the maddest you've ever been.
I think, you know what's so funny? I think 16-bit was on side 1, so no wonder why he won every air-to-air trade. Probably
It's true.
That's air-to-air. We gotta go, but damn, that's fucked up. Air-to-air trade, side 1. That's significant.
Big deal.
Yeah. So
All right.
anyway, 16-bit. I'll see you in a couple days. Slips.
Yeah, peace.
All right,
Thanks
dude,
for having
good
me,
luck, man.
Later, man.
Thanks, man. Later, guys.
That was fucking hilarious.
This is amazing.
What did he say? He was like, listen, the Atlantic Ocean didn't do favors for the Titanic, but it did do favors for Foxy Grandpa. Oh, that's genius.
He just came up with that, I bet, too.
Yeah, no kidding.
Really, he is really one of the reasons I've not canceled my plans to go to Power Up. Like 100% serious. Knowing that he's going to be there and get to hear his antics is motivating me to go there. Godlike, man.
Yeah.